so just don't bring it up. You know. Anyway, we might be going live here almost. It's we're probably live right now. It's weird, like when the little bar is on there.
Hopefully. Well, you may have already.
Yeah, there you go. And we are live. Woo!
Yay!
And I'm gonna break the ice by actually posting something because apparently people can't post in the chat until I say something. It's something weird. It must be some setting.
It shows something went wrong on the YouTube page. It doesn't even show the chat.
But if I go like this, hello everyone, now anybody can go in there and say what they gotta say, and do their thing.
And there's the chat popped up as soon as you typed that. That's so weird. It never used to be like that, was it?
No, there must be some weird setting. Maybe it's a weird thing. Like maybe it's some little check mark I got to do within my YouTube stuff. But whatever. It's fine.
For those wondering why I'm not going live on my camera, it's because I want to honor the 2021 Tampa Bay Buccaneers with this.
All right, we'll talk about sports ball actually relatively quick because there's a lot of people that don't want to talk sports ball.
Exactly.
So we'll talk sports ball here in just a little bit. Mm-hmm. But I will say to people, if you go, we just announced that like Ragnarok's launches on February 23rd. I've said tons of things about this. It's on Gray Fox. You can go on Tabletop Simulator. You can search for Ragnarok's. That's RAGNAROCKS. You can play it. You can test it out. You can check it out yourself. You can currently right now go to the grayfoxgames.com and there is a like an email list that you can sign up for. And if you sign up prior to the launch of the campaign, there is 2 exclusive mythology cards that you will get for free if you sign up. So so just if you got to back the game, obviously you don't get the cards. You got to back the game. You got to back the game during the campaign. You can't back the game in the pledge manager. But if you back the game, boom, free promos. And and then we'll probably make the promos available later, but they'll be like $5, to get the 2 cards. But this way you're going to save yourself some cash.
I'll do my shill work now too. February 17th, Zombicide, Dead or Alive.
West.
Yeah, out west. We're going out west for Zombicide.
So is that set in like the 1860s or whatever?
It is. They're gonna. I can't say a whole lot other than it's Zombicide Dead or Alive. It's coming out on the 17th, and there'll be a lot more information being spoiled over the next week or so. But yeah, it basically.
Well, if we're talking Red Dead Redemption, like Zombicide. Mm-hmm. Then I might actually finally own some.
I think that's going to be more on cue. Like I don't even know all the secrets. Like they've talked about a lot of cool stuff, but yeah, it's zombie. It's almost like that expansion to Red Dead where they had the horror attack thing. It's going to be Weird West. It's going to be zombies. It's going to be awesome. I mean, Wild West is an area that I'm pretty excited about. I mean, Western Legends is one of my favorite games. I have an affinity for Wild West. This is going to be like scratch that itch really well. So check it out on the 17th.
I still remember the day I walked into my local game store, this is in the 1990s, and I picked up the very first book for Deadlands. And that was such a great RPG, the Weird Wild West. It was fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, Deadlands is one of my favorite RPGs. Red Dead Redemption is one of my favorite video games. So this is going to be like, out of all the zombie sides, while I like them, obviously, even as much as I like the whole Black Plague line in the fantasy, this one is like it. Like unless they make Zombicide Jaws, this is going to be the one for me. But
it isn't Dead or Alive. It isn't like the old Sega fighting game with the girls. With
the volleyball girls.
No, volleyball girls. Okay.
No.
I mean, okay, this is going to sound infantile, right? But the actual gameplay of that volleyball game was actually really well done. It was actually really well done.
I owned that game, and
I'm sure you did. I'm sure most men of a certain age who had a Sega.
But I really enjoyed the actual volleyball.
The actual volleyball was really good. Now, you couldn't convince anybody else that when you were playing it, you're like, yeah, the volleyball's fun. You couldn't convince anybody of that.
Well, it was the same for the Dead or Alive fighting game. I mean, everyone.
The fighting game was great too.
Fighting game was great too, but everyone just thought you were doing it to watch the physics bounce, which may have been possibly true at the time, but it was still an excellent fighting game. So,
before we talk sports ball, I do want to say one thing that there is something happened on the Super Bowl besides the Super Bowl, something that was glorious and amazing. My wife and I went to the grocery store before.
Oh, I know what you're going with
Oh
this.
no, and
I do.
I do, yeah, because I showed the picture, but I want to let everybody else. I want to let everybody know that the long nightmare is over. I saw somebody. You glance over at a cart and a chill went down my spine, like literally and I don't run much anymore, being the weight I am and almost 50 and 49 years old. But I dead heat sprinted to the aisle in question, and there it was, at long last, the glorious
Pib Extra.
Pib
How many
Extra.
cases did you buy of that?
All that were there, every single
like 7
one.
or 8 cases.
There were 8 cases, and the Pib Extra was there. And now, ladies and gentlemen, even though you can't enjoy it, here we'll open this up. Oh, I'm already like. I mean, I've had some already, obviously, but here we're going to. In a few moments, I am going to have a sip of perhaps the greatest tasting soda of all time. People are like, "Oh, Dr. Pepper." Yeah, no, there's no comparison. There's no comparison. Pib Extra is superlative in comparison. Oh man, that's so good. Oh, it's just amazing. Anyway, so there you go. Here we go. So I will say this. I've never been a huge Brady fan. It's not like I think he's a horrible human being or anything like that. I just, whatever.
You're tired of the same guy winning all the time.
No, it isn't even that. It's just one of those things where it's just like, whatever. I mean, I think it's because I know of like one insufferable Patriots fan.
Yeah,
like absolutely insufferable. But I'll say this. I mean, the book's closed. I mean, unless at some point in the future we have some other like great cosmic event. I mean, he's the greatest quarterback that ever lived. And there's no this cemented that, right? It was just one of those things where it was like, yeah, I mean that's we're done now. I mean, you can you have your arguments about number 2. You can argue your number 2 is whoever, but now he might and who knows, he might have he's a cheater. I mean, he's been suspended by the league for cheating, so he flat out is a cheater. But that's that whole win at any cost, and if I think that pretty much
every team cheats
every team cheats. It's just one of those things. And I think the whole air deflate thing. I mean, he ended up taking on the chin for that one because there was no way Bill Belichick didn't know about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was just one of those things where it's like, you got to take it on the chin because Belichick's already gotten in trouble and had the fine and everything for when the whole the tapes thing, the cheating with recording the things. The Spygate stuff. So you need to take it on the chin for this one. I mean, I firmly believe that. And then the whole Patriots organization also is like, how can you afford to pay the best quarterback in the game $10 million less a year than the other quarterbacks? And they're like, oh, Tom Brady's just willing to take less money. Oh, well, what? I see that you hire Tom Brady's consulting firm that he's on the chairman. He's he's on their board of whatever, this consulting firm. It's like, but you hire them every year for something. It's just it's like they and other teams do that too, right? They figure out a way to pay people money, outside of the books.
Help them get endorsement deals to make up difference and all that crap. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah. So I mean, that's just the way it is. So, but I went into the Super Bowl saying 2 things. I didn't really care. I wanted Tampa Bay to win because I got friends like Pete who are huge fans, and so I know that would make them happy. And so specifically, I just Pete needed a win, in my opinion. So I was just like, good. And the other thing was, if the Chiefs won, I mean, if they did, I'm okay with that because I love the idea of a single team winning 6, 7, 8, 9 years in a row. I would just, I can't imagine like the devastating hit the NFL would take in a situation like that, because
It would be bad. After the
it
third
would.
one, it would get real ugly because then people would.
Yeah, like, oh, and then like after the third one, then like they go back on the fourth time, and then be like, great, I can't wait to watch this. Then somebody goes back to win. And it's like, yeah, I mean, so I'll say this though. Oh my heavens,
Would just start losing
is
interest.
yeah. Oh my heavens, Patrick Mahomes is an athlete. How many of those throws, like, oh, I'm falling down, I'm lateral to the ground, and I flip this thing, I flip a football 40 yards downfield. You know, it's there's no way he can keep it up, right? His body's just got to break down, because football does that to you. But oh my god, that guy's good. I mean, it's just too bad he didn't have a team. I saw a tweet that said uh, everybody, it's like, well, everybody who wanted to see how Patrick Mahomes would do if he quarterbacked the Cincinnati Bengals, you got your wish. Just like yeah, there you go. Pete, did you disconnect? I can't hear Pete anymore.
They're gonna.
Yeah, Pete's just like he's oh, he left. Okay, that's fine.
We lost him.
Yeah. Well, he was just too excited. He was like jumping up and down. There he comes. He's coming back.
Yeah, internet blip here. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I mean, so anyway, like I said, I was saying, Patrick Mahomes, that guy's just a freak. Like falling down, pirouetting through the air, but still finding a way to throw a ball 40 yards downfield. I mean, I just worry that he's going to get, schmucked one day and break his collarbone or something, and he'll never be the same guy again.
Yeah. It was quite an evening for me, being someone who has been a fan for 40 years now, and 45 years now. I think the team's first season was 76. I was born in 73, but I probably wasn't really a fan till like 78, 79 when I was old enough to know what was going on. It is quite something when you suffer as much losing as my team has. We had 3 good years around 2000 where the team was good.
You know what? You already had a Super Bowl though. So I really don't. I'm not really listening. Because my team's never won. So
well, yeah, that is true. But you've been to like 4 Super Bowls.
Okay. Would you rather win 2 or beat a 4?
Oh, I'd definitely rather win 2 for sure.
Yeah. So you would you rather be 100% in the Super Bowls that you attended?
Yeah, we are. Yes, and. But
so yeah,
it's been a long time. When you get to our age, that the opportunities for this to happen in your lifetime are shrinking, and it was nice to get there
well,
and actually
don't rub it in.
Yeah, my team already won, Pete. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You're Eagles fan, right, or Steelers?
Eagles.
So you got one
that loosely.
Yeah. So yeah, it was after this year and all the crap that's happened this year. This couldn't have come at a better time for me personally. So I was very happy and excited for it. I'll be able to live off the adrenaline of this for at least 5 or 6 months, and enjoy and see, buy memorabilia and watch the DVD when it comes out in a month or two, and buy new stuff for my shelves. And it was certainly something I was very excited about. And you never know, like, even though the team is pretty loaded, I mean, we've seen many great teams not get back for another 20 years, and Brady's only going to be around for another couple years, so our window is tight to make this a good team. So I'm enjoying this one, and I'm counting my blessings and hope that we get back again next year. But what more likely, this is could be very well be the last one I'll ever see, so I'll just enjoy it.
So the celebrations, like when the Eagles won, there's praise too.
Oh Jesus,
all that.
Today was the best Super Bowl celebration I've ever seen in my entire life. They did a boat flotilla from the port of Tampa to the convention center. It was about a 2-hour boat brigade of about 150 boats. The Bucks players were on about 12 boats. They were drinking and they were cheering, and Brady threw the Lombardi from his boat to Gronk in the other boat. It was ridiculous. Like the people's phones were getting lost and dropped into the water. I mean, it was hilariously funny, but there were so many cool things that happened on the parade today. It was amazing. If you Google Bucks Super Bowl parade, you'll see all the crazy shit that happened. Like seriously,
I did watch a little bit of it, and I saw there was way too many people not wearing masks.
yeah, the
for
people in the stands, the people in the crowd that were hung up around the stadium, thankfully they weren't like. I'm glad they didn't have a real parade. I'm glad that they were on the water like hundreds of yards away from those people because it's Tampa and Florida has been pretty much living like there's nothing wrong for like the last 4 months. So I'm very happy that it wasn't a real parade where people could have gotten close to them. But yeah, it was pretty cool. You know, there was a lot of funny stuff that happened, and you know, it's cool. And I know they're probably going to end up doing something else, like maybe towards the beginning of next year. I think they plan on having a real parade, like once COVID is kind of really contained, and you know, once they maybe during the ring ceremony when they get their rings right before the next season starts. But it was cool. It was fun to see. It was fun to see Tom Brady drunk. It's the first time I think anyone's ever seen him drunk. and that's a first for many people because he was always so tight-assed in New England. So he actually cut loose and enjoyed it for like the first time in 20 years. So I was happy to see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, maybe hopefully one day in my life I will know the joy.
You guys got a good pickup though. I heard you guys got the Bears defensive coordinator or the Packers defensive coordinator. It was so one of the coordinators in your division left Chicago because Chicago didn't re-sign him, or left Green Bay because Green Bay didn't retain him, and either went to Chicago or Minnesota. I can't remember which one, but
yeah, I didn't hear anything. But then again, I really haven't kept my ear to the ground for too.
But yeah, that's a big hit because the Packers defense was ranked in like the top 10, and everyone thought they were going to re-sign him, and apparently the coach and him didn't see eye to eye on the contract, and literally the day after their meeting, he got picked up by either the Bears or Vikings. So it's a good pick. It's definitely going to knock the Pack down. He was a really good defensive coordinator. So interesting stuff.
It wasn't us.
No, it wasn't you.
Yeah, the problem. See, the problem is we hired some guy we hired Vikings defensive backs coach Durante Jones. LSU has hired Vikings defensive backs coach Durante Jones as defensive coordinator. The school announced, so we don't have. But our offensive coordinator Gary Kubiak retired, and so we just promoted. We promoted his son, Clint Kubiak. We just promoted him into the exact same spot. So, I mean, I don't know. We just need to suck for a while, and hopefully we can like crawl out of whatever hole we've dug for ourselves. Yeah, and that's just. Yeah. But that's fine.
The sad part is you guys aren't that far away. Your defense is decent, and you've got a great running back. You just need a more reliable quarterback.
The problem is that we have a coach we have a defensive minded coach who's old and the league has passed him by. So anyway, whatever. I was gonna say, just has anybody played any games lately? I guess we should ask that.
Oh, I've gotten a bunch of games in the mail this last couple of weeks since I've been on, but I've not played anything. I will play games for the first time in probably 2 months this Friday. I'm visiting my friend Richard, and we're going to hang out for the afternoon and just play a few games. So I have not played a game since the holidays, really. But I got Marvel Smash Up in the mail today. I got the Dice Thrones Adventures Kickstarter fulfilled a week or so ago. I got my copy, or I'm getting my copy of Bloodborne really soon. So I'll have some new stuff to play really soon here.
Valentine's Day is Sunday. It will be minus 36 where I live on Sunday.
More incentive to cuddle up with those you love.
Yeah, just insane. This is that chunk of there's like a 2-week period where it never gets above negative in the winter, you know, and it's just like the polar vortex comes and rolls through. You know, it's one of those things where it's like if you go outside and you're out for too long, you die. So don't. just, but whatever. It was
Same people move south.
well, whatever. It's why weak people.
No, we did the halfback thing. Like my wife's from Boston and I'm from New York originally, and we both moved to Florida when we were younger because our parents moved out of the cold. And then we lived in Florida and we got married and we lived in Florida all the way up until about 8 years ago. And then we decided we wanted more change of season. So we moved to the Carolinas because it's kind of the nice, happy medium. You get maybe a foot of snow the entire winter. So you get to experience a little bit of snow, but it's nothing like what Lance deals with. But in the summers aren't as brutally hot. We're close to the mountains. So, it gets in the 90s, but it's such a dry heat. It doesn't even feel hot. You're not dripping with sweat like you do in Florida with humidity. I really like the area we're in. We get 4 seasons and none of them are brutal and they're all pretty easy to get through.
Well, what's crazy is
I was thinking about.
So Sunday and Monday we're supposed to be like, the weather's just. I mean, at night it's supposed to get down to -36, -37. During the day it's supposed to hover around -18, but then boom, it'll be like flipping a coin, and then by Thursday and Friday it'll be 20 degrees outside. Which 20 degrees I know for a lot of people is cold, but for 20 degrees I can go outside and shovel my driveway in my shorts.
Hey, Aldi.
So
I'm gonna take down my homage to Tom Brady for just a minute to show you the shirt I'm wearing because
I was rooting for Tom Brady on it. So, but yeah, I want to see your shirt. Oh yeah.
I was thinking about
I got that when I also picked up the game.
I knew you saw the picture, but there it is,
Oh
baby.
my God.
The generous.
No, they didn't have the Pib Zero, but that's fine. I'll splurge and allow myself
calories.
I'll allow myself the decadence.
I wanted to pimp that shirt for you tonight, but I'm keeping Brady up for a little longer because I need to revel in it for.
It's kind of amazing. He's been to 10 Super Bowls and won 7.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
and yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
They what was it? What was it? Somebody said, "Here's a timeline from the NFL," and it said,
"Yeah,
Tom Brady goes, Tom Brady goes to his first Super Bowl. Tom Brady goes to his second Super Bowl. Tom Brady goes to his third Super Bowl.
And wins.
Calvin Johnson is drafted by the Detroit Lions, plays out his entire career, and is elected to the Hall of Fame. Tom Brady goes to his 10th Super Bowl."
Yeah, it is kind of remarkable. There was an article I saw that broke his career up in 3 sections, where his first 10 years, or his first 8 years, his middle 7 years, and then his last 7 years. All 3 portions of his career were Hall of Fame based on the numbers and Super Bowls he won in the first 7 years, the middle 7 or 8 years, and then the last 5 or 6 years. He's each quarter of his, or each third of his career, he's won multiple Super Bowls, thrown for top 5 yardage, top 5 touchdowns, top 5 passer rating. It's insane that this guy's lived 3 Hall of Fame careers already and he's still going.
Has he ever released his regimen, what he
eats,
what he does?
He has. I bought my wife. My wife is the Brady fan. Well, I'll be clear here. My wife is a Patriots fan. She's been a fan of his for a very long time. And while I rooted for her team as support her, I was never really a huge fan until, of course, he came to Tampa, and in which case now I'm all in. But I bought her his cookbook. It's called the TB12 book, and it's basically a book of his recipes and workouts that he did. And it's a 2 or 3 year old book, so I'm sure it's not completely up to date, but it has the mainstay of what he does to be in such great shape at his age. And it's amazing. I flipped through the book one time and it's stuff that I'm oh, sounds gross, like avocado ice cream and the shit he eats. He doesn't eat any white sugar. He doesn't eat any caffeine, no caffeine,
no sugar,
no sugar.
Does he eat carbs?
Zero. Not zero carbs because he's an athlete, so he burns carbs, but it was 0 white sugars and 0 calories or 0 caffeine. That's the mainstay of the diet. He finds everything, and he doesn't eat no tomatoes. Tomatoes is a bad thing. No strawberries. There's certain things that you just cut out, probably because they're high in natural sugar and stuff. It's really weird, but for what he looks like at 43 years old, 44 years old, it obviously works. So I probably need to follow it more. Maybe I could shed some of this COVID weight. But
COVID weight. Yep.
Yeah, but is he happy?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't think he's happy?
He's married to a supermodel, and he's worth $500 million, it's probably pretty happy. I can't
never know.
imagine
You
his
never
life
know.
would suck. I can't imagine his life would suck. You know, he's
He's
married
never
with
congratulated the opposing quarterback, and whenever he lost the Super Bowl, he just runs out.
Yeah. Oh, he's a sore loser for
Sore
sure.
loser. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, with that kind of stage, yeah, I don't think he likes being showed up, especially by people he probably doesn't deem as, you know, on the same level.
Well,
Yeah.
see, that's the weird thing. So, like, the Baseball Hall of Fame has an ethics clause.
Mhm.
Like you could hit, like it's why like Barry Bonds and like Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson and people like that aren't in the Hall of Fame. It's because there is an ambiguous like clause that just basically says if you are a shitty human, you can't get into the Hall of Fame. Now, obviously, there's shitty humans that are in the Hall of Fame, that are in there, right? So it hasn't always
Well,
been
like
applied.
McGuire and Barry Bonds, who were on
Well, McGuire and
steroids.
Barry Bonds are both on steroids, but if you go back, if you go back, like some of the players that got in, you can make weird cases. There's fringe players that made it in the Hall of Fame. I mean, one of my favorite players of all time, a guy Harold Baines, is in the Hall of Fame. Definitely didn't deserve to go to the Hall of Fame just on his stats. And not he was a decent enough dude, but like his stats weren't good enough. But it's just weird. People just end up voting people in for
It's a
whatever
popularity,
reason.
especially in baseball. It's a real popularity contest.
Yeah. So anyway, but with pro football, they don't have one. It's like you can be like the worst human being of all time, and the Pro Football Hall of Fame, the people that vote on that and decide that, there's no clause like that. So you have people with incredibly checkered pasts and problems and possible steroid use and things like that, and they just go to the Hall of Fame. I mean, it's just like because they just don't care. It's what you do between the lines. That's the only thing that matters. And you can make a case either way, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm not saying one way or the other that one's better than the other. It's just there's a disparity there. And here's the thing that everybody that I and personally I should say a lot of people forget, and I know I forget a lot, is that we think of these things. We think of the NBA, and we think of the NHL and the NFL and the MLB. We think of these, and since they've been around for so long, and they're a thing that's there, we tend to think of them as being like something other than they're not, which is a giant business.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, we
they
talk
are just
about,
a corporation.
Yeah, they are just a giant business. The difference is that like they put out a product that is a game, right, that you watch. It's like you almost think that like they're like some government like thing, like, but there's been times when like when the corporations have been subpoenaed, and things like that, and during the steroid scandal of like of the during the McGuire years and the Barry Bonds years, right? And players were called to testify because I don't even remember what the reason why was that they had to testify before Congress. It was something
It
to
was
do with
because
like
steroids were an illegal drug, so they were technically breaking the law. I guess it was like that one step, like deflating a football is not against the law; it's against the rules of the NFL, but not like something that Congress would get involved with. But the trafficking of the steroids was illegal narcotics at the time. Like they were taking them without prescription, they were illegally getting them and using them, and I think that's where the Congress stepped in because technically it would have been the same as if they were dealing with cocaine. It's an illegal drug that's not supposed to be distributed without any type of doctor's prescription, for like because steroids are used in medical uses, but these were being used in other uses. So I think that's why Congress got involved with the baseball thing, because they generally don't get involved with anything else.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just weird. I don't know. Whatever. Yes, Alan Brown just said, yeah, well, we'll talk about that in a second. Alan Brown just said, Lance covered a game this week. I did. It was like one of those things where, like literally a game that I contracted out for a Kickstarter like 3 years ago. Like 3 months ago, they reached out and they're like, hey, we're finally gonna launch our Kickstarter here in a few months. And it was like, well, and I told my wife that. She's like, do you even still have the game? I was like, yeah, it's sitting on a shelf downstairs. It's been sitting. I played when I got it. I played it, 2 or 3 times, with like my group at that time. And I was like, I gotta go dust it off and break it out again, and sit down and play it. I still remember the game pretty well, and played it a couple times with my daughter and my son. And yeah, but I actually did a board game review for like the first time, and I can't even remember. Well, I suppose I could just discover. I could go look. It's definitely been like a few months. It felt good. It felt good to do it.
Just felt like knocking the dust off, or was there a reason?
Well, just because to support their Kickstarter.
Okay.
And so, and the thing was, it was like one of those things where I got a feeling that I hadn't had in a long time when I've got done editing out the entire thing, all my takes, putting everything, splicing it together, getting it made, getting it done, and when I hit like the button to make the movie on Sony Vegas, I'm like, click, make it, and it's just like, oh, I'm done. And like that literally like took X amount of hours to get that done and create that, but now it's over, it's done, and I can just walk away from my computer. It'll take a couple hours to render it out, because it's 4K or whatever. Like it's like a 4, and I think that one was like 6.5 gigs, as far as the size. But I was just kind of like, oh man, that felt good. Like that sense of relief that now
games are fun, Lance. Did you remember? You remember now?
No. Making the video was fun.
Oh, okay.
Games are fun though. I've played way.
But here's the other thing.
Little games this last couple months.
I'm gonna toot my own horn here for a second. Like, I still got it. I can still just like I sit down. I have an idea of what I want to say, and I don't got a script.
6 hours later, he has it down.
Has it down. One take.
I don't have a script. I don't have a script.
What kind of game
was it? Narrative. It's really good. Forest of Radgast. It's a like kind of what
adventure game.
Yeah, it's a narrative. It's a narrative, a totally narrative, story driven game. It has a big campaign book of like who you invest, who you run into. You run around in the forest. You gotta find. So basically, the whole thing is that 2 children are lost in the forest, and so the people from the village go into the forest, and it's all based on Slavic mythology. And
Cool.
and so they go into the forest, which you're not supposed to go into because the gods own the forest. You're not supposed to go in there, but these children went in there by accident, and the children are playable. So like the children are played by a player, and the children can actually escape the forest without the adults' help. And in some cases, like like there's just a cool story that evolves each time you play. Cool. And then at night, like you switch sides basically. You stop playing as the humans, and then you take over as the mythological beings within the forest. And it's just like, and then you weave a story there as well. And it isn't really, the game isn't about like, oh, we got to make sure we work together and save everybody. It's like, no, it's just like tell a cool story. And yes, the goal should be that they manage to find a way out. And I don't want to give away any spoilers because there's tons of different little stories and things that can happen that are once again based all on Slavic mythology.
Is this on Kickstarter now?
Yeah, it is. They funded.
It launched today.
Yeah, they launched today. It's got like 90 grand or 95 grand.
Okay.
Wonderful minis, beautiful miniatures.
What's the name of it?
Forest of Radgast.
Forest of
Radgast.
How do you spell Radgast?
Radgast.
Radgast.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah.
I think. By the way, I think I played my game of the year.
What's that?
Sleeping Gods.
Yeah, I've been playing mine, dude. That game is so good. That game is so good.
How is it compared to the Forest of Radgast? It sounds like a similar formula. Different.
I think there's like.
Is there a paragraph book?
What?
Is there a paragraph book in Forest of Radgast?
Not exactly. I mean, like, so there's mythological creatures, and one of the cool things in Forest of Radgast is like you will like reach a clearing basically, and there'll be tokens, but the tokens are face down, so you don't know what's there. So basically, the whole idea is that you hear a rustling in the bushes, or like there's a chilly wind that strikes you, and like something is there, but you have no idea which creature it is, because you don't know until you flip it over. So you as the player have to decide, how are you going to contend with this sight unseen? And so you pick, do I run? Do I fight? Do I try to talk to it? Like, do I hide? And then you make your choice, and then you flip it over, and then that tells you which thing to go to in the narrative book. And then,
so there is a narrative book.
Yeah, there is a narrative book.
Okay, cool.
And you go to the thing in the narrative book, and then you apply the decision that you made to what happened. And I like that. I mean, some people are like, well, that sucks because I don't know what to do. It's like, well, that's the whole point.
Many people laughed and said, how absurd is Scotty Miller? And Cheetah came out and was like, I like
What
that.
is that?
Now,
Somebody's watching like some sort of NFL video. Somebody's still reveling in the wind.
No, I had a video on pause, and I guess I bumped my space bar, and it started.
So anyway, so with the Forest of Radgast, what happens is so something will happen, right? And it's just like, oh, well, then you compare your stat, and you don't kill anything. Like, you may fight something, but it isn't like, oh, you're like grabbing your sword and you're stabbing it and killing it. Nothing dies. It's just like, you don't die. That thing doesn't die. You just get kind of like, if you couldn't get captured. You can go on an entirely different side quest that has nothing to do with finding the children, but you have to complete the side quest because you've been bewitched. And again, I don't want to talk about too much because spoilers, and everybody should be able to investigate that. If you get the game, you should be able to investigate it and discover it on your own. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I mean, and I played it, like I said, I played it twice with my gaming group when I first got it. And then just to get a handle on it, I played with my kids like 3 more times.
Awesome.
We didn't copy anything. It was just like, it was always fresh and brand new and pretty cool. So
you're saying they're similar? Are they like one and dones, or is there more to it?
there's totally more to it. And it's just like, and even like when we lose, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, well, that was really cool. So Stick H, I'll have to watch Lance's review. I don't think I've ever seen one of his reviews. Well, that's because I haven't really done video for a long time. Though I think I'm gonna do a Sleeping Gods review. But I don't know how I'm gonna do a review of that because you can't give anything away.
I'll do the review.
Oh boy, here we go.
Awesome.
I posted one of those things, and I said, here's 4 choices. You can go ahead and you can pick one of these things. I gave 4 choices, and Sleeping Gods won. So
How much have you played of it?
I played with my daughter. We played 3 times.
Did you go through the whole deck 3 times, like the full campaign?
No.
Okay. Have you finished a campaign?
No, we haven't.
Okay. Just curious if it holds up. I'm 10 hours in for 1 campaign.
Yeah.
Wow.
8 hours. About 8 hours.
We've probably played a total of 8 hours. Just
And how many
because
campaigns
we've been playing after my son goes to bed, we sit down and play.
So 1 campaign is 3 times through an event deck. So you have an event deck. It's 18 cards.
Yeah.
So you're playing 18 cards 3 times, 54 cards.
Yeah.
And then it's game over. And you have 21 endings. So, and the world is so huge that you will never, unless you choose to, because everything's always in the same space. It's not random. You could go to the same things, but there's so many things in the world that you could go, even just based on the direction you go at the beginning of the game can give you a whole different game.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know about like once you beat the campaign, stuff happens that like if you play another campaign, I don't know if you have different starting location or if you have different items or different anythings, like different plots, different quests. I'm not sure since I haven't finished a campaign.
So how many come in the game, Scott? How many campaigns?
Unlimited. I mean, you could just keep playing it over and over.
Oh, it's not a set that you're eventually.
It's not a set campaign.
Okay,
It's an open world. It's the first, and I'm struggling to come up with a game that is so open world as this sandbox world. Can you think of anything, Lance?
No.
You just go.
Like,
explore.
There's things that I definitely that definitely have given me like the same vibe, but no, this is not like anything like that. No. It might be Ryan's best game.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, here's the thing. I liked Far and Away. Is it Far and Away? No, Near and Far. Far and Away was a Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah.
Near and Far. but it was competitive, and I was frustrated with it because, and there's elements of this, and there's not elements of this in this game, but I got frustrated with Near and Far because I had a character. I didn't have any characters with a certain ability. Right, you're drafting characters and making an adventure team, and then you go on adventures in Near and Far, and it's competitive, so you're playing for victory points and all that stuff. But it just frustrated me because if one person by luck of the draw got a character that had this ability, they would do better. Right?
Yeah.
That made me annoyed. Probably unjustifiably annoyed, because that's just games, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and play Near and Far again.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But
It's been a while since I played
this game, can I talk about it a little bit? I feel like I gotta talk about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
go
talking
ahead.
about it, Lance.
Talk about it.
You start out on a ship. You have a ship called the Manticore, which is a worker placement board. So that's at the beginning of your turn, you do a worker placement on the ship, and the ship does things for you. It has like different rooms that either heal you or get you more energy, like commands, or heal your fatigue, or actually I don't know if there is a fatigue. It gives you more command points, and you have these things called command points. You have a whole inventory of items that you can use your command points to activate, and then you have 9 crew members, 8 crew members and a captain, so 9 characters in the game, and you get all 9 at the beginning of the game, and they all have like 2 or 3 special abilities, and they all have specific strengths and weaknesses, right? Like some of them are good fighters and some of them aren't. Some of them are tough and some are not, and some are weak, but they have a powerful ability. So you have this huge crew with different stats, like, or different abilities, right? Some of them have strength, some of them have crafting, some of them have perception, some of them are, yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? They each have abilities. Then you just go on an adventure. You basically say, I'm going to this location and I'm going to read a paragraph, and it'll give you ability tests, right? So you'd be like, I need a perception 6, and that's a typical like D&D stat test, right? You're trying to reach a certain number of stat, in your perception, and you'll have successes and failures. It doesn't have fail and lose. It has fail forward. So if you fail a mission, you suffer a penalty, but you don't fail the thing. It'll give you the success. It'll say, like, let's say you're trying to open a chest and you fail. Well, you still open the chest. However, you maybe like stubbed your thumb and you take a damage, or there's a poison lock and you got poisoned, something like that. Which is really cool because you basically never fail. Now, I'm not sure that's 100% true all the way, but so far my experience has been, even if I fail, I can still pass. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So you never really get super stuck. Although I did see something where if you fail a couple times, you just fail. So I don't know. Maybe it's very rare though. And the sense of adventure I get from it is unlike any game I've played. You start picking up these clues. It has a whole keyword system. So when you go in the book, let's say you go into a cave, it'll say, do you have the keyword pink? Yes. Go to this page. If you don't, you read the paragraph below it. So you're like, well, geez, what is the pink keyword? I don't know. Well, I better write that down. So you take notes, because you might come back to that cave once you know what the pink keyword is, right? So you want to get Board Game Co. in here?
Yeah, I told Alex he could be.
Yeah, you should come in. Been watching a lot of your videos, Board Game Co.
Here, I'll...
Yeah, I think a problem I had with Near and Far was it was like the adventures weren't really connected. Like shit could just happen for no reason.
Yeah,
it wasn't really connected to the story.
And that happens in this game too. Like you could just come across a random. Can I give one spoiler?
Well,
you go
you're the
I
one
don't
who-
know.
You stumble across a thing and it's just something cool that's awesome, and then you're like, wow, that's awesome, but it has no real meaning, like, to the story.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell. Maybe it does at some point in the game. Maybe it would, but from what I could tell, it was just kind of like a one-off little cool adventure inside of a cave, But then there's another story that's linked to it'll say, hey, there's a town getting attacked at the island to the east. And here's a quest card. It'll give you a quest card, and you have to like, well, do I want to go investigate this or not?
Right.
And so I think within the first like hour of my game, I had like 5 or 6 quests. And then I sort of locked in on one specific quest that I tried to solve, and I couldn't find it. And then I had to like go back and read the clue to maybe to like learn where it was. And then I found it.
I'm assuming this is soloable.
Yes, I'm only
Okay.
soloing it. I feel bad because here's the thing. There's so much game in there. I can solo this and get my fill, and then in a year or two, when we get through the pandemic, I'll be able to play with my group, and I'll forget everything. And there's so much content in there, it won't matter because unless you play that game maybe 10 times, I don't think you'll see everything.
Now, do you think the multiplayer will be a deterrent for it, or do you think it's
I don't know, because
the solo mode is?
What you do in multiplayer is you split the crew up. So if we're playing 2-player, you'll get 4 crew, I'll get 4 crew.
Mhm.
And when I take my turn, I can only use my crew.
Okay.
And the captain. The captain's like a shared character.
I'll have to look into this one.
Yes, I highly recommend it. It is one of a kind. It will be a top 100 game.
Well,
Mark my
can't you-
words.
I mean, technically speaking, aren't all games one of a kind because they have different?
No.
Different. Oh, okay.
Well, you know what I mean. Every game is one of a kind, but like there will be.
He's got a piss in your
This
Cheerios.
game-
You know that.
This game has awoken in me a feeling I haven't felt in a long time in board games. Let's just say that.
Oh, really?
It's the game. It's made for me. It's perfectly. I've been waiting for this game for a long time. An exploration game with real sense of adventure, a sense of danger. I got TPK'd, and the combat system is amazing. It's not boring. It's really good. It's so good. Anyway, that's all I can say. Hey, Alex, have you played that game yet?
I have not. I have
Did you back
been.
it?
I played. No, it's one of the few I didn't. I played Above and Below way back in the day, and it didn't pull me in. And people have been telling me for a while since then that I should give. What was the last one?
Near and Far.
Near and Far. So like Near and Far, and now Sleeping Gods. So like I think Sleeping Gods is the one I'm going to give a shot because I've been hearing. You're not the first person I've heard been raving about
After
it.
watching your interaction with your family, I think they will love it.
Oh,
think
with my
so.
family.
Well, I mean, it's a really cool adventure game
Ooh,
with
interesting.
really cool characters. Like you're
Interesting.
controlling 8 different characters, and they all have personality. If you read all the fluff text, right, all the flavor text,
I have to give it a
they all
shot.
have
I'm looking.
backstories. They all. I won't say all of them. One of them has come into the story in a game in one of the paragraphs. They're not written generically. It was written to target this one character in the game's perspective for some reason.
Interesting.
So
But yeah, I have to get a shot just because I feel like I haven't been drinking the Kool-Aid with Ryan Lockett. Like I love the visuals, I just never got pulled in.
Yeah,
But I don't
fuck
think
with
I never gave it a fair shot either. So I need to do that.
I think the competitive nature of those games makes me I want to love it, but I don't because of the competitive. Because I'm trying to
Gotcha.
win, right? Instead of like, immerse myself in the beauty of the world that he has created. You know,
Well, didn't one of them have a co-op simulate, or a co-op section for it?
I don't know.
I get the two confused. I played both below, near and
I feel
far,
like
and
Near
above
and
and below,
Far
and I get
would be easy
them
to co-op.
confused.
Or I feel like Near and Far could have a co-op mode. Maybe it did in one of the expansions. In the expansion, I'll have to look.
I can't remember.
If it does, I'll totally get it again and play it again because I wanted to see the story. And as I recall, the story progressed. Right, you were playing on and the book is amazing. So the map in Sleepy Gods is like the spiral bound, book.
Yeah.
Where you flip pages to go to different locations, and it's beautiful. And there's clues in this map. Like if you get your magnifying glass out, you can see little things. Like, oh, there's a skeleton there, laying on the beach, or something. So
Yeah, well, looking at this.
anyway,
Yeah, I've been looking
The
forward to
co-op
the
nature.
what's it called? The documentary they have coming up. Because like Ryan Lockett is
Yeah.
like a one-man army. It's absolutely insane.
Oh yeah, he is. He is.
He's
Like,
a
is there
true
anyone
renaissance.
else who's remotely comparable in terms of doing absolutely everything?
I don't think so much anymore. Years ago, there were a few. If I remember
There's
right.
got to be somebody comparable, but
I don't think so much anymore, just because of the volume of board games and all.
Because like there's small companies, but like I mean, how small is his operation?
It's him and his wife.
Yeah, that's what I think. Like just the two of them.
And
It's-
I don't know if his wife was fully involved in all the games. I know she's in the documentary as a main subject of this documentary, but I
like
don't
I know
know.
individual companies like I can't think of like Valeria Card Kingdoms. I know Daily Magic Games. I know they're a company of two, but they outsource a lot of the design. They taught that the company is two, but the full operation involves more people. Versus this one, versus Ryan Lockett, the whole thing there is it's insane what he's able to do.
It is.
Didn't what's his name over at Bezier? Didn't he do it for a while all himself?
Who?
The guy from Bezier Games. I can't remember.
Ted Allspaw.
Ted
Ted
Allspaw.
Allspaw. I couldn't remember.
I
his
don't
name.
think he did the art.
Oh no. Okay, I thought he did.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did that.
Yeah.
He did do the art on some of those. Now I think he wrote a book pre-board game days of like how to use like Adobe Illustrator. Remember those thick ass books you would get?
Yeah.
Like the guide to the
Yeah.
Bible to the Adobe Creative, Illustrator or Photoshop. He wrote one of those books.
Oh really?
And he did a comic for a number of years. Do you guys remember that?
I don't remember that.
It's like ancient board game history. He had like a weekly comic with like meeples as the characters and stuff and pawns. I have one frame or 2 framed comics of his.
Same kind of like
Yeah.
art and stuff he did for like
Yeah.
Start Player and those things.
Yes, the little popple.
I always like
Pawns.
I like the little puns in Start Player more than the actual mechanic of it.
Is it a game?
Mm,
I thought it was.
It's a little deck of cards to choose who a Start Player is.
yeah.
And they have like all of these little puns and characters interacting back and forth. And I like pulling out the cards to see what joke's going on as opposed to actually caring who Start Player is.
Gotcha.
So Alex, if people don't know who this guy is, he has some like video channel where he does stuff, where he talks about things, about
Board games and things.
and things. But no, this is Alex Radcliffe of Board Game Co. If you haven't subscribed to his channel,
Oh, okay.
go
You
and
can
do
also
it.
sell all your games to him.
Yes.
What now?
Although I'm having much more fun with YouTube than
Oh,
anything
wow.
else.
I've got about 300 to offload.
You won't get very much money. Steal yourself.
Yeah.
But,
What do you run like I'll take your used games and
Basically, I've been running a retail operation on like for me, it's actually it's actually pretty cool to be on with Scott because like I've been running in the background on Board Game Geek for.
right, I'm surprised we hadn't really spoken before.
Yeah, it's just never. I mean, it's never come up, but it's been 8 years now. I think I've been on Board Game Geek since 2012, and I started doing a whole used game thing for a while in my basement, and then it turned into a full operation. And that was actually the original reason I started the YouTube channel, like as a kind of to market or whatnot. The difference is the things I actually talk about, I'm not very good at marketing in a sense because I end up just talking about games and I never talk about the company. So, and I just have too much fun. I like board games and I'm in this space because it's fun to talk about the things that I enjoy. It's fun to talk about Kickstarters that I'm into and excited about. So it's, on the one hand, I have a business, but it's not a ton of money for the amount of time I put into it versus this is actually a lot more fun.
Well, talking about games sells games.
Yes, to an extent. But like my audience that I'm pushing people to, like the business is all about like, people who are trying to save a few bucks here and there and get used games. And my main target audience is people who are dropping hundreds of dollars in Kickstarters. So it's very different audiences.
Do you back Kickstarters to resale?
No, I
Retail?
never got into that. It's something I've always debated, but
I've
it's
thought
a
about
whole
it.
different.
Unfortunately, you need a lot of capital for that.
You need
Look
capital.
at
You need
Game
to
Steward.
research
Game
it.
Steward does it.
Storage.
Game Steward sells thousands of Kickstarters and they pay full price. Buy
and
'em
Gaming
straight.
Goat.
Who's that?
Gaming
Yeah.
Goat guy, Jeff
Game
Bergen.
Steward. Go to
Jeff
the
Bergen.
GameSteward.com.
Oh, the Game Steward.
Yeah.
They've been a miss for me. Like every Kickstarter that I've missed that I want, they don't have it.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
I mean,
Yeah.
they'll buy 100 copies of a Simon Kickstarter right through the normal pledge manager at full price, and they always sell out. They're always asking for more.
They always double. I think they ask like 1.5 or double.
Yeah, it's not double. It's like 1.5 though. Yeah, like if it's $100
cheap.
game, they're selling it for 150.
Yeah.
No,
You gotta
the
make
small
money.
ones
and then so what they do is also, because I've been on that side and I can't speak to what you've done at Simon, but like they'll contact us and they'll be like, well, we want 40 of them, and then we guarantee that we'll give them 40, and then they're already going and selling the pre-orders.
Yeah, they've got them sold before they even come
Yeah, I
close
mean,
to
it's just like they give us the cash, and then like immediately afterwards, they're like, "Yep, you can get it through here." Which, there's so
The
many people that are
arbitrage of
late.
Kickstarter is kind of funny.
There's so many people that will allow people to do late pledges, though. It's just, I don't know. It's like, how do you?
Here's the
There's
thing:
still a big market for people to miss it.
30 days
Yep.
is not enough time for selling a
Mhm.
game.
Mhm.
It creates
Yeah.
the FOMO to get your like $50,000, $100,000 or whatever. But like after that, I mean, you should be shooting for like twice that, 3 times that.
Oh, way more than that.
Well, hey.
Well, for you, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking about like the smaller guys.
Oh,
Well, hey,
right,
since
right.
since you brought this up,
Here we go.
No. So Kingdom Rush on
Oh
GameFound.
yeah.
Oh
Bring it up,
yeah, I wanted to talk about this because
Load it up.
load it up. I have not
What's the
seen
numbers?
this yet.
What's
so
the numbers?
maybe share your
250?
screen.
250,000.
Last time I checked,
3,000
this was
backers.
this was still
How many
my
backers?
show, and
It's
Barry
roughly
shut up.
3,000 backers,
Mm.
$250,000,
They're lockstep with last campaign.
Yeah. which is honestly pretty impressive considering that's like it's 90% the
And-
same game.
And it's an expansion.
I
Yeah.
want to say this here. Let me share my screen.
Wait, they're gonna kill me if I don't do this. It's a standalone game.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But
So
here's the
the-
deal.
Here.
It
Okay,
just,
so here we go.
I
20
just got my copy of this game.
So
it's fun. I like it.
okay, so 21 days left, 250 grand, 2,600 backers. Now, two things I want to say about this, and this is, and I love Lucky Duck. I Vincent is a great guy. So don't, and I
But
But yeah,
no,
where's the
no,
but?
no, I know, and I
I don't
know.
want to read.
Because I'm going to
That's
say a few things that are going to sound like I'm disparaging, and I'm not
Mm.
disparaging. I think I wish them all the luck, and I want things to go. I just want to point out some things that I think, and there's also something I'm going to point out that I think GameFound does that is absolutely. There's tons of things that they do. There's absolutely amazing that is leaps and bounds above what Kickstarter is doing. So that being said, this is the only thing. This is the only game in town, technically, that like the only one that's crowdfunding on GameFound. And so every page you go to on GameFound, everybody who's using GameFound as Pledge Manager is getting inundated. Kingdom Rush. That's
Right.
all they're
It's-
seeing.
They have the whole page to themselves.
Oh yes.
I'm waiting for the question.
And those things are showing up everywhere. If you have any kind of GameFound cookie, it's feeding into. So you're going on the
Yep.
website. Hey, have you got Kingdom Rush yet? So you are getting spasmed with these ads. And as more people get in on this, as more people get in on this, then obviously it's gonna dilute it. Now that isn't to say that they're not making this money, and they shouldn't, right? I'm not taking anything away. That's something to keep in mind. I want to point out something that's freaking awesome. I love the fact it's like net stretch goal to unlock. It just
you click
lists
on
it
that?
right there.
Does that
Looks like
click
you
to
can.
something?
Yeah.
Like, does that click to a list?
It just clicks up so you can
Oh.
actually read it. But boom, it says you got to reach 260,000, and here's the bar. You know how close they are to, and then here I want to look at the next stretch goal. Hey, here's the next stretch goal. Want to see the next one? There it is. That is awesome. I don't have to scroll through a giant thing to find stretch goals. I don't have to
Yep.
go through and
Yeah,
look.
And even if
that's a
you do
good
want to scroll, the
innovation.
sidebar is very well done.
Yeah,
That's a good innovation.
thanks for stepping all over my touchdown call, Alex. You
Well, if the ball was in the air for
you
5
can
minutes,
you can
you won't
show
have
your
to.
you can show your way. I've had just about enough out of you too, Barry. Why don't
Man,
you
you're
just
like Patrick Mahomes holding on to the ball so long.
sit in your chair, drink your sweet tea, and shut your mouth? Anyway, so yes, as Alex was saying, so you scroll down. First of all, kudos to them. Hey, we have one pledge. It's like they have a featured pledge here. It's like, so you can just sit there, or you can choose your rewards. I like the fact that they have a featured pledge. So if you just want to say, hey, here's my whale, here's my all in. This is what I want most people to back at. You can just do that. And I can only assume that you can modify that as you go,
Yep.
right? But this on the side, this whole situation where it's like, what is Kingdom Rush?
Table of
What's
contents.
new? Like you
Oh, that's
can.
cool.
I want to look at the rewards. Fine, here's the rewards. There's no like what am I looking for? I want to see something. I want to see something. Oh, you want to see the stretch goals? There you go. It's like you want to see the videos that we have. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, this is freaking amazing. I don't know, some couple of weirdos.
Some
That
tool.
guy.
Some
Oh,
weirdos
who's
doing
that
something
guy?
here. I don't know.
Guy looks like a weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll just skip by that one. No, I mean, I actually watched yours. It's really well done. No, so and then like the whole thing where it's like, and there's something, refunds and cancellations, and just like all of this stuff is, and I mean, I don't know how they set up their thing. I use we use GameFound as our pledge manager, so I've set up pledge managers with them. But I can only assume that, I mean, they went high hog on this and did a really, really great job of making this. This is so much better than how Kickstarter is.
Mhm.
And it's just like,
Oof, yeah.
and good for them, for like saying, hey, look, this, you could be getting something like this where it's like it's 1,000 times better than what you're doing. So yeah, I mean, like, shipping, oh, here it is, here's your shipping, and like, again, and once again, we've talked on this, and I've done my like Kickstarter page review, and like, do the 3 scrolls, right? Like, and can I get all the information? Because that's what Kickstarter does. Can I get all the information? Here, I'm like, I want to know what language is.
Wait, I need some clarification. Is the 3 scrolls yours or Jeremy's? Because I heard that from him.
Well, he stole it from me. Well, no, I mean, I said it, and then like, so here's a couple of things too. I was saying in my videos a long time ago that like I always said, if a game's good enough, it'll get reprinted. Don't worry about it. And all of a sudden that became Vassal's law. But I know I said it before.
No, here we go.
No, that's fine. I love Tom. He's a good guy. He just I was saying it before he
Stole
did.
your
What were you saying?
Yes, I want to.
if a game's good enough, it'll get reprinted. Don't worry about it.
Not true. But yeah,
It's mostly
maybe.
true. It's not. There's definitely
No,
exceptions.
I don't think
mean,
that's true anymore. I don't
yeah.
think that's true anymore.
Yeah.
What's it called? So I want to touch upon what Kabuki Kid said in the comment, which I completely agree with. Going back to your being inundated with ads, he said that they're the first people to take a dip here, so like they deserve the attention. And this is said with no insider knowledge whatsoever, but obviously Awakened Realms had everything to gain by launching ISS Vanguard on GameFound, because whatever they lose on the one hand, they're picking up on building a platform and an industry. On the other hand, Kingdom Rush, I don't know what deal went on behind the scenes, but I have to imagine that while anyone and everyone's going to be tempted by the potential opportunities GameFound provides, they're also going to be terrified of losing whatever marketing Kickstarter adds until GameFound is a might unto itself.
But here's
So-
here's what I'm thinking, and I don't know for certain, but I'm guessing, and I don't know 100%, but I'm guessing they're not charging anything for it.
So, well, I don't think it's enough.
They are. They are.
They are?
They are.
Interesting.
I just found out today. I was like, oh no, they don't charge. Like Kickstarter, they don't. They charge 5% or whatever. They do. They have. Somebody just did an interview with Marcin the other day, and the marketing guy. They still do 5%, but they do like a thing where they give you like some kind of advertisement deal with it. Like you get like a kind of like, hey, like somebody will say, hey, we'll give you $10, but you can save on shipping, something like that. Well, they do that, and they kind of weave in some advertisement with it, so you get a little bit more action when your campaign's not running and different things like that. And I think they even add ads into it as well. So
Interesting.
yeah.
Because
I
I know those ads. I've
Okay.
seen the GameFound Kingdom Rush ads left, right, and center.
Yeah.
Well, so but here's the thing though, how is that going to work once they have more than just one thing though?
No, I
It won't, but it doesn't need to.
Right. Yeah. They basically are just setting up what this thing can do for you. So I think the big thing right now is, what does this look like? What does this feel like if I put more money into it? Well, before it cost nothing, because they wanted to get people to kind of invest and say, hey, you're going to be in a project. Now they're getting more closer to like, the promo time is running out. You might want to sign up now to check out all the cool benefits we have for a severe discount. And I think that's where they are. And then when I think the summer rollout comes and we get closer to where all the more like even like the spring, who knows when this cuts off, you're gonna have to pay the cost and see what they give you.
Because as the audience grows, as the features grow, people are going to want it for itself. It's the first people who are scared of what they're losing.
Right. Somebody said that I'm in a group for Kickstarter advice, and already people are asking like, what's up with this GameFound? What is ever? I'm like, honestly, these people know what they're doing. They run GameFound. I would just say, go with these people, go with them if you're willing to have someone that is really in the beginning stages themselves and knows how to support you. And I think the way they're presenting games is in response to the things that we're missing from Kickstarter, and probably could represent a game that's not as beautiful in a better light. Like I just think there's enough support there to even say, hey, like this page is kind of incomplete. Can you put these things here so the page looks more full? You may want to have bigger graphics because this will fit right here in this cube and whatever. you know, like I feel like certain strategies may work, and like right now they have such a small scope right now that you may get the support you need as a somewhat smaller publisher. Versus like
sure.
Kickstarter, it's just versus like Kickstarter, it's just
24
like
to 48 hour.
load your shit up,
You're
load
better
your
off
shit up,
talking
and
to
you're
a
good.
brick wall than Kickstarter.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's like, why not? You know, while you know Ryan's there and another person. I think there's only 2 people that are running the day to day. So it's like you got access and you can get through this process. And you know, I think one thing that Kickstarter people are not doing is being honest with themselves. Like, you know, like I understand that, like, you never know, like you would be, you know, Isaac Childress and make, you know, $300,000 on your first Kickstarter. But I mean, you definitely have to be realistic. And I think if you're realistic and you launch on this platform, you probably have a great opportunity to be seen by everybody on the platform at this point. So
Yeah,
that's a good
Well, are
financial risk to take.
They
You know,
have, don't they have like 100,000 users or something?
more,
Yeah.
350,000. Could be growing,
350.
And
Yeah.
and you're opting into advertising by being on the platform,
basically,
right?
at least
Maybe
initially.
Yep.
don't remember if I ever opted into an advertising clause, but whatever. I'm not their GDPR expert. Do you know if they charge sales tax? Like, can you put sales tax into this?
Oh, I have no idea.
I don't know.
I have never once paid sales tax on a Kickstarter.
I don't
Just
think I
curious.
have either, because I mean, in the U.S. the laws are like 200. Every state's gonna be slightly different, but it's gonna be like
Yeah.
you have to have like 2,000 transactions or $200,000 to an individual state before you have to charge, which for most board game companies is not something you have to worry about.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what you have to worry about.
Gloomhaven may have been the only one that would even come close to that.
Yeah, but I've never paid a sales tax, I don't think, for a
Okay.
CMON game.
Okay.
No.
But whatever.
I don't have
Um,
a sales tax.
It might
so-
catch
By
up
the
one
way,
day.
sales tax is a thing. Just FYI,
Yes.
everybody.
No, I think it's part
In
of that.
2019, it all changed.
It's overrated.
It's a government conspiracy.
It's a conspiracy.
No, I think, I mean, you know, it's cool to have a different system with better features. And here's the thing: if I never have to fill another pledge manager out again, I'll be great. It'll be great.
I'll be honest with you. Like, there are 2 things that like really are just dead freaking sexy to me, and it's when you load up a page, and you know how I beat up Kickstarter pages, Alex. But
I do.
I beat
sir.
them up. I beat them up hard. But to see what's unlocking when you open the freaking page is awesome. Like, if you come back to the page, like if I'm backing something, I'm excited about it, right? I come back to the page and I'm like, you know what? I'll look at, you know, see if they got to the next 100,000 by that time, you know, when I get home. It's like, I've been waiting for this, right? Primal, for example. It's like, I'm waiting for this damn daily unlock, but they please unlock the fucking thing. By the time I get home, I flip the screen. It's right there. The bar is right there. That's awesome. It's like, we're going to unlock this today. That makes you pay attention. And their mobile app, like their mobile version of this page, perfect.
It's solid.
It is perfect.
Yeah.
See, I'm
was like,
weird.
holy
I'm weird
shit,
in
this
that
is
after
perfect.
after I back it.
Yeah.
I'm weird because after I back something, I don't even go back. I mean, I don't care.
You know what, Lance? You know what, Lance? There are very few games where I do that, but it's just like when I saw this, I was like, man, this is like
For me,
exactly
okay,
what
so
people
here's-
want. Like,
and-
this
and-
is what you want. Like
And being,
clarity.
I think for me, it's like it's being behind the curtain as far as like, you know, how games are published and everything is kind of like one of those things where, you know, I know that I can look at a campaign and I can say, oh, well, maybe we can unlock this stretch goal. And it's like, yeah, they're not stretch goals anymore.
No, they're
This
not
is-
stretch goals.
They-
But
they
you
are-
know
they
that,
are-
Lance.
they
Lance,
are-
we
But
they
know
it's
are-
that.
still fun. It's still fun.
It's
Did you?
still fun.
ISIS Vanguard had daily unlocks, and I support that, and I think it's smart, and it's also so boring.
Yeah.
Even though you know it's fake, it's fun to walk in
It's
and have
fun.
the rush
Right.
of like what's next.
So you're saying it's professional wrestling.
I
Yes.
mean, yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great analogy. I love that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
use that, and then I'm gonna call it Board Game Co's Rule.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I saw it coming.
I like
not
it.
No,
I
but that's
like
actually that's a really great analogy. It's true. I'm a big proponent of using both, of using stretch goals to keep people invested and daily unlocks for when eventually you need to deal with the fact that mid campaign things aren't unlocking. You still have to. It's all still a game. It's all still a thing of what you plan on including.
And what
but-
do you have to back that up with? Clear information. So
Yeah.
I feel like that's a perfect example of that would be Primal. I could use Primal for all good and bad examples of how to run a
Yes.
Kickstarter.
Yes.
Like, it is the perfect example of how to run a bad and a good Kickstarter at the same time. And you know why they made so much money is because they did the right things up front and just being like, here's a shit ton of minis and here's just enough carrot on the stick. And like they couldn't back any of it up. They weren't expecting it to be that successful. And it came out with a marketing plan that did not work at all. And it had people asking very serious, very detailed, very specific questions that do need answers up until the hour it was about to close. And somehow they got away with that shit.
They half rallied the last 4 days.
What's that?
The last 4 days they semi rallied.
Yeah, but I mean, Alex, they were at, I kind of tracked it. They were at like 1.6 in the first 48.
1.5 in the first day.
Yeah.
The first day,
first day.
Yeah, and then from there, just a slow burn upwards.
Slow burn. I was like, they're going at like just over 2 going to the 40. This is crazy. Yeah. So they lost the steam. I did just to gauge how this worked for me at least. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna really pay attention to this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on BGG. I want to make a post. Just have people ask me questions. I was like, I did the preview for this game. Ask me anything. You know how many questions I got?
How many?
Primal?
How many?
Primal?
Primal.
Hey, you want to go to that thread? Like it was completely. I was like, oh my God. I was at home for the weekend. Like my son was gone and like my wife is like, she just zonked out, tired. And man, people have a lot of questions. So and a lot of very serious questions.
Did you do a live chat or a live?
No. I just put up a post and said, hey, I did a preview. This is a paid preview, but I was invested in this since day one. I just only, I said something like this only confirmed what I already knew, what I thought, the game was going to be. Ask me anything. Let's get past the bullshit questions. Why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to answer some questions because this is a lot of money. And man, I tell you, people had a lot of questions. That's unfortunate because those guys weren't ready. They didn't have all the proper information. And it's okay to not have all the right answers and all the information. But I mean, simply, I'm the one holding pages and they couldn't even explain this campaign and lore. They couldn't even explain that. And that's half the game, right?
Yeah.
It's like they didn't even explain their board in detail, what it really does. No, it just didn't. Like I'm sitting here saying, like, I could explain your game better than you are. I'm more excited about what's going on and I can explain how it feels more than you are. And that doesn't make sense. Like I should be able to look at your Kickstarter page and actually understand how this portrays action and why we did not choose to make a big board that you can run across and hide behind, like KDM or something like that, right?
Like,
and then also this is not KDM. It's not at all. So you got to kill that comparison. And even the notes that they sent us, they were more worried about Monster Hunter than KDM. And I'm like, you got to be able to address both. Like even the stuff you're thinking we should address or say something about. I'm like, I'm not saying anything because it just doesn't make sense. And it was a very interesting campaign of how to run a campaign and how not to run a campaign.
Because they did such a good job building community beforehand. I mean,
they sure
a little
did.
bit of a fizzle, but they had a lot of stuff. Like it wasn't those things that launches and like people are like, what is this game? Where did it come from?
Yeah. They didn't hold back. They didn't hold back. And they got the right people. The play tester from Wait Your Turn, that guy. That's a big thing because I hate to say this, but like he's not a big content creator, right? But he was out there making these nice little, 5-minute, this is the mechanic, this is that. Because after I heard about King of Average, he just kind of brought it up last year at the beginning of the year because I always pay attention to his beginning of the year Kickstarter stuff. And boy, he's got some good ones this year. And I was like, who is this guy, right? And he was doing such a great job of clipping these things together. So I got excited about it. I was watching them over and over again. I'm like, this card system looks cool. And they just did a great job. Found the community page. Everything was good. And when they launched, there were so many questions. I just never have seen that amount of questions. Now,
well, it was nice of you to do that thread. I'm reading it now.
Yeah.
They owe you.
No, I mean, seriously, the people who
they'll
like
make sure
the game.
they send you they'll send you a game
A free copy.
Yeah.
Shit, they can send me my fucking
of the
$300.
retail version.
Send me that $500 fucking dollar I spent right there.
No, the content creators
No,
who
no.
got their hands in it did a good job selling
Yeah.
it. We were all hyped about it. I mean, I know both you, me, what's his name, One Stop Co-op Shop as well
Mike,
was like,
yeah.
this is a big deal.
No, Mike,
Yeah.
Mike was like, dude, you sure this game is gonna be good? I'm like, dude, it's gonna be the shit. He's like, oh man, I'm so glad you told me to get that motherfucker, man. He was hype, man. And Mike, it's hard to get Mike that excited. Like, you know, he's a designer too, so he don't get that excited about everything. So he was pumped. Yeah, that game's a real deal. It is a real deal.
Yeah.
It is definitely the real deal. Now, of course, you know, your opinion and my opinion are two different things. Of course, everybody's opinion is unique, but damn, if you love card games, good ass card game.
It's interesting that they did take a lot of their cues from KDM, because remember when we were looking at it, it was like, oh, those
The card sizes, the card sizes.
Yeah.
But you know, everything you're doing with those cards is just different.
Yeah.
They don't have a chain system. Like that was one of my buddies. He's like, well, it has this system. Like, no, there's no chain system. Like where how you place the cards in your slots and stuff like that. Your cards are your health. You know, that's a very interesting part. Like the equipment cards are your health, and they combo based on, you know, like your different elementals and things like that. But you're also having a risk by the type of armor you choose, because it's weak against two things and strong against two things. There's different elements of choice that are going on versus KDM, which has sort of like a grid on your board that interacts by kind of lining up these things. And you know, plain and simple, KDM, you're chucking freaking dice. You hit a 6 or higher, or you miss. You know, and then you got to check and see if you hit, and then you got to roll the kit. Like, this is not the same. You're playing out your hand, offense, defense. Hey, let's move over here. I'll pull aggro. You get in position.
Oh, is it diceless?
Yeah,
It's diceless. Yeah.
It's diceless. Yeah, so I'm like, oh, that's it's not the same. Like, that's not
No,
the
so I
same.
mean, I keep comparing it to Marvel Champions. I think it shares a lot of the same notes. A very different actual end product, but a lot of the same overtones.
Yeah, I'm just like, it's not the same, guys. But once again, not clear in communicating that. It's not, you know. So I think from now on, when I do like these bigger previews, I'm going to do something like that. If I got some time hanging out, why not? The people want to know. The people want to know.
What else you play, Jeremy? If you wanna...
I'm putting away Bloodborne right now.
Oh man, I just played that.
All 27 boxes?
No, so I'm working my way.
No, wait,
I'm working my way.
Oh wait, you said Bloodborne. I think you said Bloodstone.
Bloodborne.
Sorry.
So
Bloodstone.
I'm working my way through the base game right now. So I played the first full deck. I'm gonna put this away, film a video this weekend, and then I'm gonna go to the Chalice stuff.
And send a link. You're going to send a link after you film the video, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just making sure. Sorry, excuse me. There's something in my throat.
So I got some stuff going on. Oh no, I'm not going to film that video this week. I got to do something for Game Toppers. But I've been working my way through that. I'm going to work my way through that stuff. I want to play some more of the game anyway. Otherwise, I'd be like, yeah, I played through the deck. It was awesome. Like, come on. So I got to play the game. I'll just tell you early.
What do you think of that timer system?
I hate it.
Okay, so here's the deal. I like it and I don't like it. It also, I think it depends on player count. Partly because if you're playing by yourself, solo, I have not played it with 2 players. I haven't played it with more than 1 player yet. It's hard to get things done. Even if you can come in and out of the, what's the name, the Hunter's Dream and stuff at certain spots, like it's still hard to get things from here to there. And like safely, like it's almost like you almost want to get somebody to, you know, in a certain spot so that you can go here and I can go there. Because the timer, man. Whew, I mean, like, let's say you're fighting a boss, right?
Yep.
And you are up against the end point of the game and you have that last reset, right?
Yep.
You've done the work. You basically have 2 turns. You know, like you have your last strike basically after that.
Right.
And it's like, but you're working from square one at the same time with 3 cards. You know, like even for solo, that's tough, man. It's tough. So yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing. That
Have you
was
played it
a
yet, Pete?
What?
Have you got to play it?
I've not got my copy yet because our we always get our backer stuff out first, and then
Right, then you get the second wave.
once we have our leftovers, then the company sends me one. And with no conventions coming up, it's not like I had to learn it right away anyway to be able to like talk
Right.
to it, explain stuff.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
gotta
So-
get it to the table.
Yeah, I mean,
I
normally I would have played it, but with no office visits either right now because of everything.
Right.
I'm behind the backers. I won't get mine for probably another month.
So
Just
dig this.
curious about that
This
timer.
is what's really cool about the game, though. This is what's really fucking cool. So you got these 3 cards, and I like card games that make you everything's on the line. You got interesting decisions. You got 3 very important decisions. You got 3 decisions in your hand, and you're deciding whether how you're going to move. You're deciding if you're going to go to the hunter's dream. You're deciding if you want to fight. You're deciding if you want to interact, and you have to do all that with 3 cards, okay, for that turn. And the risky part is when you get into combat. So in Bloodborne, it's combat is a risk. It is an exchange of blows sometimes, or it's just wait, I got into a fight. I need to get the hell out of here. And you're like, oh God, I got to get out of here. And this game does that because there's like an attack and a response, no matter who's fighting. Like if you're fighting the enemy, attack response, and then it's based on speed. If the enemy's fighting you, you still get an attack response and that kind of thing. There's just really interesting card play to that. And the cards all have these different abilities on it and stuff like that, but it all plays out in speed of the actions. And the 2 different sides of the cards, by the way, have these different sides, with different speeds on them. So when you put the attack card on there like this, it also adds to the attack, and it may stagger them. Like in the video game, you hit them and they go like, and then you can just hit them with a big blow. But then the opposite side may have quicker versions of that and a different ability. It's pretty cool. And I think when my initial thought is like, how Cthulhu Death May Die is just like, get it done, chuck dice, 60 minutes, 75 minutes, boom. This is a card version of that. You're not going to have super long games. You can make it long, and you can play that full campaign deck like this one. This is the second one. You can play this full campaign deck 3-4 hours. I think about 4 hours, just based on what I did with the first deck. Unless it's like way more complicated, but I doubt it. So that's pretty freaking cool. I mean, that right there, that to me, that's like a next level thing. And I hope CMON keeps doing that, is making these campaign games, or hey, you can just play these in sessions, and there really are sessions, like, all right, we played 2 games of this, that's fine, then we'll just go back and play the other, play the rest of the deck. Like it seems very doable. So yeah, that's a major plus, is to be able to play a game like that in a game night and have a hell of a time like that for 75 to 90 minutes max. So,
and again, how many of these giant campaign games do we need?
But to me, that's not a campaign game. If I can play this in a game night and have a full experience and tell you a full story about what we did last night versus like, hey, we started our campaign of Gloomhaven, like there's 2 totally different things there, or if we play Cthulhu Death May Die, I could play one, scenario. That's a full-on scenario. We'll have a shit ton of fun. We're going to have a big climax at the end. Live or die, chuck 9 dice. Hopefully it works out. You can tell that story tomorrow. Like there's this right here. There's chases in this game. There's not just like hack and slash. There's a lot of decisions going on. They figured it out. That's what I would say. They figured it out. Results may vary, of course, right?
Yeah.
So,
as always, anything it's subjective based on what you look for in a game. But
right,
I like the direction we're going with our bigger games, and they are more compartmentalized and more segmented, so you can actually have an experience from start to finish
Yeah.
in a relatively short amount of time.
And I just like right now, as I want to go back into, I say, to my dungeon crawly roots, that's what I want. I want that. You know, like I don't want to feel like I got to break out pieces of paper to continue. I don't want to get too deep into the save system. You know, like I like save systems. I appreciate them, but I don't want to get too deep in the save system. And if the save system is just like, you know, put these decks aside. I mean, the next thing I want from these companies is just like, hey, have a save deck compartment. You just take it and put it in there, and it's like a spot in the insert where you just put your little save deck cards. That'd be awesome. But other than that, I mean, this is all I ask for. It's just whether it has longevity. I'm going to play some more of the stuff, you know, see if it wears thin or not. Because I want to find out what's exactly in these other ones. Like I want to try the Chalice because they're one shots. So I like that.
So you like it then?
Yeah, I like it. I like it. So far, yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah.
You see me. I was gonna ask. What was I gonna ask you? I was gonna ask somebody something. Is anyone back to? I mean, I haven't back to Kickstarter in forever.
I'm back in
Kickstarter.
I'm back in Ludwig.
Yes, Forrest. We'll let you sit at the big boys table.
I did my 100th Kickstarter critique today, and I will say, of the thousands of Kickstarters that I've looked at, like just in general, because I mean I'm very active in the Kickstarter community before. This was the worst. It was the most difficult time finding out how much money to spend I've ever seen in my life. It's insane how poorly it is. I'll post a link. It's handcrafted dice. They listed it as technology for some reason, and there's like 18 different pledge levels that you can go to. They have like a flash sale. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life. It's terrible. It's just it's so hard to figure out how to spend it. Like I literally spent about 25 minutes just like how much money do I need to spend, and it's bizarre. It's the most bizarre.
Did you get it?
Oh no! I just did a video on it, but I did post a Kick Booster link. So if anybody backs it, I get 5% of whatever they spend. I found a new website, which might be some extra money on the side, which is pretty cool. But I don't think many people are going to back this because I crashed the hell out of it. But it was just it was so hard to.
Always hustling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. No, I've gotten comments. People are like, "Hey, I love that you're doing new stuff. Keep up doing more of it." I was like, "Well, cool." I thought there was going to be like some kind of blowback, but it's like, no, you know, people don't give a shit. I mean, so I did I'm doing knives. I'm doing everything, and along with board games. But yeah, this was like try to go to it and just there's a flash sale going on right now, which is cheaper than their pledge levels, and so people are like, well, what the fuck? Why is it cheaper if I buy the flash sale? What is a flash sale right here? And it's just
So it's a silly gimmick to try to get more people to back it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will be so there's this. Has anyone heard of Kick Booster?
No.
Kick Booster is this really interesting website.
Really?
Can you say that one more time, please, sir?
Yeah, really.
You want to know my weekly rabbit hole? I have a theory that there are companies in China that are putting up Kickstarters pretending to be Americans.
There we go.
No, I swear. So if you've seen my videos, any one of them, you know how deep I get into these Kickstarter videos.
Where's the fucking hat? Where's the fucking hat for us?
Dude, I get
Where's
so
the hat, bro?
There's so many things that I can't chalk them up as coincidences. They use the same like graphs every once in a while. I'll see it. It's just I've like really dived into their pictures because I'm pretty sure the one I looked at a couple days ago was using just stock images. They're like, this is our team that are doing it. And I like zoomed in and I'm like,
that actually.
This is not your team.
I like that.
I don't believe it.
It's like somebody who doesn't.
Wait. I don't understand. So what do they do?
So I believe that Kick Booster is running a lot of these Kickstarters, but they're pretending like they're just someone else running the Kickstarter.
Oh,
like
a team in America.
Yes, because and the reason why I say this is because I've noticed so many irregularities in the kick booster ones that I don't see across the board in
my
any of the
gosh.
board
Oh my
game or
God.
any of the tech.
But
So
who
bad.
benefits? What's the end
Right.
game?
What's the end game?
Well, as I put in the videos, if you are from China and you're trying to trick us into think you're American, just tell us from China. Nobody gives a shit. We're here for the dice. I don't care where I'm buying the dice from. I get the it's so.
So this goes back to the question: who benefits? What's the grand conspiracy theory about what's going on? Who's the beneficiary of it?
I don't know. I don't know if there is one because I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. I've even reached out to Kick Booster. I've said, "You guys are fucking terrible at your customer service."
Yes.
I told them
Yes. No, that is amazing. I love you for doing that, by the way.
their updates and comments. What they do is, and I've noticed this on all their stuff. They polish and they polish and they polish and they launch the boat. This is the expression I use. They make the most spectacular boat, and then they launch the boat, and then they're like, "All right, fuck off." I went through one. They had a 34 days without posting an update. 34 days on like a $600,000 project. That would never happen in board games. People would riot, and it's just it's so weird. And then it's just. I don't know what I'm on to, but I'm going to keep doing more kick boosters because I'm hoping it's actually going to be some revenue. But
honestly, you should have a series about this. It'll get views. Just your deep dive.
So you're an affiliate. You're an affiliate with Kick Booster.
No. You sign up for it, and they give you a link, and if someone clicks on the link and buys it,
Forrest.
Oh yeah.
Forrest is the Cindy or what? No, Julia Roberts of the Pelican Brief right here.
Yes,
she's going to crack this code.
Everyone
no
I've
one,
told
we're
about,
gonna find him in a
everyone I
ditch.
told about the Kickstarter has died.
Everyone has died. Great, you've just killed us all, Forrest. Thank you.
Well, and and I do have to hustle because I'm, if you got 100 things bringing in pennies, it's a lot of pennies. And so, and the way it is, I mean, some of them, and honestly, Kick Booster works. You remember? Have you seen on Kick Booster that weird back thing? It's just like an Asian doctor who's holding up like this big orange thing that you put on your back on a chair. I would speculate that the reason why that's so popular is because right now, if you go on Kick Booster, you get a link, you get 30% back if someone backs it. Now, I have yet to get paid on any of these, so I haven't been able to test out the paying. I'm going to eventually do a review on it once I start to actually generate some revenue from it. But I think it could be something. Like, I wouldn't want them running my project because their customer service has got awful. But
so they must take a cut of the project. Then.
I have not looked into it.
The money doesn't come from nowhere, right? I mean, it comes either out of the project or the creator puts money into it and pays Kick Booster.
Yes.
Because how do they pay you? With what money? Right?
He hasn't gotten any money yet.
It has to be, but I know, but assuming it's not a scam.
Well, I can share my screen if you want to see the inner workings of it because it is kind of interesting. Yeah.
Do they have a video? Do they have a video? Do they have a promo video?
I'll be right
back. Oh, you're not gonna.
Oh, dude! If they had a promo video, I am all in on this page.
Until I get back, I want to see it.
I'm signing up for whatever emails they have. I'm all in. Like that's a
Lance,
perfect
can you
waste of my
share
time.
Forrest's screen?
I'm so torn between.
He does it. He shares his screen.
I'm so torn between how scary this whole concept is and how much I want to be away from it entirely.
Alex, this is where we go. But
the problem is, if it's actually true, you know how much money I can make from affiliate links?
No, I know. Just
go ahead, buy these dice. They're incredible.
Well, here's the thing, and that's why I was really happy with my video today because I'm going to say at the beginning, hey, there's a link down here. If you click it, I get a little bit of money, and I even told you I get like $1 for every 20 you spend. And then I absolutely just shredded the shit out of it. So if you watch that video,
you make more money from trashing things than you do from being a shill for companies. Audiences love to hear critical feedback, even when it's garbage.
Oh, even
when it's super terrible advice, unprofessional advice.
I mean, seriously, if I didn't work in the industry, I've sat and thought that it's like if I didn't work in the industry, I would turn my channel into like just this is why this game sucks. You know, and why
Lance made $65,000 on his last Jedi videos last year. That's how good it is.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
Like clickbait. Caps like clickbait thumbnail.
Yeah.
Just
it's like.
Oh, I saw a good clickbait today. It was Rob. Rob had a good clicker. I even clicked on it. I thought Rob was making videos. It was about his cat.
I know. I saw that.
You got me.
I saw that.
Oh, Rob with his cat?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I know, dude. I know.
I was scrolling past that right after all the Antlab stuff. I was scrolling past that, and I was like, another one's gone? Like, what's going on here? And then I read the comments, and I was like, oh, this is not him leaving the industry.
I'm gonna leave this up to Lance. I am blissfully ignorant. I have absolutely no clue what the hell is going on.
No,
Stay
Forrest,
ignorant.
no.
Stay ignorant.
I swear to God,
Are
when
you
we were
talking about?
talking
Are you
about it
talking
last
about?
week,
No,
I
time out. Let him say what he wants to say.
when we were talking about it last week, even I left to get a giant piece of cake and ice cream, and I came back in the middle. And I've been so busy with my kids and everything I'm doing, I legitimately have no idea. I know
Say
Ant
that.
Lab posted a video. I know Ant Lab started something new. I know, but I'm like,
I mean, just because I work in the industry, I'm gonna go pretty hands off on this. But I mean, all I'll say is that Ant Lab has a channel, and there are people that for their reasons, don't appreciate them or don't like them or don't want them to be part of the hobby. And then if you want to dig deeper into that, feel free to go anywhere in the board game industry right now, any kind of social media.
that is not true. That is not true because everybody pussyfoots around it like goddamn.
Guess
Okay,
what?
well,
Guess what,
they-
Forrest?
okay,
Forrest,
here's-
Forrest,
and they
all
should.
all the shit you need to know, honestly, if you really give that much of a shit, is on the Facebook page in these groups that you post links in.
Oh yeah.
You don't need to know much more than that.
But you
Go to
see
any-
that there's
go to
like,
any-
Like put like this:
comments.
if you did not know, starting on Monday, even before this, you have just as much information as you did today.
Well,
'Cause
the-
basically,
the crazy
you're
thing
looking
is
for a
that
fact.
all of them. Yeah. Okay.
You're looking for facts. There's
I
no
don't want.
facts.
I don't want to talk over
No
you,
facts.
Jeremy, here, but
Okay,
the crazy
go
thing
ahead.
about it is that you will lose your mind for us because you are Mr. Name and Shame. Name and shame.
No,
Ain't
do
gonna work
not,
here,
do
bro.
not, no.
Because you
Not
are
gonna
nuke the site from orbit and
Mhm.
just and then pour through the ashes, and
No.
and nobody is
Safe.
standing up and saying these are the people that we have a problem with.
Yeah.
And they
Because
shouldn't.
Should I be
And they
that
shouldn't.
person?
No,
No,
you shouldn't.
I know
Okay.
you shouldn't.
If you
I
have
mean,
people attacking back and forth, it never ends.
Do you, like this? Do you know? Okay. This is the fallout. This is something I never want to talk to anybody who does this. Make a video. Tell people vaguely. Say Dice Tower, then ... It's terrible. Then say there are these people. It starts a witch hunt, right? It starts this witch hunt. Vagary, and promote your next channel while doing so. And saying, hey, we're going to do like a tell-all book on our other channel, but we're leaving the board game industry. Launch a page, get all the fucking subs in the world, make a video, continue to be vague, laugh at and smile and grin about the chaos you've caused and say it's not that big of a deal and still be vague. That's fucking terrible. And people got hurt, and people got blamed. And nobody will ever need to know the truth because you know why? It's just cardboard cubes and plastic. The people involved have fucked it up, right? They already fucked it up.
Post in the
But
chat.
we're not. But there's nothing worse than saying. There's nothing worse than having hundreds, really, honestly, of people wanting to be part of some old shit. Like honestly, like, hey man, let's find out about some old shit. Wait, what happened? What happened 3 years ago? You know, like. It's just old. It's old shit. Like who actually wants to figure that stuff out? And then when you explain people involved, it's interesting. When you explain the people involved that people are saying, it's like most people don't even know who the hell they are. So, like, why do that? Why do that to anybody?
So it's not even.
It's just terrible. It's just terrible. Like it's actually terrible. And I had someone message me today out of the blue. Why don't you come out and advocate for bullying? I'm like, who the fuck does like bullying? Like, I mean, honestly, what do you? Who likes bullying?
Okay, so I just have a quick question.
Who
Over
likes
under
bullying?
is what actually happened more or less interesting than playtest the penis?
It's yes.
If it's less, I don't care.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
less. Okay, I don't give a shit.
It just bores me to fucking tears, and it makes me pissed off that you got people who are actually like receiving death threats over this stuff.
Whoa.
And you got some people smirking and laughing it off. Like, it's like, man, fuck that, man. Fuck that. I mean, I get wrong. Hey, I get it. You're over this. You're done with the industry and stuff. But it's like, I know people hurt you, but on the way out to do that, you know, I lose respect for people like that.
So there's
and I would say that to their face. I wouldn't get behind a keyboard and say that shit. Like, I don't know. I would just say, man, I lost respect for them. It's not cool. That's not the move, as I would say. That's not the move.
I disagree with their exit. and the way it was handled, I also am sympathetic to the social world we live in and the way people just continuously drop things again and again and again.
Mhm.
I disagree with the exit, but I'm sympathetic.
Wow.
I don't like the exit. So you are cool with the exit when saying like, hey, we're gonna name names. The truth is gonna
No,
come
I
out.
said I disagree with the exit.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I
they
said I
named
disagree.
names?
No, what
Sorry.
I'm saying is I'm sympathetic to bad decisions made after
Yeah.
years of things never being let go. I
Yeah.
disagree, but I'm
Yeah.
sympathetic.
Yeah. I mean, like, I get it because I get it. Like this,
right, where they get called like right wing Republicans, and so they quit for a while and they came back or something like that.
Yeah,
you know what?
and more, but yeah,
And more.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't follow that bullshit because I don't really care. Stupid shit on Twitter.
But I'm just saying, like, that's the thing. It's not that important, but people got hurt. You know, it's not in the scheme of it. Like the most important part is people got hurt. You know, like both sides. Some people more hurt than others at the time, right? And that's not it's not cool at all ever. Retaliation is not good either. So it's like, but I don't want that. The hard part is the temperature on it is so hot because of the vagary, and that incites. You know, you're talking COVID people, man. These people are fucking pissed about anything, and it's like they're looking for something to be scathing about, and that like you can't make a mistake right now. You know, you can't make a mistake. The shit that happened to me, that was 2 weeks ago. Now you're talking about some people who said they're leaving on their own. And it's just crazy to me. It's just so crazy. Like it's absolutely ridiculous. And we've allowed this to happen. We're eating it up, you know, and I'm so glad that a lot of channels really aren't talking about it and stuff like that. I really am. I have respect for the people who are just not like, hey, let's talk about rumors. Like, this is just fucking.
I will say the
it's bigger than this, man. It's bigger
I want to put
just,
this like this.
Oh, no.
You guys are contributing to this right now because how vague you've been makes me actually want to go through these 700 billion.
No. Forrest, it's the other way around. It's a few people on the other side of a keyboard don't matter.
Right.
This
it doesn't matter.
None of this matters. It's about just treat people the way you want to be treated and move on. It doesn't matter.
Guess what, Forrest? What you think is missing?
I don't understand the context. Like, I get the idea.
Dude, the context is they got into some bullshit 3 years ago, and you don't know all the details, and you never will. And
so
it's still
nothing
residual.
New.
It's still residual. They tried to do something new after they came back because they had a kid or something like that, and people squashed on it. Brought up the old shit from 3 years ago. They made a video that said, hey, we're leaving. We're going to name names. They started a new site. The new site, they launched a new video, didn't name names, and then they're still going to do everything they said they weren't going to do in that video.
Okay.
Like, come on, man. Like,
they didn't
whatever, man.
Names. I don't care.
Just have a good time. God bless you on your journey. Like, that's just sucks, man. It sucks.
This is disappointing. I was actually really looking forward to this conversation and it being something juicy and sexy. And
no, life should be boring for us. The board games can be juicy and sexy. You want juicy and sexy? Back Bloodstone. That is going to be a fun game.
Back Bloodstone. Goddamn.
Forrest, this topic is as juicy as a piece of dry white toast.
Thank you, sir.
Bloodstone. Is that my Thursday? Are you giving me my Friday Kickstarter critique?
No, it's next week.
Going up on the 16th. 16th.
Yeah. Next Tuesday, 16th. Okay.
Yeah.
What's
this is Skybound Games and what's it called? James Hudson, and it's going to be Druid City. And I haven't played all their games, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be my favorite of them.
All right.
Wait, Wonderland's War might be good. I haven't played that yet.
That seemed pretty good. I didn't play it, so
I like Tidal Blades.
Just a quick.
Blades is fun as hell, man.
Correct? Next Tuesday.
Yeah. Next Tuesday, the 16th.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be
hot
right here.
Hot takes.
It's going to be hot. It's gonna be hot, man. I'm trying to get them to play it with me this weekend. So if you want to play this weekend,
what we chased Scott off, guys.
Oh, he said he was gonna come back for the Kick Founder. Oh, damn.
Did he leave because of this conversation?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he wanted to stay as far away from it as possible.
Probably a smart move. I'm a dumbass. I love to venture into this super sort of
shit.
Yes, you are, Forrest.
Hey, here's the thing. I don't make blogs because I know that I'm a bull in a china shop when I get talking. And so I just try not to even cover it. Like, I would love to do stuff like this, but I know I would piss everybody off because I would say something. But hey, Lance, when's Ragnarok's going live? I'll do one on that too. The first day it comes up.
Ragnarok is fun. Just played it.
23rd of February.
February.
What is it?
What year?
2021 in the year of our Lord.
If you don't drop at least 5 times doing that video, how this is clearly some Chinese sponsored Kickstarter, I will be disappointed.
Yeah, you should definitely highlight that.
Well, I'm planning.
I can assure you, we're done talking about the stuff you don't want to talk about. So
we're
please
going
come
back to Kick Booster, and yes, and this is because I plan on doing 2 Kickstarter critiques a day now. Like they're that popular for me.
I just want to one more time say again, it's just like, please do not let this fester. Like there are people just way too connected, and it's just so ridiculous, man. And it makes people, there's just too much rumor, and I hate when people use rumor and get their get their torches lit and just run forward, and like try to separate people. It just separates community. Like it just does.
I love how you put that. That was perfect right there, Jeremy. Grabbing the fucking pitchfork.
1 second, Lance. Did you say you assured someone that we're done talking about?
Yeah,
this?
I did.
Okay,
now
we have to be
we're going to
done.
talk about fun things.
What do you want to talk about? I'll talk about anything else. I'm just done with it now. Like I'm so man.
Yeah, I do think you put that beautifully though, Jeremy. Running forward with your pitchforks, just and torches, because that's both sides.
And they don't even know where they're going towards. Who? Right?
And
that's
so
the craziest part.
I play tested a game that today.
Boring.
I bet you was
actually funny for us.
I bet you was boring.
Actually, I'm going to head out because I have to get up early and I want to go sleep with my Tom Brady pillow. So I'm.
Oh my God! Get the fuck out of here! Jeez! Get the fuck out of here!
Good night, all. I will see you next
Peter.
week.
It was good to have you on, buddy.
Once every 18 years, I'm taking my shots. Damn it.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
Hey, Pete. Thanks again, man.
Oh, no problem, man. Look forward to seeing them videos.
All right.
Forrest.
Laters.
Good luck, sir.
I played a game that King Raccoon is going to publish, put on Kickstarter here in a few months, and Gray Fox is partnering up with them, and I gotta alert it so I can do streaming of it and stuff like that when they launch. I think it's
this game. What is this game? King Raccoon. What did they bring it?
King Raccoon is it's a publisher in Russia.
Yes. What do they bring?
It's called EOS, and it is this crazy kind of pirate themed.
Yeah. Somebody show me. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, it's like EOS. You gotta like you have to defeat demons and liberate angels, and like your pirate ship is like a thing that you have to level up.
Lance, I like the new cover.
Yes. And moving on. So thank you for your feedback on that. You weren't the only people I showed that. I showed that to our family plays board games. And I was like, and then the emails I got back were like, I was like apologizing. I was like, I am sorry. I am sorry.
Hey, bro, we gotta keep it real.
Just like I felt bad, but I was glad that I got very good feedback, and now things are different. So no, EOS is like so it's like you're like there's this island that's surrounded by demons, and you have to kind of figure out a way to get past these demons, and your ship gets attacked by demons, and like little imp demons like you fester and infest your ships, and you're trying to liberate angels that are trapped on this island. I mean, it's completely over the top. I mean, I was being taught the game by a very nice person that works for King Raccoon Games, and and it was one of those things where it's like he's like, I'm not really big into the board game hobby yet, but I'm really enjoying it. And I was like, I can tell by the way you're teaching the game to me, because he was just all over the place.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, no, and it's not his fault. I mean, like I mean, it's just like it's like after you've played, people like, if you had to guess how many games you play, I mean, I probably played 1,000 board games. So after you played that many, you're like, okay, how to teach. It's like, hey, I'm going to show you how to play this game because I've done it and I know how I would want to learn. And so then it was just one of those things where he got done after like a 40-minute teach, and I was just like and I said, let's just play. And it was just me and him playing. and it was like just within a turn though. Even though there was 1,000 things going on within a turn, it was like just slick, click, 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 playing. I'm
Yeah.
excited to see them launch that, and you know, it's crazy. We're going to like Ragnarok's is gonna launch, and then we gotta support that. Like
Ragnarok is coming when? This is
23rd.
right?
23rd.
February.
When,
This year.
when are we playing that, dude?
Oh, we can play it tonight after the boom, or we can play it whenever you got
Dude,
time, man.
I gotta sleep. I actually do have to sleep.
Lance,
All right, but
Where's Aldi? Tell him to come back. Somebody tell Aldi.
He said he has a Windows update going on.
okay.
yeah, tell him I'll glow about FAM, because I played FAM tonight, and I'm gonna play it solo this weekend, and I really, really like it.
God, I still haven't cashed in my.
As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm glad you said that because I'm gonna punch it right now. We're gonna play it tomorrow night.
It is. I played it. We played it 3 players. One
Yeah.
person hated the shit out of it, and the other 2 of us were like, "Oh my gosh, I want to play it again."
Yeah.
And it's going to be different every single time, because it's the big gimmick is that there's like 60 plus different cards, and each one of them is just different, and it's a different beast. It's a Friedman Freeze game through and through.
Yeah.
It's just.
That means nothing to me.
It means
Oh,
that
you don't like Friedman Freeze. I just watched your I just rewatched for the top 10 worst games on Dice Tower. You sir. I forgot how much you trashed Friedman Freeze on that.
I gave him a whole number.
I forgot.
I didn't pick a game. I picked him.
You were like, my number 7 is
That's fucked
Friedman
up.
Freeze.
Wait, what's the list?
He hits and misses. That's just fucked up.
Hey, I'm sorry, man.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Well, then again,
Hey, man.
I
Hey,
was
got
putting together
people-
this table
yeah.
over here behind me, and I just put that on in the background, and I was like, I was cracking up.
You know what was great is that Roy does the production in the background.
Yeah, I know.
He's like, I couldn't tell him, right? I was like, oh god, because he likes his games, and oh my god, that was like that was the best reaction to me.
Wow.
Although Wingspan was like a huge one, I was like, oh
Roy's
my
in the
God.
chat. Roy, did you tell him? Did you tell him in the end?
Man, dude, oh my god, that was great. Oh, it's great. Boy, Roy,
Yeah.
he's got a job. He's got a job back there. But yeah, that was fun. That was a really fun time. Interestingly enough, that was right when COVID got
I know.
started.
I know.
That weekend, I don't know if I said that to you, but yeah, like the week that happened, that day I was leaving, the president was talking about locking things down because Florida had X amount of people die suddenly. They were like, he was like, man, you might want to go to the airport early. So it was crazy, man. So I got out of there. My wife had to quarantine when I got back. And thus it began, So yeah, I'm so glad I was there that weekend.
Insane. It's been a year now. It's been it's been a year. It's
Mhm.
absolutely insane. The road
Oh,
we're on.
actually, this week, I think it would be this week.
Mhm.
Yeah, like this week or 2, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember March was when Ohio went into lockdown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. We need a convention bad. Well, we need to get outside more bad,
Yeah.
Yeah. As a whole, we just need to be together more. I think everybody needs to see their families more, see their friends more.
I mean, everyone sees their families quite a bit nowadays. You mean the extended family?
I was
Yeah,
gonna
they
say,
send it family.
like I'm in
Yeah.
this point where it's like, come on, Grandma, don't die, don't die,
No.
Please don't die.
You don't want. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like if you just want people to be alone, you don't want to. I mean, people have been alone long enough. Jesus Christ, sometimes 2 ain't enough. So
Yeah.
yeah, sometimes 2 ain't enough. So
Aldi is back, Mister.
Had to
I got
reboot.
a Windows update.
Perfect
how
timing.
convenient.
It was perfect timing.
Oh Lord.
Are we back to Kick Booster? Are we back to Cockabee?
Yeah, I want to see what it.
Kick-
I want to see the Chinese government trying to take over Kickstarter.
Chinese infiltration is by far
you
the
allowed
safer
to-
topic
Are you
here.
allowed to
I
show it?
swear to you.
Chinese infiltration is a safer topic.
Here's the thing: I've
I
gone
love it.
through 3 or 4 that are Kick Booster, and I didn't start connect. The more I do it, the more I'm connecting dots.
All right, now I'm into this shit. Let me open my damn browser. Jesus Christ.
Actually,
you
never
can't
stops
get pulled
for us.
in.
I have
Never
attention
stops.
deficit hyper disorder, not
Right.
unlimited amount of time, And I don't get piss test anymore. So yeah, it never stops.
Here's the problem. I had a friend once who was
Agree.
into the whole Sandy Hook was fake stuff. And I'm telling you, if you spend no,
I'm
it's
going
not.
that
It's
far.
not. No, we're not going that far. But I'm telling you, if you dive down into any single conversation, anyone and everyone can throw enough things at you that make you doubt everything. Enough things
Okay.
you can't answer that you're like, well, I guess that's a reasonable question. It's just these things are crazy. Everything's crazy. You just gotta,
Alex,
yeah.
I can believe in Space Jesus too, and I can send you on a 6-hour run down Space Jesus. It's interesting, but it's not needed. Like, it's not needed. I can't believe people do that.
But that's what I'm saying. My point is,
cannot
it's
believe people
always
do
there's
that.
always going to be questions. There's always going to be things that
Okay,
don't make sense.
So walk us through this. Walk us through how
Okay,
this
what are we
works.
doing?
The basic Kick Booster website. So I've only found out about this the last few weeks. And so
You've been sitting on this for a few weeks and you haven't
No,
shared with us
actually-
now?
few
Yeah, the
days.
checks are
He's
coming in. That's why.
doing
Let me
scientific
rephrase that.
research.
A few days. So
Zero.
I haven't got any boosts.
I'm beginning to see why they haven't paid you yet.
Well, yeah, I set this up.
So they don't have my payment information yet. I've yet to
but they
confirm
have
my payment information.
They have a marketplace, and a lot of these are ones you might recommend. So you might recognize.
Okay.
So the most funded, this one right here. This has raised $777,000.
Right.
It's because you get 30% back. So if anybody clicks on your link, so let's see, if I want to go to boost this campaign, you
Okay.
can see my own private link, which but this, have you seen this picture?
Nope.
No.
It's been towards the top of Kickstarter a lot on the popularity, and I'm pretty sure Kick Boosters kept it up there, but they don't do much in games.
So so if you get that, if you get that,
while you're doing this, because I
I know,
can't see
Jesus
what
Christ.
you're doing.
Oh wait,
The blank mask. I've seen the blank masks.
okay, go.
Wait, are you
click on the blank mask.
faster
Click
or
on the
not?
blank mask. I want to see the blank mask.
The blank mask should say, "Do you want to look like a total knob every day
look like Daft
of
Punk?
the week?"
This is Indiegogo.
No, just do you want to be a knob? Be a knob. It should just be a knob.
But that's the basic premise of it. And
It just says be a knob.
So it gives you an affiliate link.
yes, but only for very specific ones. And here's the thing.
Man, let's get off this shit. I might buy something.
Every
This is worse
no
than
way,
these fucking
dude. There's
Facebook
no
ads.
way.
And you remember
Actually,
what I bought off
here's
the
the thing.
Facebook ads last year. You remember what I bought off the Facebook ads last year.
if you
Oh,
buy
my-
something, you should buy something then and see if it updates it, because it might be a freaking scam. I was thinking about doing it myself to see if it's a scam.
It's not a scam because they actually are putting these are click-throughs. It's not that hard. And you get affiliate links just
Yeah,
like Amazon.
These campaigns signed up and said, "Hey,
Yeah.
if you market our stuff, we'll pay you," and
We'll
then
pay
it's
you.
a mutually
Right.
beneficial relationship.
This is just a really good way of doing it versus
Wait,
like
wait,
Amazon,
wait.
where it's just like
No,
wait and see.
you're
You can do this,
rushing.
like,
You're rushing. I don't think that's the case. I don't.
Go ahead.
And this is
Inform
what I'm
us
talking
more.
about here.
give me some
I'll
juice.
go pull up one.
Okay, give me some juice. Let's go.
They have a very familiar ebb and flow in every single one. Let's see. How do I get to here?
Okay, so I get the link.
So we have a very polished video.
Please don't
Every
have porn
single
in the
time.
link. Okay, here we go.
They have a very polished video.
Okay.
This is 4 minutes, and it's beautiful. Like, it's great. Look at this.
Okay, we don't care.
Must
No,
be a scam.
what are we doing?
Go ahead.
And then we go to the story, and it's insane redundancy.
Okay.
Every single time, it's redundant. They never get to the price. They make you go over here for the price.
Okay.
But they're actually collaborators. They have their fingers directly into the pot. They are
Okay.
collaborating on this project.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Yes, and I think
Because they need
that
to know
these are not real people.
you made a sale.
Oh,
No.
you think these are not real people?
I
huh?
think that they are essentially taking
Oh.
Chinese products from Chinese companies and hiring people on Fiverr potentially and saying, "Hey, make these fancy videos for us." I'll go. Let's see if I can find the stock images. These stock images look fake as.
From what I've heard, people who are on Fiverr making Kickstarter videos cannot be trusted.
No.
Yeah, they can.
Oh,
Oh,
Ooh.
I will say, I don't think trust is one issue I have with my viewers. I think my viewers trust me, but look how fake people look. Look at this shit. Like, wait, there was the one. There's a guy in the background of one. Like,
These do look like Shutter. No, that one looks like a Shutterstock. Slide
yeah, like
down.
look at this. Look
Slide
at
down
this.
just a little bit. That was a
Who's this guy
Shutterstock.
showing
that
this
looks
to?
like a Shutterstock.
Who's
Slide
he-
down a little bit more. That's a Shutterstock right there.
Yeah,
These look like
do a
Shutterstocks.
reverse lookup. Do a reverse image lookup on that guy.
I don't know. how
No,
to-
they've been altered. Right
Save
there.
that
Search
image.
Google image. Search Google image right there. Lower.
Search which one? Okay.
Oh, you have it built in.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, am I? See? Oh my
No,
god,
wait,
am I crazy?
no. It's finding similar things.
Yeah.
Similar, but
Similar.
not exact.
Yeah.
The question is, all those images do have the water bottle in them, so they've either been doctored or they're.
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
or-
no,
yeah,
go back up. Scroll back up.
Go back up.
The very first image.
that is the one. There's no other.
That,
images.
that
click
is
on
the
it.
image. Yeah,
Oh,
that
that's
is
the image. Oh, just cut out the one piece of that image and find that guy.
Oh, interesting. Oh,
Just,
that's
you know what I mean?
yeah.
I can do it.
Okay, cool.
Do you have,
But it's
do you have
not
a
just
image
that.
extractor?
I want to show you
Trust
another.
me, this can be done. I'm pretty. Yeah, I'm a little. But okay,
Wait, who's this
but-
guy?
but
Who the fuck
no.
is this
Okay,
guy?
but hold on. This can be done, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a scam. The scam, if you want to call this a scam, is they have the products. They are basically making a Kickstarter Facebook ad. So
Yes.
they are going there. You buy, it funds. It's actually an easy fundable thing because you have the massive audience. They fund for $33,000. They send everything from China, just like a Facebook would, 6 to 8 weeks, sometimes longer. Oh shit, it showed up. And that's it. It's not going to hit the board game audience because we're too crazy and out.
Oh, there's some crazy liability here. They're showing
there's some
that
crazy
bottle
liability, but
getting put in pond water in it.
right.
And I'm not saying it's a scam. I just don't think they're being forthcoming.
It's just a
I
model.
don't-
What
And
do you
because here's
mean?
the other thing. Where was it today?
What,
This
what do you mean about being forthcoming? It's such a simple, instead of click ads, like it's just a page. That's it. Like instead of click adding and you just go on and hit PayPal, buy, this is back the project. And it's for a product that already doesn't need to be manufactured. It's probably already sitting in a warehouse
here's the
somewhere
thing.
already.
I'm 99% sure that we are just buying these Chinese products like this.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm saying.
you
I'm
mean.
saying you're buying products that are already
So
made. and
what's
ready
the
to go.
difference? Claustrophobia or 1643 did the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't
I
care.
don't have an issue with it. I just want them to be forthcoming about it. Like Infinite Dice, when I was young, I was immersed in Greek myths, bringing myself into it and eager to control my destiny. The RPG gave such an opportunity. Our imagination.
You know what? You know what? You know what? No. You know what? Go find Caden Daniels and tell him to fuck off. Okay? Tell him to stop making this bullshit online.
Well, I will say I did
Message
go
him.
far.
Message him and see if he messages you back before the end of the campaign.
I did actually call one of them out, and I said, "I think you're a Chinese company." And he
Oh
said,
my
"No,
God.
I'm totally not a Chinese company."
Oh
And
my
I said,
God.
You
Well, no, I
You
said
are
it as a
ass.
compliment.
You're
I
such
said
an
it as a
ass.
compliment. I
You're
said
such an
this
ass.
is a compliment. You have ran your Kickstarter so spectacularly well
my
that I don't
God, you're
actually
such an
believe you're
ass.
just a random dude on his couch in St. Louis. I
Forrest,
believe
if you're not careful, Aldi's gonna have more Windows updates in a minute.
Oh my God.
I don't feel like I'm saying anything that controversial.
Oh my God.
I found
Forrest.
the guy.
Aiden
I found the
Daniel?
guy.
Are you
I found-
serious?
I
Did you
found-
really?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Share
Yeah,
your screen.
I'm pretty sure it's the same guy. I mean, hold on. I'm not sharing my screen, but I'll give you the link.
Please don't
Okay.
have a moment.
Is this the same guy? I'll send you the link. It's in chat.
All right, how do I
Okay.
I don't know how to use computers. How do I get to chat? How do I get out of here? How do I stop sharing my screen? I'm scared.
Top of your screen. There's
Oh, you're gonna
still
click on the link I just
Close
sent
the
you.
porn link. Open up other link. Close the porn link. Open up another window.
Okay, here's chat.
But share that. See if it's the
That's
same guy. It
definitely
looked
him.
like the same guy.
That's him. 1 second. No.
An iStock photo.
No way. Pull up the
That's
original
him!
one.
Oh my
No,
No. Pull
I'm
up,
not crazy.
Forrest,
No,
Forrest,
that-
pull up
put
the
it back
original.
on the,
Pull
put
it
it
back,
back
pull
on the
it
screen.
Pull up
back
the
Put it back
original
on the
scene.
screen.
I want to
Okay,
see
I'll
this.
get back to it. I love you, Scott. Now I don't feel so crazy.
No.
Tell my wife.
Oh my
That
God.
is 100%
Put
him.
it back on the screen.
That
This
is
fucking
Put it back up. Put it side
Pull
by
it
side.
back up.
Okay, I will.
Jeez, it's like
Internet
being married to
detective
Forrest must be
tonight.
the most aggravating thing in the world. Where he's just in his own world. It's like oh my gosh, oh my gosh,
Oh my God.
No, it's not just her. It's my kids.
Hey,
Like,
Lance, I just want to let you know Bigfoot doesn't exist. Don't
Oh,
fucking
whatever.
try us.
That
Don't
is
try
like-
us tonight. Don't try us tonight.
Just so you know, there is a game coming to Kickstarter. It's like finally prove that Bigfoot exists. I've seen it
Get back to-
advertised to me.
all right, here we go. I
it's
got
not
the
on
picture
Kickstarter yet.
next to the picture. That is totally him.
That's totally him.
See,
Yeah.
I'm
Where's
not
the picture?
crazy.
Where's the picture? Where's the other one?
Where's the other picture?
Put
Yeah,
the other picture.
They're right next to each other. Can you not see them?
We can't see
No,
it.
you're only sharing.
no.
You got to share your whole desktop.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
man,
showing
all right.
us individual
Smiling Korean guy is sitting at desk. Jesus.
That's the guy, right?
window. What-
Nice guy.
Is this it? Now can you see it?
It's the same outfit.
That is the
I'm
same
pretty
guy.
sure.
Yeah.
1 second. I'm pretty sure.
You should post that in their
position,
comments.
but that is his hair.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so you see the
that's
right
the
side
same.
of this.
That's the same outfit.
You see the same. Yeah, I was gonna say. You
Yeah,
see
it
the
is.
right.
That is the same
That is the same outfit. Yeah.
Let me see what
It's just faded. It's just got a different
So,
filter on it.
so they're
Wait,
trying to say that this.
wait, pause for a second. Lance, can I have this? Is this the point where we say, "Oh wait, so maybe Forrest isn't as crazy, batshit crazy as he always sounds"? Can
Okay.
So,
I get these every once in a
so
while.
are they?
Dear
I mean,
Lord.
but okay, but
Forrest.
here I want to just. Are they actually saying that like this is our team
Yes,
designing
this
this?
is their team.
Okay, go back to the page.
We work for
Okay.
no. This is so
Let me
weird.
find-
They
let
say
me find the other people.
traveler.
Wait. No.
Together.
Hold on. Open the other page again because it says Auron.
Oh god, this is why can't somebody else do this? This is so much pressure.
Oh, I'm figuring this out on my
maybe if you
side
close
too.
one of your 50 fucking slots
Okay,
there.
We gotta check. We gotta figure out this Auron thing.
What am I looking at right now?
'Cause
Aura?
we're looking for Auron, this company, because
don't
this
think-
is a stock photo.
Yes.
So are there other photos with him with this Auron company? Does Auron have an actual website? I mean, we're almost there. We're
I
almost
don't
there.
think so. When I looked for a picture of this on the internet, it was really hard to find it.
Because what they've done is they've been a montage of.
Yes.
Yes,
what it is.
that's what they
Yeah,
do.
okay.
That's the for like
Oh, dude, this is not real. This can't be.
I told you, it's not just me. Like
This is not
Well,
real.
okay, it could be a real thing. It's just that these people that are on
Yeah,
here aren't
yeah.
real.
wait. So you're saying there's a Chinese company that's pretending like they're a different company? So everything I said, like I'm telling you,
Okay, this
these
is
40 minutes.
No. Okay, this is what it is though. Like you can take pictures that are stock photos. It's
Yeah.
not like those people are real
Yeah,
people. But what I'm saying is that once again we are down to the beginning where we were. This is a company that already has the products produced.
Yes.
They are basically you're basically backing but buying them, just like Claustrophobia, where it was just like basically, hey, we're gonna fund in 6 seconds.
You should report.
We're
Yeah.
gonna ship from our
we could-
warehouse because we have 10,000 copies.
Could report this project using false.
And report the
images.
project though, yeah.
But if I report the project, I won't get those sweet affiliate links. So hell,
You're not going to make it.
Forrest, that
You're such a
Korean guy,
sleazeball for
I
doing
get
that
like
too.
$12 if you buy this water bottle, Scott. You need
You're
it.
so sleazy for doing it. He's like, well, no, it's bullshit, but I hope it checks out.
Well, I don't.
Yeah. I hope I'm wrong, but
I want to make $2. I want to make at least $2.
I don't feel like they're doing anything. It's just it's
But
weird.
Forrest, you say
that's
you
100%.
say that, but you say how credible you are, right? And you say how you whatever. Why put a link where you think some shady shit going on your page
Ooh, because I
for
need,
$1? I mean, really for $1, right?
I need to look. Well, it's not just for $1. Like if I because here's the thing, I
It's
don't.
about
I
the
mean, even
principle
for
of the
more.
matter.
You're basically putting a value on your supporters. So if
But
it was $10, if you made $7 off that video, you would have $7. But at the same time, you said your audience was worth $7.
But here's no, Jeremy. Here's the difference here. I say at the very beginning, this is not paid. This is, and then I trashed them. I trashed them and said, I think this is fake.
No.
I talked about how I think it's fake.
But you're still making money on the back end of it.
Yes,
So
but
you're
I'm
basically
upfront.
saying, you are taking the Maury Povich brand, right? You're saying, hey, this is
Yeah.
shitty. This is absolutely hilarious, but click the link below. Hope you had fun watching me, and hopefully you're paying me. And also supporting a company that could probably be shady because it would all work for me and my $7.
Yes, 100%.
I want my $7.
Well, here's the thing.
I want to keep saying $7. It's just
Here's the thing.
arbitrary.
No
I
one
mean,
can
it's
take
barely
a-
enough to get a meal at McDonald's at this point, right?
No one can take a moral high horse on me because I am paying like it's you know
you have to
I
pay
look
for
at
this? You have to pay to be in this?
the money. I need the money. Like this is gonna be a revenue stream. I'm gonna do a kick booster video every day. Like every single day, my plan is to do a board game one and then to do a kick booster one every single day. Post those links down below and be blatantly honest.
Dude,
Like-
no, Horace.
Hey, somebody needs to sell peanuts outside the fire.
You
Okay.
have time on this planet, man. You only have
How long have you been waiting to bust out
that?
that expression? Somebody needs to sell peanuts outside the
I
fire.
just can't fucking take it. Bro. I can't. Oh my god, I love you, man. I can't fucking take this one.
Just define for yourself, Forrest, how much do you need to make per video for it to be worth it?
Oh, there's no number.
There's a number.
Alex,
Oh, there's
There's gotta be a
prepare
minimal.
yourself.
Going down this path again.
Alex, I want you to ask every question you want to know the answer to because you're gonna get it.
I just
gonna
want
get
to
it.
know what the number is. There's time,
Ask
energy,
the
and attention
questions.
behind a video.
Ask
Like,
the questions.
what is the number?
Yeah.
There is nothing. I post videos that I like 12 views in 6 months. I don't give a shit.
No,
I
but
mean,
you can't. No. If you're saying you're doing it for the enjoyment of it or it's something, oh, that's all cool. If you're saying you're doing this because you need to pay the bills, then I need the number.
Okay, the number that I hope to make in a year is about $12,000 in a few years. I want that to be around where I'm hitting. And the best way that I can do that is by I make a little money off Fiverr. I'm going to hopefully make money off this Kick Booster. I'm going to make money off doing Kickstarter videos. I'm going to make money off the YouTube, the Amazon.
How's that going? Did anybody hire you for the rulebook stuff?
Oh yeah, that's going big. I've already raised the price up to $30, and
Dude, fuck more.
Well, it's 30, 60, 90.
I'm making people pay for my food at the Sizzler.
Well, I come from a scarcity mindset, and I always have, and the price is slowly going up. But no, I actually want to start compiling quotes because I've had so many people.
I found one of the other models.
Ooh.
Okay, dear Lord, never let me do anything to annoy Aldi because he's apparently good at this game.
Yeah. Forrest, the Korean guy we just saw, do you remember him being in other ads?
Yeah, that's actually a pretty interesting. Have you seen?
I have not, but now that I'm going to do a Kick Booster every day, I probably will. Because the thing
or click on the guy's name and see if you can find his name in other projects.
Yeah.
I didn't
or the woman Scott saying it was a woman. You said right. You found.
I found the.
Can you launch Kickstarter projects with the same name, different email?
Pretty sure, because
like if you had like Gmail accounts, you can just do a Gmail account and it's all attached to you. Can you do that with Kickstarter? Do they have to verify something with you to say you're an established business?
I don't think so. I'm
just wondering if the guy could be the exact same name person with the exact same fucking picture, different email, and then get another, like kind of like keep the fakeness going.
You just create a fake name. You just create a fake email, fake company.
Right. Yes.
Well, yeah. Every single Kick Booster that I've been has first created. It's always first created.
It'd be like Rob Scott, like Lily Wayne, just different rappers, like different names. Just like who is this guy? So yeah, I'm just wondering what, to what lengths can people work around on the Kickstarter stuff.
Either way, I'm glad you found this interesting, and I'm glad I'm not crazy because I told my wife about this, and she said, "I have no doubt in my mind you're correct, dear, but I really don't. I don't want to hear about it."
That was totally a wife move.
That was a smart thing to say.
Or at times, you got to learn to be quiet.
No, that was good. That was good though. He actually had tonight. He won the day. Tonight he had won the day. He won the day tonight.
Thanks to Scott. Thank you,
true.
Scott.
Thanks,
That's
Scott.
truth. That was truth.
Off the shelf internet tools.
Yeah, that was the truth.
But I mean, that means that Kickstarter does not do any verification. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Obviously, this is a completely false company front.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see. I really want to start going back to some of these Kickstarter videos I do, in particular the Kick Boosters, to see what the quality is like. Because now I have this subsection of projects, and I could say, all right, did they deliver, and did it actually live up to the hype? And then I can start. I can really beat the shit out of them on these videos if they stopped. Like, I'm excited.
Well, okay, so wait, you're gonna get the product, and you're gonna buy like one of the products and just say, hey, did this live up to the hype or what?
Oh no, I'm just
gonna look up like Amazon reviews or something like that, or whatever.
I'm gonna go to the comments section because they'll be honest in the comment section.
Do you? Hey, Lance, do you get a decent surge in your projects, like comment section, when the game like finally gets delivered? Is there like another kind of like response?
Usually the first surge of comments isn't the delivering, it's the people who are, where's my package, because someone 2 doors over got their package.
Right,
you get tons of those.
I get it, right? I totally get when people are like, hey, where's my stuff? Right? Amazon even has that as their thing. Where's my stuff? It's just like, there's a reason. It's people want to know, hey, I gave you the money for this. And especially like if you have a thing that's late. And here's the thing that I've always kind of been annoyed by is that like, and I mean, and to be fair, it's like, my boss has said the same thing, and I've heard it's just like Kickstarters just go late. I mean, it's kind of like the industry norm. And I've always been like, why don't you just say 6 months later then? I mean,
a variety of reasons.
I know there's a variety of reasons, but I mean, it's one of those things where it's like you have to, if you say, yeah, we'll get you this game in 2 years, kind of thing. Well, people are like, well, I'm not going to
That's
back
true.
it then.
Right.
I'm not waiting 2 years for it.
Right.
But if you tell them, 9 months, knowing full well that it's probably going to take 15,
yeah,
you just
and then we all put it on our most anticipated list, and it's not gonna fucking make it in the year. Like, no, it's most anticipated in 2021. I'm like, I don't.
My
think those
favorite
ones are
was
gonna make it this year.
Mike from the Dice Tower when he's doing his top 21. He put he put one of the Kickstarters on. It's like it was supposed to deliver in December of 2021, and everyone's like, "That's not happening. Who are you fooling?"
I know. It's like just went to print.
Yeah,
some people have had.
but I think Kickstarter numbers often, not always, are the best case scenario, and life rarely is the best case scenario. Things don't go 100% correctly all the time. But we give ourselves, I mean, I got my day job as development, and we don't lie to a single client. We tell them what an estimate is of how long something should be. And that's assuming things go well.
Right.
But like we also warn them, just so you know, that's assuming things go well. And across the project, there will be things that don't go well. Expect to be like 20, 30% over. That's how it works.
Yep. 20, 30% over. And I just feel like if people communicate that, they can say where they are. They'll say, hey, we've got this developed. You guys locked some really cool stretch goals that we have been planning on. We didn't know how deep you want to go. You guys sound excited about it. We're going to, that's going to push back a little bit. If you say stuff like that, people are fine with it. You just got to say it.
Yup.
And you can't be like 3 months later being like, oh man, this is tough. People want to at least feel like they're going to get it within that window of time. And yeah, as long as you're doing that, I think you're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is just,
somebody suck at communication. That's the problem. Everybody sucks at
that's just it. It's like,
say
and here's
something.
the thing is that like, we try to say, okay, we'll send a notification, we'll do at least one update once a month, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And it's just like, but man, it's like you get so caught up in everything else that you're doing, and it isn't like you're like, oh well, it's just like you're doing it on purpose. Like all of a sudden you're like, really? Has it been like, you're holy crap? It's like it's been 35 days and you haven't.
Lance, you better Asana your shit and get that organizing going, brother. You know what? Get your boy together. Get Asana. You guys assign shit. It'll bother the fuck out of your phone and your computer.
There's a million things you can do.
No, I'm serious.
Trello,
it does
Asana,
like
Google
everything.
Calendar.
It's so Google. They
annoy me. I
organize me. We love it.
No, it's one of those things where it's like it just happens, right? I mean, it's just because you got 1,000 other things. The games are in development. I cleaned out my inbox this morning. I got it down to 30 inbox. Like I just looked at it. It's up to 210. Like in the span of a day, just because people emailing, it's like, I need to change my address. I need to do this. Where's this? Hey, I'm missing 7 red cubes. I'm missing, and it's just like, you're like, well,
I am missing 7 red cubes, by the way.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dear God.
Happens to the best of us.
That's it. That's actually a great response. Happens to the best of us.
I got a great.
Have hire for us as a customer service rep.
Oh no! I want to tell you about my Fiverr.
Happens to the best of us, man.
Can I run you my Fiverr idea?
Please.
Okay.
Please. Please. And then tell you about how you're gonna like have
Alex, welcome.
No, I think
ASR3, welcome to the Alaboom.
Okay.
I thought this was about board games. Oh my gosh.
It is.
As long as, please tell Alex how you're going to make $70,000 a year with a robot car.
Okay. So here's what I'm thinking about offering as a Fiverr, just to throw it out there. I don't know what the price will be yet, but it will be, because I mentioned this all
But before you say this, I just want to be very clear. If I have the same plans already, I'm still doing them.
You don't have the same plan. I do.
You don't have this plan, Alex. You don't.
So what I'm going to do is it's going to be Kickstarter niceties. So you would add me as a collaborator on your project, just where I will be able to comment in the comments in the update section, and I will respond to all the comments that you don't want to fucking respond to that are stupid, like where it's just they didn't look in the FAQ, or hey, I can't wait to back this, and I say we can't wait to get it into your hands, Greg, because it tickles the Kickstarter algorithms, it bumps them up higher, and a lot of them are really terrible at doing this part of the customer service, in particular.
Actually, not a bad idea.
You
know what the worst part is? You're gonna undersell yourself.
I'm gonna undersell the shit out of myself.
You're gonna charge them $30 a day. That's not gonna work, dude. I'm serious. Like that's a job. It's
a legit job. It's a legit job.
No.
I'm
gonna do it like I will check it once or twice a day, and I think I'm gonna do like $2 or $3 a day.
No. Because if I don't want you to do that because I would just hire you and I would hire you, and I would ask for a percentage, a small one, but I'd ask for a percentage if you're part of the contract. Because
Oh my God.
yeah,
That's a lot of money potentially. Ooh.
well, fuck, if I'm doing your customer service for
Yeah,
you,
you
and I
have
got to
to.
stay up, during a 20-some day campaign, like
Well,
I
I'm
got to
not
stay
going to be.
up at night.
No. Let me rephrase this. I'm not going to be active on it. I'm going to check two or three times throughout the
Oh,
day.
then I don't want you.
That's because Jeremy, you know how to do social media.
But I'm just saying I wouldn't want you then. Like they can do that, right?
No, they can't.
can do
They're
that.
fucking incompetent. They can't.
Depends on who you talk to.
So many people do not have any collaborators on their project. They try to do by themselves. And I just say, reach out to your grandma, get your girlfriend, your boyfriend, anybody to just. No, I'm serious. Get them to answer the niceties. Just
You lost me, man. You lost me on that.
it's a market. I'm gonna put that on my Fiverr tomorrow. I'm gonna make that video.
How are
People
you gonna
like,
pitch this?
I'll the same way I always do. In about 45 seconds in a video, I'll be like, "Hey, I'm going to be in your comment sections 2 to 3 times a day, answering all the stuff you don't want to answer. Somebody asked a stupid question that's in the FAQ. I gotcha. Somebody asks or just compliments your project. I gotcha. And every single time I do that, that is going to bump your Kickstarter algorithms, which is going to move you up on the popularity chart, which means they're more likely to see you, and you're going to get more views, more money, and it's $3 a day. So click on down. Let me,
Oh my
I'm going to throw so much enthusiasm at them.
Forrest, I love you, man.
Forrest,
I
how do you
love
feel about the minimum wage?
I told you, dare.
Oh, no.
Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't understand why you can't link these two together.
I want to talk to Scott. So we will Scott, by the way, I tried FAM. I really liked it. It is a whole different beast of a game, but I really enjoyed it.
Which one?
FAM.
Damn. Freedom and Priest.
Cool.
I want to play it
Did you-
immediately and
did you
just
do a
focus
review?
on a different strategy. What?
Did you do a review?
No, I just got.
I was going to say if I could see it.
I'm going to do a solo gameplay, hopefully in the next few days, because I'm really excited to try some different strategies. And I'm going to play it tomorrow night. So hopefully I will have a review up next week.
I've heard
grab
that if you take out like 15 cards randomly, it also mixes it up quite a lot.
Ooh. I can definitely see that because
Makes
that is
it what?
Every card will come out eventually.
Yeah.
What did you say makes the difficulty go up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the thing is,
maybe
there's
part
some
of it.
cards.
You can't rely on certain things to come out.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you could specifically plan a strategy towards getting certain cards and just destroy. But the thing is, you would have to have them come out at a specific time, and you would have to have the money to buy them. And so, yeah. But either way, Friedman free.
But in solo player, you can get a lot of money.
Ooh.
Especially
Either way,
if the finance card
It's
comes
gonna
out.
be an exciting ass game
Oh.
game night tomorrow. I cannot wait.
Are you talking
Very
about
exciting.
tax card?
What are you playing?
Scott?
So I got this Terraforming Mars.
Oh, I saw that.
That's
Oh,
this
that's
one
good.
here.
Awesome.
I'm
We're gonna be
jealous, man.
playing FIAM. That Kohaku game, that Thailand game, is my game of the week this week.
Kohaku, that's the new one, the fish one.
Dude,
Koi
that's
Pond.
so good. It's such a good tile drafting game. It's so relaxing,
Which
so zen, so quick. It's called FIAM. It's by 25th Century and
Kohaku,
Golden Seal
Kohaku.
Games.
Kohaku.
Kohaku, yeah, Kohaku. And maybe the Grand Carnival game.
That's a lot of
Another
games.
Thailand game. So I'm just really excited. Game night is going to be fucking lit tomorrow. I can't wait. There's so many great games I have to play.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. I just finally
Great
played
fun.
Nidavellir. That's awesome.
It's awesome. It is
Yep.
awesome. Yeah.
Nidavellir is solid. Like I just
Yeah.
need the expansion though, because my biggest concern is it's going to go the way of Splendor and Century Spice Road, where you
It
play
is.
it 20 times and you're like,
Yep.
"What's great, but it's also
Mhm.
boring now."
Yeah, I think
What game?
Nidavellir.
Yeah,
What is it?
Nidavellir.
The thing is, they got to get it to the
Is that out
States,
now?
man. They got to
Yep.
get it to the States.
I want the expansion. I want Think of
That's
Valir.
Thing of Valir. I may just order it. I'm trying to find something else that I can order with it.
How do you
Otherwise,
spell it?
I'll just wait.
Nidavellir.
Yeah, it's right here.
That is that headshot?
Ooh.
Sorry, we are French, I believe.
Sorry, we were.
No, it's GRRE games. Here you go.
Is that something to do with the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
No, that's
no,
just,
that's the
it's
same-
the dwarves
same
where they
lore.
forge. Where they forge, yeah. Where
Yeah.
they forge stuff.
Same lore.
Same lore, yeah.
Well, it's BlackRock too.
Constrained bidding. What does that mean?
It's basically it's bag building combined with like Splendor. It's very much a Splendor-esque game. Like you're just doing this and this and this and getting stuff, and it feels so rewarding. It feels so much fun.
It feels so rewarding,
20
man.
plays in, you will probably get bored, and that's why I want the expansion before I get bored.
Yeah, Thing of Valir.
Yeah. Just throw some more shit in there.
That's all.
It's
But that's
got
all
a
you
cool
need.
little They got look like this cool little transformation mechanic, and all the cards have different ways they score. So
Yep.
it's like you're really excited about what's going on, and you're kind of looking at other people like, I don't know if I want to invest in that anymore.
Yeah.
I really want to pound this right now. And then that ending, that 3 turns closer to the ending, you're like, ooh, who's gonna win this? And then it's
Yes.
kind of like, and everybody scores a shit ton of points, so everybody's kind of happy anyway. Like everybody's just like, ooh. And they got that kind of like that end of row thing, that tuck around thing. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then, when you transmute your coins, you may have a gap, so you get better coin. I mean, there's just a lot of little stuff in there. Yeah, 20 games in, get a little dry.
Yeah.
But who plays their game 20 times, by the way?
I know. I played it like 2 times in RB. I'm just seeing the pattern ahead of time.
But I can see it. Yeah, I can see the pattern. It's just fun as all hell.
Yeah.
So I have a grievance, and this is a grievance for you, Lance.
Yes.
I was doing the Kickstarter thing today, and I looked at Forest of Radgost, which looked very cool, by the way.
Yes. Hey.
Except for their
Wait, I'm waiting for the
Kickstarter
grievance.
page.
Yes.
Their Kickstarter page is absolute hot garbage. The organization of that Kickstarter page is terrible. Go to that
Lance,
page.
get that shit on the screen. Get that shit on the screen. Lance.
Go find your video, Lance.
I
Where's
just
your
did.
video,
I
Lance?
just did. I just looked at them. It is shit. Let's go look at the Kickstarter page. It's terrible.
Forrest
Is it really?
Forrest is he has the ability to pull up and do stuff too. So like
I'm working, bro. You're the host.
I'm the host.
It's a little. You know what it is. I just didn't like the way it looked on mobile. I shouldn't beat it up.
No. It's not good on PC. It's not good. You could look at this thing through
I
your
don't like
neighbor's
the way.
window.
I was in a
Like
mood.
crap.
I was in a mood looking at it on my phone.
That being said, the video is
Look
well
at the
done.
mobile.
They had me gripped with the video, and then when I got to the story, just completely dropped the ball in the organization. I had to search for everything.
Michael King did a really good job of covering this game. King of Average. He really.
What about that undead Viking guy?
Yeah,
I didn't get to watch his yet. When I turned it on, I was watching YouTube, and I saw his. So I clicked to the mobile app, and there it was.
They posted all their
I have not
videos.
watched yours yet, Lance. You know I watch all your fucking videos.
Guy came out of retirement.
I know that's. He came out of retirement. There he is, right there on the forest.
Forest of Radgost. No, I mean
Native
you know,
Layer is
you
$20.
can-
Where?
I mean, that's the MSRP.
Yeah,
20.
it should be.
It should be. It's a cheap game. It's
coming out,
very
yeah.
much in the realm of Splendor. It's just a notch up. I like it a lot.
It's coming out in April.
I'm serious. If you have a get like this, Scott, this is a must-own game for you.
Oh yeah, I'm getting.
It's a must-own game for you.
Nikki,
Why is it a must-own?
It's serious. It is like a must-own. It's like one of those types of games.
It's really
just like,
good.
yeah, it's just one of those types of games that is like perfect for a game night. Like you can start a game night with it. You can be like, you know what, fuck it, I don't want to play that other Euro. Like we were going to play the other one. Let's just play this game. Like I can whip this out. I can teach you how to play it real quick, and we're going to have a good time. And it's going to be interesting enough for everybody. You can talk, you can laugh. It's got a reveal. Like I love games with a reveal. Kind of gets people going again.
feel like
45 minutes.
been done.
Done. Like those are the types of games I like to have. Just a ton of in my collection. I like to have a bin for those, as I always say. I like to have a bin of interesting things. Those are games that are interesting things. It's right here, so I can grab it at game night. Like I literally have it right here. It's one of those types of
Did
games.
they send you one, or was it a Kickstarter?
No, it wasn't a Kickstarter. I got it from Philbert because I couldn't wait.
Yep. I reached out to them.
Like
I said
like
this
I
game
just
was
All right,
exciting.
you guys,
I
if you
just-
find me a
It's a
Star
Wonderful
Wars
World,
talisman,
same thing,
let me
right
know.
away.
I want a Star Wars talisman.
You want a Star Wars talisman?
Talisman. It seems like you guys can get all the imports every time. Star Wars
Star Wars.
talisman will not be sold in America, so
Interesting.
Oh, that
you have to,
sucks.
North America won't be sold.
No, I
Can't
don't
you
feel
just
like-
get it through Amazon Day?
Is that licensing?
I don't think so. Probably not yet. Like Amazon Day is getting a little slow now. Not the same way it used to be, where you get a whole bunch of stuff ahead of time. Not anymore, fortunately.
But that'll be in German. I want English.
Yeah.
Like get lucky.
Scott, where are the days when you used to translate them yourself?
I'm glad those days are over.
Oh my gosh.
The words, there are no worse words to me in used board games than has English paste ups. I hate it.
Except when it's a game that you
I
can
didn't realize they still do that.
People still do it.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll do it, man.
I'm like, there's no game I want to play badly enough to do that. There are so many games that I don't have to do that,
Right.
that I'll just get those to the table
Right.
first.
I did that for Kashgar.
Oh yeah. me
Oh,
too.
wow.
That game was good, but it wasn't worth all that, bro.
Kashgar was good though. It wasn't worth all that.
All right, I'm getting pinged. I apparently have to go to bed now.
Wait,
Jen-
can you
Go to
tell me
bed,
what
man.
that date was again, real quick? I wrote
Which
it down,
date?
but I lost it. For the Stone Blood? Stone
Oh,
Blade?
but it's the
16th.
Bloodstone is June
16th.
16th.
February?
Bloodstone.
February. Yep.
Alex, you got time to play that this weekend? I want to fuck you up. I want to fuck
Potentially.
everybody up.
Potentially.
February 16th.
Is it
I'm
on
down.
Tabletop
I played it like
Simulator?
3-4 times now. I'm down for a
Dude, it's
fifth.
so fun. I just want to play with people.
Is it on Tabletop Simulator?
Well, if you want to jump in, we can maybe get James to make us get us to play.
He's
He's
got
so
it.
excited to play it. Yeah.
I what's it called? James is doing one with Ivy Studios, which I think I'm joining with that. I don't know what the invite list is, but we should try to get something going.
Dude, depending on what time it is, they want me to come to the studio. I wonder is it on Monday?
I don't know. Let's exchange notes.
Oh, let's do it. Oh my god.
Call me.
Oh, dude.
Okay. I
dude,
don't know who has
all right.
all these info, but
Okay.
we'll figure out.
You know what? Call me, but depending on the time, because I
Yeah,
wanna
yeah.
play,
Yeah, of course.
Oh, dude, this would be
I'm
great. If we can get like 5 players.
I would
in
love to do this in
Oh
like
my
an 8-player
God.
game. Oh my gosh.
No.
It's just arena madness.
No, it is.
works.
It's arena madness, and you get like real badass real quick. You're chucking a crap ton of dice, and
Yeah.
you're just going at it. And what you do with those dice is cool. What you do with
Yeah.
the dice is cool.
It's a minis game.
It has
Yeah.
minis, but it's I wouldn't over. Yeah, it has. I guess the minis game.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
It's, I
you're not
guess
gonna
so.
have 50 minis. This is like your dude is gonna be a mini.
Yeah.
and like the
That's what
boss
It's
is
gonna be
gonna
8
a
miniatures
mini.
on the board if you're playing an 8-player game.
8 players. Yeah.
Are you on Facebook, Alex?
Yeah. Here, let me
Just
go.
friend me, or I'll friend you, or something.
Yeah, I'll find you.
I
Let
don't
me
think we're
do
friends.
this
Right
Look
right
at
now.
this. The Alaboom making connections once again.
I stopped adding people on my Facebook.
It's hard. I
don't
actually started
blame you.
saying,
I don't blame you.
Aldi, what are you doing about bullying?
but don't do this. Don't do it.
No, I'm getting messages every freaking day. So
Jeremy, we need to talk. You have to tell me what I can do to make your life in any way. I don't know.
I'm
Make
just
not your
going-
life.
I'm just going away, bro. I'm good.
I know. I
I'm
see your
good.
stuff. I don't want you to go away.
I'm going away.
Don't go
I'll
away.
be back after a while. I'll be
Still gonna
back
Wait a
do
second,
after a while.
Aldi. When did you get the Miko to draw you a photo?
It came out of nowhere.
Oh my gosh, I love his stuff.
They gave it to me on my birthday.
Oh,
I don't think
that's
it was,
awesome.
I don't think it was for my birthday though. I think it was something else.
Wow.
But they gave it. Chad sent it to me on that.
That is so
Miko.
boss.
It's awesome.
That
Now
is
I have a new
boss.
goal.
I look mean now.
You have to look a bit mean. If you're smiling, that's one of those times when people will say, "Oh, they're putting a content person in the game. It
Yeah.
looks terrible." This looks
just
good.
gotta-
This looks legit good.
I'm pretty sure it's a promo.
Yeah, it's probably a promo.
It's a promo for all the games.
Nice. All right, I am off. This has been an absolute blast. I hope to join again
Yeah.
sometime.
Yep, anytime, man.
Nice meeting you.
I'll
a
get
good
you.
night,
I'll
Alex.
get you. I'll get you in the secret. I'll get you in the secret green room, and the link just gets posted in there. You can join whenever you want.
Sounds good. We'll talk.
That is a treat,
Enjoy.
man. Nice to see you.
Take care.
I love Alex, man. I love jamming him up. He's so fun, man. So fun. Such a fun guy. And he got all of Forrest. He got all of Forrest conspiracy theory all in one
Well,
night.
he didn't hear about the Uber thing.
Oh no!
That thing's gone to the back burner, by the way. That was a high idea that got
It was
Very
a
high.
It was
high.
high. It was high. It was really high.
I still stand by my statement that there is a gold mine to be made if you have the money to buy the Teslas.
To buy the what?
to buy 4 or 5 Teslas, and once they get that full self-driving, there's going to be a gold mine of people who just make so much money off that.
I mean, it's the same thing as buying a cab company.
Yeah.
They've
Pretty
got
much.
a
Not
driver.
because with a cab company you have to pay people to drive. I mean,
No,
now
no,
you just have to
No,
clean the
they
car.
pay you to drive.
You get
They
paid.
pay you to drive.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right now is still the wild.
They are
west with
basically
this so
they're
far.
basically paying a
Have you-
weekly lease.
Have you
every
heard
week.
of the medallion system?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to pay like $15,000 just to have.
You got to pay like 75,000.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
that
With
much
Uber
now?
and Lyft,
It went down?
the medallions cost
Yeah.
cost way less now.
Yeah.
Wow. So they've tanked that market. So the people that got into major debt are totally screwed now.
Yeah.
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 There's some sad stories out there. Go search
yeah.
a medallion.
And they can't double up. I'm pretty sure they can't double up legally in
can't
some
get more than
states.
one.
Don't even give me that. Because here's the bottom line. Oh no, some people lost some money. Here's the bottom line. How many people's lives have been improved by Uber? I don't give a fuck about the thousands of people who lost their wallet.
Plenty of people,
Okay.
man.
Well,
There are millions of people now.
that's a lot of families.
That yes,
Yeah.
but
A
there's
lot of
also
families.
millions of people who have reliable transportation to get to job interviews, to get
No.
tons of places. I have
No.
met those people firsthand. who
So
are
so what
too
you're saying
proud.
is
Who are
that the
too
people
proud. Lance, let me finish this because I know a perfect example. A friend of mine, he was too proud to ask for a ride until he had the job. And it was like, I don't want to ask for a ride to a job interview that I might not get because I don't want to be seen as a fucking leech. And it gives people.
I don't have a car. I ask for rides all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
First
but
of all,
you're
well,
millions
that's-
of
I have a
dollars.
car, and I tell people, can you come pick me up?
Forrest,
so I can drink
Forrest,
scotch all night. Yeah.
Forrest, that
I
is
do
what
it
people
every
would
day.
call
I don't have a choice.
anecdotal
It's very
evidence.
anecdotal. It's very
and,
anecdotal.
and so but and so there's actually been showing how like these people that have gotten together to like basically buy a medallion together and have gone into debt, like have declared bankruptcy, like their lives have been ruined over like Uber and Lyft and
Completely
things like
ruined.
that.
Okay, they
And
made
you also gotta
that is
understand
not
multiple people
anecdotal
made
be in the
evidence.
same home.
poor
Yeah.
financial decision without looking at the future of the industry. I have
So they deserve
no-
what they got.
Really,
Yes, they do.
Dude.
And I look at the bigger picture. I don't look at the small subsection.
bro.
I look at how
Come on,
many
man.
people's lives are. How many people use Uber in a day? How many people use Lyft in a day?
Okay, but that's okay. But you're basically just making a general argument, like, oh, you were dumb, so you get to be at the low.
I wasn't
As an
gonna bring those
example
people
of
into the conversation, Lance did, but I'm just saying I support the benefits of the majority, especially when the majority are people who actually need these rides.
But when people come to the country, let's just use the people who come to the country, not the people who are like, hey, I want to do this. I want to try it out. It's my life experience. You know, I know it'll be tough. I'll work my way out of it. I can grind. I'm talking about people who come to this country and they're like, I'm going to do this because I've been told in New York it's successful. I can make it, right? Not just them. They may get their wife involved and then decide to keep them at home. They're in debt for that card. They may have like these people have multiple people in their homes trying to juggle this. And now they have what could be hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. That's a scheme taking advantage of people, man. It can crush.
And
it'll make people run from debt, like run.
I
that's not good. That's not a way to live, man.
But you're looking at one side of it. Look at the millions.
That's years and years of how it was established, though. Like,
okay.
Just because Uber just came along, that doesn't take away what people are still feeling the effects of paying off today. That's just like student loans, depending on how much you have, right? Yeah. That's like some people have $400,000 in student loans and they're doctors and they still don't pay them off because they may not necessarily be able to pay them off. They're stuck with them for life. They keep punting on them. So it's like, it's the same idea, except this is bad. This is very bad.
And I still
we've allowed it to exist.
Argument that it has Uber and Lyft have caused substantially, exponentially, not even close, more good than harm to these people. You know, yes, there are these people who are going to get the shaft. That sucks. But I would argue, and I will argue to my dying breath, that it is going to be a benefit to the overwhelming majority of people who use it. It has made so many more people's lives easier, but not only that, it has given them a lifeline, a reliable form of transportation that they can get to, because I have had to use, I had to ride the bus. I got no WI.
So what I'm saying is that I'll agree
Jeremy,
with you.
let me say one thing. So what you're saying is, as long as the majority of people are happy, then we don't have to worry about the minority?
I didn't say happy. I said they are better off.
So as long as the majority of people are better off, then we don't have to worry about the minority?
Right. We don't have to address the minority at all. Like, how do we fuck? Like, why?
I'm an Andrew Yang supporter. Like, I personally believe. I mean, this is perfect. He knows that all these truckers are going to lose their job. They're going to lose their job. Let's be realistic. Maybe it's 20 years. Maybe it's 30 years. Every semi driver is going to be gone by the time we're dead, most likely. Okay.
No,
No.
By the time your kids, either way, it is.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't know.
I feel so secure in it that I would bet all my money if I could.
Forrest, we thought we were going to be in flying fucking cars. So get the fuck out of here.
We are.
We don't know.
A helicopter.
We don't know. We don't.
A helicopter.
We don't
have
know.
Flying cars.
We do not. Like, we just don't.
I make the argument of this. There are people, and maybe it would be like you, who would have said, we should shut Uber and Lyft down because it is going to hurt all these people. We need to rip the Band-Aid off and say, yeah, you're going to get hurt. And yes, Andrew Yang has it for the truck drivers. He has a giant pool of money that he wants to put together and say, we're going to take this from the AI driving and we're going to give people severances. And yeah, they should have done that. But the bottom line is 20 years from now, when these taxi companies are dead and it's all Uber and Lyft and Tesla Drive or whatever, it's going to be seen as something that completely transformed how transportation in our society worked for the better. We're not going to be focusing on, oh, think of all the people who lost all the money because of the horses when they switched to cars. Nobody cares about the people who lost their houses because, you know, they bet on horses instead of cars. I think if we're looking at this from the long-term perspective, people are going to say, you know what? This has drastically reshaped and changed our society in a better way.
I would just say like this. If Lyft is a cheaper model, right? It's cheaper. Sometimes. Safer? Not necessarily sure. Okay. But it provides almost the exact same thing as taxis, except that you have the possibility of being in a car that looks better. Okay. And be more willing and kind of more willing to drive further for a certain amount of dollars versus like a taxi cab that really wants to get X amount of rides because they've mathed it out, right? Whereas like Uber drivers, you could be driving with somebody in a Cadillac that has no idea what the fuck they're doing as far as the long game, and they'll take you around and you'll feel like a fucking king tonight, right? But I don't know, man. I just think like it's bad for two things. The industry that taxis, the only thing that's wrong with taxis is the way they've run on this model for years. Other than that, Uber just capitalized and made their stuff slightly cheaper. And honestly, right now, I don't think it's any much cheaper now. And you just get to ride in better cars instead of the standardized car or minivan. Yeah. And they're even changing that in some places. It's just depending on what state you're in. So it's not like they're doing anything crazy. The one thing that's really sucky about it is that some of those people who are cabbies cannot operate as an Uber at the same time. In some states they can. Yeah. So, and that sucks because those people need to find a way to pay off their lease for the week. And, you know, that just,
it's answered.
I don't know. I just feel like you're just supporting Uber. Like, hey, all they did was add more cars and crush the union that, you know, of taxi drivers, which have always been there for you.
I think you're underselling it drastically. The amount of how many taxis have I think this is just a question to throw out there. How many times in your life have you taken a taxi versus Uber Lyft? They have made it so much more simple, and they have allowed people. This is the other big thing, and this is why I will stand on a soapbox.
If taxis had an app, they'd be doing the same thing. Yeah. Uber just came with an app. That's all there is to it. If I could ping a taxi 15 years ago when cell phones came out, like there'd be no reason for Uber. There'd be no reason. There'd be no reason. So that's it. Uber is an app. When I got my money at the end of the year, I didn't work for Uber. I was like a general contractor. You're not Uber.
And that's what I'm getting to here. But you have the opportunity to pursue other dreams. My roommate is a perfect example. My buddy Phil, he hated his job. He got a job working in a factory. He loathed it. He'd come home every day. He'd tell me about it. It was shit. He is so much happier. His mental health is so much better because now he works when he wants. He does his Lyft. He's met new people, and he's thinking about becoming a professional driver. He's making business cards potentially. Yeah. They have allowed him to give him this opportunity to rise above his station in life. And anything that lets people do that, I am all for it. People hate Fiverr for that exact reason, but Fiverr is going to be my job one day. Well, I believe it in my bones, and without Fiverr, I would have had to find a different path. So anything that lets me do that, it does, and that's why I love Uber and Lyft so much.
Well, that's the thing. It's like that, but that's an opportunity, and the opportunity can fail for him. And the opportunity, not only can the opportunity fail for him, it actually become reductive. Like if he's out making good money, but he's making good money, and his fucking wife hates him and his kid doesn't talk to him. It's not worth it. It's not worth the extra $60 ride that, the $60 to $80 that they would have made in the last 5 hours versus like staying at home with your family. But that's what the lifestyle of a person who drives like that at all does, whether it's taxi or, Uber Lyft. So it's a different type of job. It's a different type of breed. And if you do have a good, a good roundabout, maybe you get somebody that you pick up every day, which is awesome, right?
Private drives. That's right. What I was going to get
Private drives. That's a thing. But if that wheel falls off and you're still putting in those hours and trying to make it up, which I'm sorry, like private drives are just not that common. Like it's just not that common. I just so happen to have a white lady that was 2 doors away from me that I could take her where she needed to go to start off my day. And she was the reason why I would start off my time. So it just helped me get out there. Then I would go to the airport, get an airport pickup. Then I would stay downtown. Like you can find ways to give it a little bit of a money train, but I just don't feel like Uber's doing anything special other than allowing people to use their car and an app. That is it. And you get to roll around in potentially a cooler looking car.
Well, my buddy Phil, he must be the anomaly then, because he's getting private drives like Matt. Now, granted, my buddy also used to live at the bar, so he has a lot of connections before he stopped drinking. But he's making good money on the private drives.
Forrest, I never drove a cab, but I drove a town car service in Philly, and my uncle actually drove a cab. And
you're a town car, and I like that guy. I like those guys, the town car, the limo guys at the bar.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you drive a limo? Yeah. Well, let's do a shot and go. But drive a limo. Let's do a shot and go, man.
With that emblem, they had to take tests to get that emblem. You know. Knowing, test as a standard. They know the city, the area, they know where hospitals are, where this and that is. And also with that emblem came the lease with the cab. And it was the same for the town car. We leased the town cars. But with that lease came the maintenance. It wasn't our car. We weren't abusing them. And I think people with this Uber and Lyft and all that don't take that into consideration. That beats the fuck out of your vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
The fuck out of your vehicle.
I agree, and that's not the argument I'm making. My buddy actually had to pay. He paid $1,200 just 2 weeks ago. So I get it, and I know Scott could chime in because I remember he said it a couple weeks ago. He knows somebody who has a story that's like that. It gives you the opportunity. Like if I started doing Uber, I could then focus on Bauer's Game Corner. It gives you the opportunity to try and not have to live the corporate 9-to-5 life.
And you can do that with a cab. Like when I was driving the town car, I had private customers and all that, and I'm sure cabs did the same thing. You could do that as long as you make the lease. They don't give a fuck what you do with the car, And then after the lease, it's on you. That's all your money. You could do the same thing with a cab. So one industry came up just to crush the other industry, where the other industry was built. That the reason for cabs is trust. That's why they all looked alike and all that. It was a matter of trust, because before that, you could have anybody pick you up, and God only knows what happened.
And that's basically where we are with Uber. The same thing. And they had to take a lot of lumps to get where they are, and it'll only get better. But it's like with a cabbie, you knew you had someone that knew the town. Like you had no one. They were tested. They knew the town. With Uber and Lyft, because I drove for both, and they just come look at your fucking car. They don't say, "Hey, take me around town." They don't say, "Do you know the fast spots?" It's all app related. There could be cutoffs. There could be all kinds of things that go wrong. And guess what? In the end, they're not liable for it. You are.
Well, here's the thing.
That is not the way. Like that's the risk that you take. And when accidents happen, shit gets ugly. When you have people that destroy your vehicle because they threw up in it, there's a real funky way to do it. And what you find out is Uber's not going to support that shit. It's on you. So, and they got to work it out with the customer. And meanwhile, you got a couch, a back seat that smells like shit. Like that. I'm sorry. Like there are so many things that like, it's cool to, I have a different thing that makes it worth it for me. Is it worth it? Whether it's the money in my pocket or the time away from my family. It's the same thing I do with this board game stuff. It's like I'm paying the cost. Whether I'm making money, I'm paying the cost of another, and there's a consequence for it. And I just feel like Uber was like a really waste of my time. I was making some good ass money, but I also was out till 3 a.m. on Saturdays, and then like sleeping all Sunday because I was powering it out from 5 a.m. to like 7, and then taking a nap and then going back out at 11 to catch the night rush. It's just, I don't know. I mean, I'd rather fucking work a factory job.
And then have you worked
get some overtime. Get some overtime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I think you
dealing with people takes a toll on you.
Right.
Which it comes down to the bottom line that
fucking count bullets, man.
How much money? How much money is enough? How much money do you need to make? And I mean,
well, okay.
How much do you value your free time?
Like this is actually a pretty fantastic question that you just asked. How much money is enough? So this happened earlier today. Like my daughter, like just of her own accord, like just asked I was just sitting there and I was cooking food and she asked my wife, she's like, Mom, what, like, she's like, what's communism? And like, and then she was like, and she's like, well, it's a different like mindset or how you do this. And she's like, and then, well, why? And here, and I've shown this, I have my, Communist Manifesto that that Josh my one of the owners of Gray Fox sent
Communist
me.
Manifesto. That's great.
No, it's a good read. It is I'm not like full on Marxist or anything like that, but it's just like it's one of those things where it has a lot of interesting stuff in it. So she's like, well, why does Dad have that that book on his desk? And I was like, all right, so I just kind of broke it down to her, like like how the communism got started and like what the tenets of like National Socialism is and just things like that, and just like kind of broke it down and like and I didn't like specify like one's better than the other or anything like that. I just tried to be really straightforward. And my wife said something. She's like here, it comes down to this. She's like, when your dad and I first started dating, we were dirt poor. I mean, like we didn't have a like the quintessential, don't have the pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, right? And it was
He's like, we didn't have any pots.
Yeah,
we had no pots.
If it was a stat you could pull up in a video game with pots to piss in 0, windows to throw out of 0, just like that was so. And then she said, it's like, and we really struggled, and especially after you came, we were like together, and we had a baby, and like we were really struggling, and your dad worked 2 different jobs, and and like I was going to school and working, and it was just, and she said, but here, like, eventually what happens is you get to a point, and I'm not saying this as anything against you, Forrest. She's like, you get to a point where she's like, now we are in a situation where we make more money than we did back then, and we are comfortable. Like, yeah, if something really horrible happened and was debilitating to our lives, like, and we would have to drain our savings and things like that. But I mean, but like as far as like standard things like, oh, the car broke down and it's going to cost $1,500 to fix it. Yeah, that sucks, but we could do it, and we just have to, and we suck it up and just, and eventually replace it in the savings kind of thing. And she said, so when people say to me, like, oh, are you excited about, this is my wife, she's like, are you excited about like the fact that maybe your student loans will be forgiven? And she's just like, well, I don't think it'll happen, but, right. And I wouldn't say no if it did, but also, it's like, I went to school. I told them I was willing to give them these thousands of dollars in order for me to get an education so I can have a good job. And so I'm not like, licking my lips and like, and she said, she said, ask that question of a 20-year-old me, when I had a baby and, we were living together, I'd be like, fuck yes, I want you to, because it's, so how much money is enough? Obviously long story. My point is enough. The amount of money you need is when you get to the point where you're comfortable, where you're like, really like, I don't worry about paying for my house. I don't worry about being able to pay for groceries. I don't worry because I can, I can remember being a kid. Yeah.
That question. It's like, that's crazy. Like now we just don't ask the question, which is a great feeling to have. Since we've been married for 6 of the 10 years we've been married, it was every dollar. Where is it going? Why are you doing this? Why are we eating pizza this week? Now that, like everything. And now we finally got to that point and it feels great. Now I know what we have to live. And I'm living like we were back then so we can save. And it's amazing. It feels great. But it takes a long time, boy. It takes a long time.
It's funny you say this because me and my wife are getting there. We're getting there now. Actually, because surprisingly, as terrible as it is, since I quit, since I lost my job, everything's going better. Like
you opened it up though. Yeah, you got a chance to open it up, which is great, right? You have an opportunity.
$4,000 in our bank account right now, which is insane. I remember having to juggle at least once or twice a week. First of the month is this weekend. Oh shit, it's on a Saturday. Oh, we're good because it's on a Saturday. They won't charge us until Monday, and it's liberating. It's liberating.
He's like, yeah, it's in his city. Like, oh shit, we're safe. Yeah, I've been there, man. I've been there. It's like, oh shit, we're safe. Thank God. Like, thank God they're not gonna come for us.
Juggling the savings accounts on the
Yeah, man, I feel you.
Yeah.
I don't miss it.
Or charging it, and then you realize, hey, those fees are about to hit. You're like, oh shit, we got to figure that out. You know,
Yeah.
been there, man. But I don't know. When I think about these jobs, it's just like, man, at some point, you got to figure out what's the best life and not just the dollar, man. That's
Well, here's the thing. I
Best life
enjoy
versus
everything
the
I do
dollar.
for the most part. Like I'm enjoying this. Like I love the freedom. Like we went to tobogganing with my kids this weekend, up in Michigan, or no, it was near Michigan. And I did work in the car. I had my phone strapped to my iPad, and I was like, I just made $30 going through this rule booklet right here on the drive up. And it's like you can't put a price on that sort of freedom, and that's why I love Uber and Lyft so much. I don't even do it, but I know people. I know a guy who used to live in his car, and now he lives in an apartment because he was able to drive his car and make money off of it for that. And it's just like I cannot. I just
I think I want to say I just don't want to exaggerate, but I want to say it was between $600 to $1,200, just depending on like timing and the weekends and stuff like that, like what sports events were in town or like concerts. We have a place where we have concerts, and they're pretty big concerts, the size of our stadium or our center and stuff. Make a shit ton of money, but man, that time away, just I don't know if it's worth it.
Well,
man.
yeah, you're also a family. I mean, you got my buddy Phil. He doesn't have anybody. I mean, so I think it depends on your lifestyle, for sure.
I don't necessarily.
Purpose-driven life, man. That's all I'm saying. Purpose-driven life. You know, like, you know, at some point you are going to have the money you want, and then you're going to question. You're going to ask the next question: what do I really want to fucking do? Like that's. I think that's what Lance is saying. Like, what? Like now that we have this money, like we actually, as I used to say, we know what we make now. Like we can feel what we make. Like we weren't feeling what we made. We were living still paycheck. Like now I feel what we make. I make money. Like we have money, and we have more money. You're like, holy shit. Let's not try to spend it all. Hey, stop. You know, like, stop. This is how you build it, you know? And I just feel like, it's like, now what do you want to do though? What do you want to do? And that's, if I'm working that hard and that crazy, which some people have to, at some point I had to, it's just like, man, the second as soon as you get that money in your pocket, you're like, man, is this worth it, bro? Is this worth it?
See, and here's the thing. I love nearly everything I do. The only thing I don't like that I do is Kickstarter videos. Everything else that I'm doing in my wheelhouse, I absolutely adore. The rule books, the Kickstarter critiques, the YouTube.
Yeah, now, but
you don't do Kickstarter videos.
I do some. I don't do too many.
What's the last one you did?
Sisyphus Corp, which I gave a preview because it's not fun. It's boring, by the way. I would not recommend it. It was boring to me, and it was boring to the 5 people I played it with. So, you know, that's a small sample size, but 6 people find it boring and don't want to play it ever again. But yeah, doing a Kickstarter critique on it tomorrow, actually.
Kickstarter videos they're starting to get completely boring to me, and they take too much of my time because I have to put a lot more work into them than I want.
Especially with bad rules.
And I'd rather just.
What do you charge for a Kickstarter video?
For MVM?
Are you doing it through MVM?
For MVM. Yeah, for MVM. It's a little different.
You don't have to.
That's business model stuff. But yeah, for myself.
But I mean, is it a good hourly rate?
No, it's just a flat fee.
Right, yeah. But if you turn it into hourly, like how many hours does it take to do a video?
For me,
like 10 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about 10.
Does that include playing it?
No. I play it. No, I play it.
That's even more time.
Yeah, that's more time. Yeah. Because I play. I try to make sure that I play it 3 times. Yeah. So even if it's a big ass game, like
8 hours.
Yeah, even if it's a big ass game, like I play it at least 3 times.
20 hours.
Yeah. So like even like let's say like Primal, a game that I was excited about. I played it like 5 times. Like, and then I had to like partly refilm it. And I was like, oh, I really kind of led people the wrong way on that. So I had to like refilm parts, edit the shit out of that, take pictures. Some days I just take pictures. I just take pictures for the day. Just do that, editing the pictures, filters, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, man, I could literally just sit down and speak, but
Yeah.
it's just not me, man. It's just not like I do that without scripts. That's what I mean. I don't script, so I do enough of that as it is. But
Writing scripts is stupid.
it's stupid,
Scripts
man.
is
Like I watch Jeremy does that, and it's just because he wants to get his thoughts out right. And I'm like, dog, I could not
On an
do
outline.
that, bro.
What about an
I can't-
outline where you freeform it based
What's
on?
that?
What if you freeform it based on an outline?
You know what? I
Like,
I
so you
would
don't
probably.
frame
I
it.
think. See, I saw Jesse with like a note card. I'm like, no, see, that's just too informal for me. I still want it to feel. I just want me. Like I want me to be me. Like I don't want to be too robotic, but it would be good to like at least have like a card. You know, I'm looking at a card and you're like, all right, I covered that. And I think that would give me a lot of direction for some of the things I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I end up repeating a snippet, part of a snippet, and I have to watch that. And I'll often, sometimes, especially with Prime, I remember that I was like, I will mention more details about this later. I had to put it in. I had to put a little bit of put a lower third in there. I will cover this more in depth later on, which was almost the exact same thing I said before. So yeah. So it's a thing. That's where the little parts where people dismiss, and then other people are like, that's kind of sloppy. So you got to watch those types of things as you get into it, because I don't want to fuck around with people's money. What's that?
Do you take notes when you're playing, like when you're playing the game and figuring out for yourself? Do you take notes like, oh, I got to remember to talk about that? Not necessarily your thought process on it, but it's like something that caught you.
No, because I put a lot of, man, Jesus, a lot more than that, fucking 10 hours. Because
I mean, is it like a whole week?
Because we try to give people 3 to 4 weeks, because I'm going to have multiple games, right? Multiple games I got to cover, plus game night stuff, plus reading rule books for future projects. So it's a cycle. It's a constant cycle. 6 to 10 rule books a week. And then, just some for fun, right? Some of the games I purchased, some of the games that have arrived, some games I have to take pictures for, some games I have to do this podcast, But when I do that stuff, Jesus fucking Christ. By the time I'm turned on the camera, I read the rule book several times, played it several times, taken pictures, B-roll, then editing. A lot, bro.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Full-time job.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, there's people who are better than me at this. And I'm sorry, like, you just don't, like, if you want to pay somebody money, man, you don't want to put out a piece of shit, man. You don't, like, I would not like that. I'd be pissed off. Like, take that shit down and refund it. Take it down right now. Like, straight up, I would take that down right now. I mean, sorry, like, this stuff is not cheap. It's not cheap stuff. So I take it seriously, because I don't want to be a person that puts out something that's not authentic, that I wouldn't want to represent myself or the brand or the person. Like, I know some of these people. I don't want to represent their product wrong, nor the brand that I work for, and myself. Like, I got to walk around here like you made a video. Why are you lying to me? Like, I don't want to cover a shit again.
I should be honest.
Right. I don't want to cover shit again.
No, I'm not saying that. Like when you're starting to learn the game, you just like, I write this down so I don't forget it.
You know what though? I really do. I usually find points that I think are very important to the experience. Like, what is this? And sometimes publishers do a really good job of telling you the things that they want you to focus on. Like, just to give you an idea of like, hey, this is what we think is cool. Like, these are bullet points. Yeah. They're not like a BGG page. They're just like, hey, people may compare. I'm thinking of a Primal. They're like, hey, they may compare this to this, and this is why it's different. It's like, okay. And if some of that's not true, I'm like, I'm not going to say anything like that. I'm not even going to, like, that doesn't make sense. Right. So it's like, you get some notes and things that so people can at least give you an idea what they're really trying to pitch. But I don't know. I feel like I have to harp on at least, I try to find 3 things that are really important about a game. Like 3 things you got to know. Just like when I talk about job relatable skills for interviewing, it's like, you should know, you got to have at least 3 to 5 things about you that are very clear, very direct, concrete language of why I should hire you. Why should you back this Kickstarter?
I thought about that.
And I can't do that in a preview. But I definitely want to emphasize 3 points of why this game should be interesting to you.
Sorry, I'm yawning.
Yeah, you know,
That's a cool video idea, like just the 3 highlights of the game.
That's what I'm going to do on my channel. So- that's
so
it.
back off, Holdy.
That's what I'm going to do on my channel. Just
Totally
3
take it,
things.
though. Totally
It's
take
just, it's just called just 3. It's just 3.
I wish
we
I
don't
had
need to talk about it.
to do. I mean, I'm playing for fun.
Because
Yeah.
Seen what I do, right? I mean, I'm just playing the game, I'm not trying to sell it.
Yeah.
I just believe there's a rule of 3. I have a rule of 3 for everything. 3 scrolls, 3 turns on my wheel. Like there's 3. A lot of things are 3, right? And I'm like, I
It's
don't
like
need
the Nintendo design.
Yeah, I don't need all the other shit. Tell me about the game. Tell me about the game. Keep the 3 things and make them important, whether they're good, bad, or ugly. And then finish it off. Give me a very quick synopsis. Out.
Yep.
You know, like out.
Yeah, that's all I want.
Yeah, and that's.
I wish we could. I mean, I'm gonna cut back our video coverage this year. You know, with the demos we do, like the 15-minute, 20, 30-minute time.
Yeah,
because they were just getting so boring.
they
Like,
are.
Unless you can make a publisher conform to some kind of structure like that.
Unless they were good at selling their games,
But,
which
and
most
some
of
people
them
have
are.
a natural
Right.
talent, like
Right.
Zev. Zev is always great,
Yeah.
but not everybody is. I mean,
Yeah, it's nobody's.
most people are hiring a lot of people now because
Yeah.
of Corona. It's
Mhm.
like not even the person who made the game
right.
or saw what was interesting about it to be publishing it.
They can't even explain what's interesting about their game.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's hard. It's if you put someone to it, you're like, they would just want to teach you the game.
You know, what's interesting is I said this in a group, and I was very surprised by this. I should have been, but I was like, you know, why don't they have pitchmen? Like people do pitchmen for advertisements. I'm like, I would be your pitchman. I would pitch it. Like I could pitch a game for you to a design to a publisher. Maybe that doesn't work right away, or I can actually go on your show, whatever show it is. And I do that for Board Game Gumbo. I go in there and I just rattle off 8 to 10 overviews, like I did back in the day when I was on BGR. And it's like
That's more in the
pitch.
mainstream market.
Right. It's more in the mainstream market. I'm like, because honestly, people don't want to see all. They want to see a turn. They want to see, you know, talk about what the options are, show some more cards, explain why it's fun, play one round, done. It should be like 7 minutes.
I don't know.
You know,
5.
it should be like 7 minutes. Yeah, 5.
5
Like
to
it
7.
should be.
7 for every
Right. 7 for a bigger presentation game.
5
But like
is everything.
somebody should have a pitch. I mean, like, fuck all that other shit. Like, dude, and if you're not reinventing the wheel, it's okay. Like I'm tired of that too. Like people are trying to say why their stuff is innovative. It's like sometimes you just put shit together and it works. You know, like it's slightly different. You know, like as I say, like this deck builder worker placement thing. It's like, I mean, Dune is good, Arnak is better, Endless Winter is better than all of them. And guess what? You can own all 3. They're all different.
You know what's the Endless Winter Kickstarter or back Pledge Manager would not allow any extra copies to be purchased. I thought that was a mistake.
What?
Because usually what I do is if there's a game I really want to play and check out, I'll order 2 copies. I'll keep one and put one in library.
You know what?
All in library.
You know what?
But they don't have a way to do it.
Let me see if I can handle that. Do something about that because my friend's a designer in that game.
Oh, okay.
And I'll see if he can if there's an option somewhere or somehow.
You know,
Because he worked really closely with them. They are very
just
open to
surprised.
feedback and stuff. What's
Yeah.
that?
I was just surprised they didn't offer any.
Yeah, and they're new. This is their first. Theirs is their first game, so like they probably are getting that feedback anyway. But I'm wondering, you can probably get a direct line to say, hey, you know,
Add another one on there and charge me.
yeah.
Hey Scott, I'm curious. Does Game Night have more views than the shorter term videos you have, like in Focus and whatnot?
Gina Carano got fired.
Who got fired?
Can't go on and compare being a Republican to being a Jew during the Holocaust and expect to keep your job.
Ooh.
Who?
Ooh.
Who's
Mandalorian.
Gina Carano.
The Gina Carano.
Oh.
Which one was she?
I gotta see a
She was
picture.
the rebel that had
badass woman.
she was from Alderaan. You know, and
Oh, I liked her.
I liked her a lot.
What
She's
was wrong?
great.
What did she do?
she like on her Instagram account she reposted somebody who said, you know, it wasn't a direct thing. It said something along the lines of like it showed like basically a Holocaust era picture, and it said something like the way it made it easier for the Nazis to get rid of the Jews by making everybody hate them. How is that any different from like hating somebody for their politics? And then she like reposted it.
Oh no!
And it was just like
you just can't be you when you work for Disney. Okay, whatever you're doing, it's wrong. You need to create another persona. Change your name to one name. Okay, just call yourself Sven and just be done with it. Okay, like
I no see.
Don't even address the fact you're from Cleveland, Ohio.
Hey, here's the thing.
Give yourself one name.
I love the fact that she did that because she outed herself as the bigoted piece of shit that she is, and now
we know.
Yeah, now we know.
Now we know.
It's just like
Always good when people let you know who they are.
How do you think that's a good call when you make that? Like,
no, seriously, I love that. I love it. I love it when you don't hide who you are. I know exactly where the fuck to put you. Like, I like people. I cannot, dude. I grew up around so many people who are closet racist motherfuckers, and it actually hurts more when you find out later because you got caught in a trap. And you may have trusted them. You may have relied on them. You may be friends with their children. And it hurts so many more people. It leads to, just terrible things. And when people do that, like when people are just outright racist, like I've been around folks in Alabama, both sides of the fence. I know what's up. They won't know what's up. I'm not fucking with them. They ain't fucking with me. We know what's up. Versus like, hey, let those kids play together. And then when shit gets tight, they pull out a shotgun on you. Like, and call you every damn name in the book. Because that's what happened with the Stokers down my aunt's road. Like how does this work? And that's just confusing. And I don't like when people are like that. I like when people show me who they are. Like, and if you are one of those people, that's fine. You just are. I know that. So I know you belong over there. And that means out of my life. I know that. Like, I don't like when people hide. Don't hide. Show me who you are. Show me who you are. And we'll be okay. We will be okay. I know where to put you.
Damn. That's.
What we're talking about board games?
Yeah.
I will say though, Jeremy, I appreciate that. I know I might be in the minority and we're gonna change the topics, but
it's not gonna be cute. It's just cute. Don't be cute. I don't like that. Don't be cute. Some people are to get too cute. I don't like that.
So you don't like it though?
Is Boss Monster any good? I think it sucks. I don't remember it, but I remember.
No, dude, Boss Monster's fun, man. It's fun. It's just light. It's just really light, and it's really a light game. And people, people will, decide to dismiss it or not. But by the way, we should.
Sponsor game that came out from those guys. That was
but this is like I guess the extension of the universe or whatnot. Okay,
I like that.
Here's a gaming thing, especially Lance. I want you to dig deep with me on this one too. I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but it does sometimes make me kind of twist my head like that, kind of do a little reaction. How do you feel about people, reviewers, that say things like this? Well, Boss Monster, it's kind of light, but if you're into this kind of thing, da 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 da, or this is a so and so's game. He makes heavy euros, and this one's a little light. So take it for what it is. It's good for what it is. I always find that sometimes people say light as if it's a slight on the game.
They do.
And I do not like that. I think that is terrible language.
That's your expectation. Or
right.
Maybe like.
But that's the thing. Light is what it makes is it makes this language where even light seems like a negative on the game, to where people even explain a game where it's a little on the lighter end. And I'm like, so you know what? Explain to me what a medium weight game is. That's what I would say. Like, give me a medium weight game. And then they'll give me a medium weight game. I'm like, that is one of the lightest games.
My pet peeve is cute.
What's that?
The game is cute.
Like,
are you talking about a chick? Or are you talking about
no. If someone calls a game,
talking about a lady?
No, a game.
Cute?
Cute.
Like a puppy?
Who's calling people? Who's calling games cute? Like, are we talking about like the artwork of the game?
Nostalgia. What
It's
is this?
happened. I
What
may have
era
said
is
it
this
myself.
from?
I may have said it myself.
Oh,
I'm just-
you have.
A lot of people,
Oh,
say,
you know
people say
what?
games
It's
are
cute.
cute. It's
It's
cute.
cute.
Like it's
My-
harmless. It doesn't mean anything. But
Grant.
but
You
it's,
know what? My friend Lucy says that all the time when we
She
shoot
does?
shots from the corner. She says, "Oh, it's a cute little game."
Oh, really?
You know what?
Okay.
She does do that. Now that I think
Okay.
about it, and it
I-
does sound like a slight. It
Does.
just sounds
it
like,
almost does. Yeah. I mean, I've used it myself, but I
Well,
couldn't.
I don't know about you guys, but with every girl I've ever dated, it really made me happy when she said, "What a cute little penis."
Oh,
Oh, thank you.
Oh, God. Oh,
It's
my
a
God,
term of
Lance.
endearment.
It's like in
I'm done. I'm done, Lance.
it's like in
It's after
comedy.
midnight. It's Alaboom
It's-
after hours.
That was
Where it
good.
has come out.
That was good and
We
terrible at
can
the
go
same
blue.
time.
We
I love
can,
it.
We,
You
we
know
can
what?
go blue now.
That was good and terrible.
I'll be
There's
back.
literally zero chance my mother's watching right now.
Yeah, there's zero chance.
Has she ever watched the show?
Oh yeah, she usually watches the first hour.
Really?
Lucky
Yeah.
her.
She listens. I like listening
She
to my
likes to
son
sound of
talk
her
while
voice.
I fall asleep.
Likes to hear your
Oh,
voice for
no.
that first hour.
Yeah, she likes to hear my son talk while I go to sleep. She says.
Is she sick of Star
What's up,
Wars?
Grant?
What's that?
How's it
What's
going?
up? What's up? What's
Hey.
up? You Ulysses S. Grant.
I
Hey, I
joined
saw,
right in
I saw
time.
that picture. I saw that picture of you. It looked like you were growing the beard back. You had like some stubble, and now you're clean shaven again. Was that like an older picture where you were still growing the beard, or what?
That was an older picture,
Oh,
but also I shave like once every 4 days or something like that.
Yeah.
So I have stubble all the time.
Yeah.
I just,
yeah, I can't remember when I shaved last.
yeah, I can imagine that.
No, I mean, no, it was.
I
I told the story before, but it was a Metallica concert. I was in my 20s, and I shaved the James Hetfield. So I like I had all of this, but I shaved the chin off, and then like the 17 chins I have hidden behind here came out, and
How often do you trim the beard though?
about when my wife starts saying your beard looks pretty stupid, because it starts growing out like here.
Oh,
And so
get a
I'm
little
like,
Wolverine going.
yeah. So just yeah, and I just go straight down, and and then you're done. So but
Yeah.
I actually trimmed like a week ago, because again, if I took a brush and went like this, I could have like out to here. I'm lucky that my beard is very, very curly, so like it actually hides a lot of the length. So I can go longer. I used to when I was younger. I was so mad because I'd see guys with these like straight goatees, and they looked all badass, and they were super long. And I've had people like straighten out my beard hair, and so then it actually goes down to like it goes down to like right about here.
Then it's nuts.
And I'm just like, well, that looks really cool. But then I'm just like, and I used to do that because I for some reason I just had to have like a big long wizard beard, and then it was just like, and then I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm married. I got 2 kids. I bought the farm.
Let it all
Oh
go.
boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
no, somebody said something to me today. It was like, when's the last time you had a haircut? I was like, the day I got married, which was like over 10 years ago.
You don't trim it?
No, just let it grow, man.
Wow.
What's the point?
I like it.
What's it like underneath? Like, is it all?
I don't know.
Well, I wash it. I
Like
wash
your
it and
back.
I brush it. I
No,
mean,
no, I'm not saying it's dirty. I'm just saying, like, does it go down your back?
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if you've
Just
seen me
like
with that.
but
Hold on.
no, we don't. Well, I guess I'm not going to stop you.
No, you should know better.
God.
I remember when you took your hair down and when you started singing.
I don't know if you're like ready to go to battle or
That one
mate
either.
at this point.
No, I mean, it's
like when you take your hair down, are you about to mate or are you about to kill everybody in the room with
no,
your two-headed axe swing?
I liken it to like befuddled wizard is what I because I used to like everybody in my hairline used to be here, but of course time.
Get a
So,
little
like-
a little widow's peak going on.
Yeah. So I'm just like, yeah. Well, no, I know I do because when I played softball, I got hit over the head I was playing catcher, and this guy came up and he hit a pop up, like swung, hit a pop up. He was batting left-handed, so I leaned forward and I started to get up to see where it went, and he went like this. He realized he hit a pop-up, and he went, "Damn it!" like that, and he like swung the bat back. And I don't remember. I woke up and I was on the ground, and I was sitting there, and I was like, "Wow, it's like my head's all wet." And I was like, and I reached up and I looked back, and then it was just covered in blood. And I wasn't even that worried about it because it didn't really hurt. I was just kind of like, "Oh, that's kind of weird." But it was like at a tournament, and my mother was there.
Oh.
And I remember, and then she came down. She's like, "Oh my God, like what happened?" And she came down, and like I was sitting there looking all up, and I'm like, and everybody's like, "Hey, you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then I saw my mom come over, and she looked down. She's like, "Oh my God!" And she turned around and like ran off, like scared. Like it was like my own mother was like, "I can't look at him, like his eyes gone or something," just. But no, and then so they took me to the hospital, and then I got like 22 stitches to like close up my scalp.
What do you do? Wow.
Yeah, and then I and so, but the thing is that they're right here from like, but here to like here on my where the bat hit me, and it used to be covered in hair, and now it's like
it's just it's clear.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
just-
no, we're not coming back.
showing
Dude.
through.
We're not
yeah,
coming
yeah,
back.
the hair. Well, no, I mean, no, it's just the hair just slowly moved back, and just, it happens to the best of us, right?
Lance, let's cut our hair for charity, man.
I've had my mother has asked me, she's like, because when I turned 16, that was when I decided I was going to grow my hair out. I was just like, as they said on The Simpsons, when he was just like, when Abe Simpson like looks at, who was the old Baltimore Colts quarterback?
Johnny Unitas.
Johnny Unitas. He's like, because he's mad about because the Jets versus the Colts or whatever, and Broadway Joe, he's like, look at that guy with his long flowing hair or whatever, and he's like, look at Johnny Unitas, he's like, his crew cut. That's a haircut you can set your clock to. And so I used to have, just like, just, and then I just decided I was just like, I'm just gonna let my hair grow out, and then like, when I was 18, like I had like, it was all kind of, it was just shaggy and stuff, and then I just kept letting it grow and kept letting it grow and kept letting it grow, and then I was dating a girl. I had hair probably down almost to my butt, and I had a girl I was dating, like, she wanted me to cut my hair, and I was just like, no, I'm not gonna cut my hair. And finally, like, I think it was like for Valentine's Day or something, I cut my hair short.
Ooh.
And
hopefully that paid off.
Well, Valentine's Day is coming up this week.
So in the short term, it definitely paid up, but then that relationship fell apart, of course, like they always do. And so then I was like,
she said you're cute. Call back.
Call back. So then I let my hair grow again, right? And then that was the last time. I was like, I'm just never gonna. I mean, I remember I drove because my mother hated my long hair, hated it. She saw me, she just hated it. And I remember the next morning, I drove to my mom's house and I pulled a hoodie up, so she couldn't see me, and I had a trash bag with all my hair in it, and I went in there and and then she's like, oh, what are you doing here? It's like 9:00 in the morning. She's like, what are you doing at the house? And I was like, and I walked in, and I pulled my hair, so she could see, like, and she was like, oh my God, it looks so nice. But then I let my hair grow out. So my mom is 75, and she's great health. I mean, like, she's, she's widowed now and stuff like that, but she's not like in failing health or something like that. But she has said to me, she's like, I would really love to see, because I'm her youngest, I'd really like to see my baby with short hair again someday.
Oh,
real twist in that.
That's like the guilt when now that you have about that, so now it's about hair.
Yeah.
And there's no good excuse. There's no good excuse you could possibly make to yourself to say, you know what, I shouldn't do it for my mom. Like,
and then it's just like, and that's the thing too. I remember when I first started growing a beard, like and this has got to be a callback to my dad. They got divorced, right? My dad's still alive. My dad has when he was in his 20s, he had like that really cool mustache. He had the 70s porn mustache.
The thick one.
Like we got here with Cramped,
Yeah, baby.
He had a thick one.
Yeah, he had a big and then when he got into his 30s, he let his beard grow, and so and that's probably why I grew a beard, because my dad always had a beard.
Yeah.
And My when I said, I told my mom, I was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna grow a beard, and she's like, you really should. It's like, it's just like it like you should let it grow. And so then I let it grow, and then like she's always regretted that decision because she like gave me the okay to do it. And so she's always just like, maybe just you should shave the beard. And I was like, Mom, nobody would know. If people would lose their minds because I haven't my wife has never seen me without a beard. I was like,
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's just like
That would be really interesting.
My wife has seen me. My wife has seen me. When she met me, I was bald headed from our first date.
I look like
man.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I look like the biggest fucking dork in the whole wide world. I mean, like I could show you pictures from like like when I was in a here I can probably find one from when I was in a wedding in my 20s. One of my best friends in the whole wide world. I'll find it if I can find it on the Facebook here. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I mean, not once again, Alaboom after dark. My computer is doing window update. No, that was earlier today. Never mind.
You're not allowed to use that excuse.
Hey,
so my wife just sent me a picture of a game. I said it looked cute. I'm banned now. I can't say it anymore.
You know what? The more I think about it, Scott, yeah. Like every time I look over at Lucy, because we've shot probably 15, 20 reviews together, and she says a game's cute, I immediately know that she doesn't like the game.
Really?
Every time
is it a letdown?
Yeah, she's like, it's a cute little game.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like, not like good and it's not bad.
No.
I feel like it's.
I would ask her to clarify. I would just say clarify.
Well, I appreciate her shooting videos with
cute,
me, so I don't press.
Is it an underhanded compliment? Is it underhanded?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason to have kid gloves about it. Like, if you don't like it, we really want to know why. If it's cute, what's cute about it, right? Like,
is she a reviewer with you?
Lucy,
like a corner thing.
She's been in 10, 15 things with me. Unfortunately, now she isn't able to come over for COVID, but yeah. I mean, she was planning on, and she's still planning on doing tons of my my convention coverage. Like she's gonna do the Origins thing with me that me and my buddy Adam normally do, where we play like 10 games a day, and then we go shoot videos in our hotel room. But she's gonna do that with us, and I'm hoping to bring her more to the channel because she's great. I mean, I love her personality.
She's good. She's definitely
bubbly,
good.
and she knows her shit.
Yeah, she does.
She knows her shit so well, and I love gaming blues.
But cute doesn't work, man.
She says it all the time.
Cute doesn't
I'm gonna call it out the next time we
work.
shoot a review.
Just tell her beforehand. Just say something more detailed. If it's
what do you mean by cute?
No, that's what I'm saying. But don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, I should.
Don't call her out.
Prep her for that and say, hey,
set her
like,
up for it.
cute is not the word you want to use. You may want to just come up with a bullet point so we know exactly what you're saying.
In comedy, if you go, hey, is that person funny? The code in comedy is, oh, they're really nice.
Amusing? Oh no, there's no. Okay,
Arrested Development.
Not funny.
Yeah.
What about the word interesting? Or let us say a board game is interesting.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
No, I say it's more interesting than fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that sometimes.
I would say a game is more interesting than fun. Like, or I like the concept, but I don't think it really, it's that exciting.
All right, you want to? This has got to be. I'm probably like 26, 27 years old.
How did we get back to this?
Right. No, I want to show you. This,
make the payoff. I mean, come on.
So this is Lance when he was on Slim Fast, is what he's saying. Here we go.
Yes.
So there I am.
Look
big
at
dorky
him.
Glasses.
Where is
Look
he?
at him.
Look
at this
wow,
guy.
look at you.
Oh wow, you do look
What
like
year
a
is
fucking
that?
nerd.
Level 1 priest.
What year is that?
I'm guessing I'm in my early 20s.
It's those
And
big
those
glasses.
are the glasses that
like
no
those.
girl would talk to you, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Those
How did I convince?
How did you have any?
girl?
It's your
Maybe.
charm.
What's your friend doing with his zipper?
God. Did you have a
Because I think
van?
we were getting dressed. We were getting dressed ready for
That's
the
such
wedding.
a great picture to be
Are
like,
you
you
getting
gotta
married here?
What?
You're getting married here?
No, I've only
Yeah.
been married once, dude, to my lovely wife.
Well, I thought it was your wedding.
No, this is a wedding I was in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, God, how did that guy ever get a girl to say more than 5 words to him?
You know what though? Those glasses
Cash.
are now.
The answer is cash.
Those glasses are now like cool again.
I still own those glasses.
Are they cool again?
Yeah,
No,
oh,
they are.
totally. Those
Okay.
glasses are super cool. I mean, I got a pair of glasses like that right here. Come on.
Wait, dude, is this that game? Oh, hold on a second.
Hey, have you played Cubitos yet?
Boom.
No, I'm
at
trying
that.
to, I'm trying to
Oh, yeah,
swing it in
those
tomorrow.
are
Trying to get it in tomorrow.
Good.
They work for you.
Cubitos is really good.
They work for
I
you.
think didn't Grant you post a video on Cubitos, or am I mistaken there?
Nope, I haven't played that one yet.
I can't wait to play it.
I think you're lying. I think you're lying to me
I
right
think
now.
you're lying,
I
Grant.
wish.
Stop lying, Grant. Grant, how's your game going? The curmudgeons. How's that going?
Oh, it seems all right. I mean, I think I don't want to like jinx anything, but I think we're getting an order from Hot Topic.
Whoa!
Awesome.
In stores.
That's what's up.
What?
Yeah.
Forgot that Hot
Big
Topic
stuff.
existed.
Congrats if that's awesome, man.
That's fucking awesome.
I think they're gonna do a fairly small order and test it first. So I'm not trying to like,
no, fuck that, man. You got it in there.
It's Hot Topic.
Yeah.
Like the Spencer's
what?
now.
I'm gonna go to my local mall and I'm gonna
Fuck
fucking
that.
talk people into it. Be like, come check this game on here. Or I'll
Thank
fucking
you.
love. I'll threaten them. I'll threaten them for you, Lat.
I mean, I think I've been hearing like a lot of people that play it like it. It's certainly a game for the right group. You know what I
Well,
mean?
don't say right winger.
That's where I thought that was going for a second.
The right way.
It's definitely
No.
a game for the right.
Yeah. I personally, you got to find a niche, and the alt right loves me.
Yeah. All right. I'm making it
Yeah.
all right.
No. I just mean like it's a game for a group of friends, right?
Right.
It's
a
not a
for
game
group of people.
it's not a game that you're gonna sit down and just be like, hey, this stranger, I want to play it with you.
Right.
It's a game that's gonna be popular amongst a group of friends.
Yeah.
So I
'Cause you
hear
have to
Say
insult.
that- isn't that
someone,
most game? Well, no. Never mind. I get
No,
it.
I mean, there's plenty of games where there's strategy, thinky games where you're like, we can just sit down and it doesn't matter my history with you. My game is like, like even when we play tested at Gen Con and in that unpublished hall sort of thing, and we had a bunch of sessions back to back, and when 4 people that knew each other signed up for a session and sat down versus like 4 separate people that
Yeah.
like signed up and sat down, it was just such a different reaction to the game, right? When
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you
when
have to
sit
make
down
it-
with your friends,
Group
it's like
thinking,
fun. And,
yeah.
yeah.
I would love to like know like what the laugh ratio was for friends versus strangers. That would be fascinating.
I think it was probably about half, I would say, with strangers. Now, that being said, by the end of the game with strangers, the difference between the first 5 minutes and the last 5 minutes, in terms of laughter was pretty different, where you could tell people are like, is this okay? Are you going to be mad? I don't know. And then by the end, after they've been playing for 30, 40 minutes or whatever, they're like, oh, okay, we're having a good time. Everybody gets this is silly and like not supposed to be mean at all, Now, it is fun when you hear from somebody that they're like, because the game to me is supposed to focus on like really just kind of silly and ridiculous. Like, how can you take this seriously? It's the cards that I'm just throwing random stuff together. But every once in a while, I hear from somebody that'll be like, God, my mom was so brutal at that game. Oh. And you're like, man, when somebody comes out of the woodworks, you don't know, that just because like has this mean streak in them and this game is giving them permission to do it.
Yeah.
It's fun.
I have a question for you, Grant.
Yeah.
Don't bust my balls here. 3 players, or should I wait for more players? Because I haven't got to the table yet, because I could play at 3 players, but it seems like the kind of game where more does it justice.
Well, I would say actually, so my favorite player count personally.
I said don't bust my balls. I feel like
No,
you're
I'm
about to
not-
bust them.
I'm telling you
I
straight
said
up,
personally.
I think the best player count is 4.
Okay.
And then I think the second best player count is 5, and then I think 3 and 6 are kind of tied for not quite as good. I mean, I think the game still works with that, but
Okay. Then I'm going to wait for 4. Then I want to get that.
I think 4 is the best player count personally, because 6 is like there's a little bit of downtime, right? When there's 6, where it's like, okay, it's been 5 minutes since I feel like I've really been involved or whatever, and because you can, when people are insulting you, you are involved, even if it's not your turn. And then you have curmudgeon cards that you can play out of turn. So hopefully, like, you feel involved, at any point. But at 6 players, like, it takes a while for it to get back around the table to you being your turn. And 4, it like really moves really quickly. And there's still a decent amount of options to insult and stuff. So
Okay. Cool.
I appreciate you wanting to play it, though. Thank you for being interested in playing it.
It looks funny, and I mean, we crack jokes on each other literally nonstop with whatever game we play. So it seems right up my alley.
Yeah. Oh, so I think you'll like it, and that's the thing is, like, if you don't take it that seriously and I think it's also a game for creative people, right? It's if you have some level of creativity and you like have good sense of humor, then you'll like it. So I have no doubt that you will enjoy it, Forrest.
So if I hate it,
you're gonna know.
Fuck you. I read the rules. It does look. I'm excited for it. I was reading through the cards and I was chuckling a bit. I have no doubt in my mind it's probably be cool. No doubt.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
What is that cup you're drinking out of?
This?
Yes.
Lance.
This is a half gallon. So for the last month, I've drank a gallon and a half of water every single day.
Be careful about not drinking too much water, man.
So I just drank 3 of these.
Wow.
Every day.
You're not in the hospital yet?
No.
What'd you say, Scott?
It's amazing.
You know water poisoning is a thing, right?
It is, but I did a good deal of research. I would only have to be worrying about it once I get to about 3 gallons, and if I cram it in there. 3 gallons spread out across the day is not. It's not nearly that much. Well, when you have a mug like this, it goes quicker.
Yeah, it also depends on what you're doing, Scott. I mean, when I was building houses, I was drinking 3 gallons minimum.
Sure. What about when you were being run over by the train? How much were you drinking?
I knew that was coming.
About the same. It got to 110 degrees in there at times.
Oh yeah, underneath the train is hot.
When I was in high school, a couple of radio DJs. My last 2 years of high school, I went in Sacramento. You can look this up. A couple of radio DJs.
I know what you're saying.
Heard about this. Yeah.
So that was like in the town
I lived in. Was that a water thing or a milk thing?
No, it was water thing. They were doing
don't wee for a wee.
Yeah, they were doing a water drinking challenge.
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason they were convicted is because an actual nurse called into the show and was like, "You can't do this. This is like dangerous." And they like laughed it off.
Yeah, whatever. Water. Come on.
Going, and then someone died.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a woman that was trying to like basically win a Wii for her kids.
Yeah.
Don't wee for a Wii.
That was not a funny thing, but I remember they did some funny things when I was in high school. They did a April Fool's prank that got so many people mad that I thought it was so obvious an April Fool's prank, but nobody got it, or at least a lot of people didn't, because people were calling in so angry. They said, if you bring your baby to the studio, we'll tattoo your baby for free.
What?
And so they were just playing the sound effects of tattoo guns and babies crying. So people were like calling in and being like, "You can't tattoo a baby. This isn't
yes, you can't."
And they were like, "Free tattoos for any babies."
Oh my god, dude!
What was their names?
It was in Sacramento. It was like
syndicated, or
it was like 2002, I think.
Yeah, I used to listen to the radio back then. I was trying to think if I've Remember?
Yeah. Lance, I don't know if you've seen this.
Oh,
Can you
this
see
game
that?
It's gonna be lit tomorrow. I can't wait.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
well,
play Caminos
is that
now.
you?
That's me, baby. That's me with long hair.
Well,
Playing soccer?
nice.
I used to have long hair too.
Are you
Where
the
were
goal?
you? Where
Are
were
a
you
goal?
running from?
That was me. I played college soccer.
Well, he looks like the goalie.
No, I wasn't the goalie. I mean, there's the wider
Oh
photo.
yeah.
That's
Looked like you were wearing pants.
Nope.
No, I wasn't wearing pants at all.
Nope, I wasn't. But yeah,
would
I
never wear
remember
pants.
when I
like I'd never wear pants.
when I cut all my hair off when I was in college. And there you go. Here's another one.
ooh. So why did you cut it? Now I kind of want to know because
There you go.
I feel like everybody has a reason why. Like, why did you cut your hair?
Honestly, I mean, so I went to UC Santa Cruz, and there's a lot of, Santa Cruz is a real hippie town, and so I had my white guy trying to get dreads phase, which I'm very glad that I did not do. Yeah, because it never really worked.
No, it never really works.
But I have very curly hair, and so there's a thing that can help get some people's dreads started called dread perming, and it's basically like a chemical treatment that they can do on your hair, and it'll start
Knots it up a little
process.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, it just basically makes it kink up more. And so I actually went to a woman, and I had an appointment to get a dread perm and all this sort of stuff.
Damn, all in.
And yeah, I was also 20 years old, so I was young, so but with dreads, I think dreads are some of the best looking hairstyle when they're nice, but it takes a while to get to that.
Takes a while. Yeah.
Mine
aren't dreads either. Mine aren't dreads. These are they're what they're called crocheted braids. So so you actually somebody has to like take it and like straight up almost sew the hair together.
Yeah.
Twist it together. It looks like dreads though, because dreads would be thicker. Like these would be thicker. They would actually be very thick compared to what I have. These are they're almost the thickness because of my hair, the way my hair is. But so they won't have the same strength as a dread does. But
Oh, interesting.
How long?
Actually, I have to say they do have more strength because they're tied. They're literally sewed together. I should say.
Is
like
the hair
they literally
knotted?
have to rip my. I mean, when I have like this much hair, like sticking, like I just got it done. But like when I have like 1 inch, I mean, she is straight up tearing hair out of my head. So
I know, man.
It hurts so bad.
It's a lot of pain to look that good.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother. And I'm gonna chop it off. So there you go.
Yeah.
And how long did it take you to get to that point?
This? Oh, dude, this is maybe about 3.5 years, 4 years.
Really? I thought it would take longer.
Yeah.
This is about.
No, you know what's interesting is that I've been very lucky. I have a gene. Apparently, I have great eyesight. My parents have terrible eyesight. I have gray hair. My parents have terrible hair, and I can grow hair like crazy. My dad lost hair since he was 20. And I can go from bald to I had a gigantic afro in college when I played college ball. I cut that off, high top fade, cut that off. And I got to the point where I thought my hair was slowing down from growing. And I was like, oh shit, I'm just gonna have to embrace the bald head. Thank God I know how I look, right? Yeah. And I went to the barber. He was like, dude, because I don't go to the barber all the time. I hate taking care of my hair. That's why I got this hair. And he goes, dude, every time I see you 3 months later, he's like, I'm surprised by how much hair you have. And he was like, then when I saw you have dreads, he's like, it was crazy because I remember you saying you couldn't grow hair. And he was like, you grow the most hair. People come in every week to get their hair cut. And he's like, here I am trying to do all this and all that. He's like, you come, it's like, so he's like, I was surprised when I got my hair knotted up, how fast it grew. And I bring my son in. And let me tell you, mixed kids just have a whole different situation with hair. Hair can go everywhere. It can go anywhere. All right. Depending on how your mom and your dad come together, it can be anything. And He's just like, Jesus Christ, man. He's like, dude, to start dreads around the age of 40 is crazy. But I have healthy hair. I have some real healthy hair. I'm very lucky. Very fortunate.
You're like, I just.
My hair ain't cute, motherfucker. It's great.
If I could have had nice ones, maybe I would have done it. But the lady basically, when I went and like had the appointment to get dread perm, she was like, "You're gonna look like shit for a year."
No. That's the truth. The truth about going and getting that hair, or any form of where you want to lock it up, or even the twist. Like, there's actually a period where I'm like, you're gonna look like a rabid animal.
Yeah. And that's
for about 6 months.
Yeah.
And then the process will like, then it'll look good, but it'll look fucking terrible. And you got to be
yeah.
It's so like literally you try to do it and put it away, it ain't gonna work. It's in the middle of it's in the before gremlin stage.
The morning of my dread perm appointment, I called her and I canceled it, and then I went and cut all my hair off. So I wasn't like tempted to do it.
What'd you go to school for?
I was a double major, environmental science and history.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was, I got recruited to play college soccer. So that was like a big part of my life. And then when I was a sophomore in college is when I started doing stand-up.
Yeah.
And then, the next couple of years were like a real balancing act of, trying to balance stand-up and soccer. And then, when I was a senior, a lot of my teammates went on to play professional soccer and stuff. And then I was, when I was trying to figure out what I was going to do, I was like, you know what? I think I actually want to be a comedian. So, and that has a much more of a future. A lot of the guys that I played with, that played in MLS, it's like you last in the league for like 2 or 3 years and then you're gone. I mean, that's most athletes.
Yeah.
You live it. Most people are going to be at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah.
And just are.
I saw that from guys that I was friends with. My brother tried to make it as a professional soccer player and, got paid to play soccer, but it was a grind. And then when he was like 26, he was like, yeah, I'm done,
Dude, the best soccer player ever. I played with a kid named Joey Bernstein. I'll never forget.
I played with a kid named Pele.
He was fuck out of here. He was so good. He was great. Ran circles around everybody. He was on our soccer team. We beat everybody. It was great. Eighth grade, great. High school, best player of the year. Went to UWM. He was like their conference, whatever. He tried out for a U.S. team, got cut. And then I think he played some professionally for like a year or two. Done. Now think about your entire life being the best all the time. And I mean, like every time I had heard about him, I was like, holy shit, he's still fucking doing this. Like, still awesome. So he was always the best. And I think, once you get cut from the U.S. team, right, you think there's nothing better. So he still got to play professional sports. And I just think like, goddamn, what do you do after you made that your whole life investment into that?
I know.
How could you even have a second? Like, how could you even have a second, like a fallback when you've been that high?
And I suppose I saw the like writing on the wall a little bit. A lot of people don't know this because soccer is not popular in America, but soccer works largely the same as like Major League Baseball, where there are like these sort of farm leagues that are professional but semi-professional underneath it. And the reality is, I would have played AAA soccer. Like, and I just
out.
Like, I don't
hanging
want
out making some bucks. That's about it. Making some bucks, not bucks.
Yeah, totally.
Making some bucks.
But like, I have friends that, got to play in stadiums and got to, one of my buddies played in the 2014 World Cup, So
It's all about how you want to do it. Our point guard from college, he grinded it out. I mean, when he went to Europe, I was like, dude, don't go, don't play. He's like, I want to play pro basketball. He played. He came back. He got a G League tryout because somebody got hurt, and he got in there, played 3 games, got cut, and it hurt him. But I was like, I remember when I talked to him, I was like, you were a pro basketball player. That's all that
Yeah,
matters. You did
totally.
it.
I mean,
You did it.
look,
You are an American official pro basketball. If you are a G League player, you are on somebody's crap team to be on an NBA roster. If somebody else got hurt that night in the professional league, you could have got called up that night.
For
So
sure,
you could have played
man.
in a game that day and got called up to the game that night.
And
And
I've
he was
always
like,
been
yeah,
somebody, I've
Dude.
always been somebody that like
It's rare.
I'm okay with failing. I'm not okay with not trying.
That's exactly
You
how
know?
I felt. Yeah. Yeah. When I got a opportunity tryout, I at least went.
Yeah.
I just went. I actually didn't participate. I was so freaked out. I was like, I can't do any of these drills.
Yeah.
like there's levels to this. That's another
Where'd
thing.
you
It's
play
like,
at?
but you put your work in and you go like, all right, I can't do this. I played at Cardinal Stritch, which is here. It's a Division two NAIA school.
Awesome.
I played for 2 years because I went to a tech school and played basketball when I was in the military. And when I got home, I wanted to play some more. I didn't necessarily want to play for a tech school because I thought it was too good. And then, they found out I was going to go to Cardinal Stritch and they scooped me up. And full ride and stuff for grades. So he was really excited to get me. So he was like, wait, I don't have to give you a scholarship? I'm like, nope. Like, come on over. So come on over, kid. Yeah. So I did that for a couple years. And then I did like assistant coaching because I wasn't that great, but I had a lot of talent. And it was fun.
Dude, I mean, it was humbling.
Good times.
I started on varsity soccer in high school as a freshman. I started on varsity and made all region and then I was my league MVP in high school and that sort of stuff. And I went to college and I sat on the bench for 2 years. Like never played at all,
That's exactly like I went from literally in high school, we were undefeated. We were undefeated state champs. Like we lost in my entire high school, our basketball team, our group of basketball, because some of us went to varsity earlier and whatever.
Yeah.
I think we lost like 8 total games our entire high school.
Wow.
Like we just pummeled everybody. But we won our championship the last year we were there. And we were undefeated. It was awesome. So of course, all this buzz, we played basketball in the city. And then when I went to Cardinal Stritch, it actually was only a couple miles from where I went to high school. So it all kind of came full circle. People knew who I was or whatever, right? And I rode the fucking pine. I was getting minutes the first year, but then everyone was like, why aren't you playing? You're still good. You're better. I'm like, man, there's levels to this shit. Like there's levels, man. Like you get you got the speed, you belong, but there's levels, dude. There's just levels, bro.
I redshirted my first year. I redshirted my first year because I was like, oh, I'm not good enough.
Yep.
I might as well keep a year of eligibility because I'm never going to play.
Because it might work out, right?
Yeah. And then my redshirt freshman year, it was like the first time in my life, it was like, oh, we're winning 3-0 and there's 10 minutes left. Granted, it's like just getting garbage minutes.
We had, because of the way NAI schools, they don't have a lot of money. So they bring in foreign students because they actually get grants to take them in and they don't have to pay for their full tuition. They get, and we were like a private school. So this is crazy. Like we had a center who was 27 years old and he played like on a club team. Like he was an absolute animal. Like he was just tossing children around. This guy like worked in a glass factory. He was like cockstrong, German, 6'5" dude, and there was just these guys. We had this guy, he literally should have just been playing professional basketball. Like he was 19 and he should have just been playing club team basketball. Like he should not have come here. And he was great. And then he tore his ACL twice.
Yeah.
So yeah, he was great. I mean, he was fucking great. He came back. He was back for like 8 games. He was tearing everybody alive. Tore his ACL first home game back. It was terrible. Yeah. But like, just man, as I tell people, you don't understand when you see pros move like pros, because we got to play with pros and stuff. It's just like I don't think you understand. Like you're like, man, this guy doesn't have skill. I'm like, trust me, there's a different level of movement. Yeah, man.
I don't know. Do you remember Michael Olowokandi?
Yeah, Candyman. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Pacific.
to anybody that doesn't know, Michael Olowokandi was the #1 overall draft pick in 1998.
Yeah, around there.
And in like 2001, when I was a junior in high school, my brother's roommate dated Michael Olowokandi, so I was just hanging out with him all the time, because when I'd be over at my brother's house, my brother's 9 years older than me, so I was like 16, he was like 25.
Yeah.
And so when I was over there, I'd just be like hanging out with Michael Olowokandi.
Hanging out with the Candy Man.
Yeah, literally. And he's 7 feet. And
he's 7 feet.
You don't ever see a 7-footer in the NBA. Maybe now a little bit more you do, but like
they're there now. But
you don't see a 7. I remember going out. I played basketball with him multiple times, and the amount of dribbling skills he had, he could dribble a basketball better than anybody I'd ever seen before in real life. And this is a 7-footer that never gets to dribble in the NBA.
It's called pros.
You know what I mean?
It's pros. As I always tell people, even the smallest guard can dunk a basketball. They're not going to dunk it in a game. There's things that you don't do in a game.
Muggsy Bogues.
Yeah. Like, I bet you could dunk a basketball. I bet you could.
No, he couldn't.
I bet you he could dunk a basketball. I bet you he could. Before his knee injuries,
Muggsy Bogues was 5 feet tall.
Dude, the shortest guy I ever seen dunk a basketball was 5'4". It can happen. Trust me. His name was Flight. He can do it. Trust me.
There's a guy right now in college.
Some people got springs, man.
5'2".
Some people got springs. Like,
there's a guy right now in college that's 5'2". They say he's the youngest scholarship player. They say he's the youngest scholarship player of all time.
Yeah.
And he dunks 5'2".
Yeah. Dude, I'm serious. There's some people like the guy who beat me that went to state. He was like 5'6". He was hitting backflips over my best high jump. like these dudes. Some people got
like you're
bounce.
just making excuses. For
some people got
game.
bounce, man. Some people got bounce. Like you get slept on, you go ahead and get that backdoor lob on. You're a dunk tip. You're like, holy shit! Holy shit!
My greatest regret in life is that I can't dunk a basketball.
Man, I was very, very fortunate that even before I was a volleyball player, volleyball, soccer, swimming, not even basketball or football, and I knew how to dunk a basketball. I could dunk a basketball before I even knew how to dribble a basketball.
Oh man, I'm jealous.
Yeah, my eventual sophomore, my JV coach, he was like, I remember he was coming to middle school to do something or whatever, and he saw me like flipping, like doing these silly tricks, jumping over a little high jump bar that we had set up on the side. And he was like, "Get over here!" He's like, He's like, "Let me see you do this. Can you dunk a basketball?" And I was like, "I don't even play basketball." And he's like, "Give me this volleyball." He grabbed the ball. It was like a red ball or something like that. He grabs it to. He says, "Run in there and throw it." And I was like, "I don't even know how to dribble this damn thing." Then I did it a couple times, and then I finally able to jump it in. Everybody's like, "Oh, you can dunk!" I'm like, I can't shoot, I can't dribble, I can't do anything. Yeah. Of course, now everybody wants me to play basketball at lunch, and I'm like, here's this kid straight up from the hood. I'd never play. I would go play basketball with my friends, and I would literally just try not to get the ball. I just wanted to look like I was trying to get the ball. I couldn't do anything. And then I became
real good at setting screens.
Yeah, dude, I mean, like when I finally got to like, high school, then I became interested in it, and I just was a sponge. I was just a sponge for it, and I practiced every day, all day, walked the basketball up and down the street. I never went anywhere without a basketball, my Magic Johnson basketball. And nice. I played in the rain, played in the snow, everything. And what's interesting, the long game of that story is hilarious because I think it was the third year because I wasn't going to play that year. I played like a couple games, and I was like, I'll step to the side. But my my coach from high school became like an adjunct teacher or something like that. Well, of course, he still had coaching skills. So he was like, I guess he joined the team. Well, I walked in to practice and I look, I'm like, oh shit, it's Coach Kerner. And he's like, "Howard, you still play basketball?" And I was like, "Yes, sir." And he goes, "Can you shoot further than 1 inch?" It was such a joke. Like, because that was the thing. He used to always say, like, you either dunking the ball, you're dunking it or laying it up. You shoot from further than 1 inch, I'm taking you out of the game. So that was the funniest thing. They had like 2 lob plays for me, and that was it. Like I jump, dunk, block, whatever.
That's
my little
cool.
skinny ass, jump as high as you can, do whatever you can, be energy. And
Nice.
once he saw that I could shoot, he was like, "Hey man, pretty good." Yeah, it was fun. That was a really good full circle moment. That guy was so good. He was a great history teacher. No bullshit. And
Cool.
he told real history. He would tell you about Black history like no other. He was a really good historian. Had a great storyteller.
That's awesome.
Which is important.
I'm
Tell
a
history, you
big
gotta give
history
yourself
nerd.
time. Yeah, that was the coolest thing about him. He actually made you give a shit about history. Whereas my other teacher, where I failed, would just show us slides of his trips. We had a history teacher that just basically showed us slides of his trips around the world. And I was like, man, this is ridiculous. Him and his wife, who was, I believe, Chinese or something like that. It's like wherever they went, it was sort of like the unit applied to that. I was like, what does this do? Yeah. All right, I'm done ranting. I got to get the fuck out of here.
Well, I suppose it is 1 a.m.
Yeah, I got to get out of here. I'm rambling because I'm tired, so let me get the fuck out of here.
All right, everybody. Thanks for being here and talking and hanging out and doing the thing.
Mr. Carter, if you're still alive, I love you.
What?
I said, Coach Carter, if you're still alive, I love you. That guy was awesome.
Boom.
The guy is awesome, man.
That'd be a great coincidence.
He's just like, oh, what's this?
Dude.
Jeremy!
Hey. Dude, like he was such a good person at jabbing you in the ribs with some shit, too. He had a comeback for you before you even said anything. It was great. Oh, that guy's good, man. Tuck your chin in for Mr. Carter. He's great.
All right. Well, awesome. Thanks everybody for tuning in and doing the thing and what have you. And then
Everybody shave for next week.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
I won't be here next week.
Everybody
My last
shave
one
for
a
next
while,
week.
if ever.
Yeah, I'll be gone for a while, guys. I'll be gone for a while.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I'll pop in every once in a while.
Where are you going, Jeremy? Why you gotta you're going to Timbuktu or something?
Man, dude, I'm just taking a low profile, man. I'm gonna kind of step out a little bit. I might be back like in maybe like 2 weeks.
Jeremy, nobody watches this shit. It's low profile.
I guess so. I guess so, man. I'll see where I'm at. Like I see where I'm at. I just want to kind of get some breathing room a little bit. So
I understand that.
You do you.
Yeah.
Barry, you're gonna be where are you gonna be doing?
Fuck you gonna be doing, Barry? Yeah.
Now
I'm harass the hell out of him.
Is there a rampant train epidemic that you're worried you're gonna get run over, or what's going on?
No, I don't have a fear of trains.
Barry has no excuses. What the fuck you doing, Barry?
No, I'm going to focus on me for a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
It's 2 years and I'm still thinking of how to walk.
Okay.
It's shit like that.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is my hobby. And the drama shit, I don't need it in my life. So I'm just going to step away from it. Yeah. So.
All right.
Well, now I gotta find another medicinal user to
It's
be.
not like I really contribute a lot to this, Lance. I don't have a horse in the in the race. I
Barry,
don't publish
if you
games.
weren't here, I would be sad. So I hope you. I hope
doesn't
you make...
fucking matter. Just come here to chat and
Oh yeah.
I want to be high with you, but I can't. I can't.
I know. It's just.
I want to be on your journey, but I can't.
You don't want to be on this one, trust me.
I always enjoy when you do jump into discussion, and I agree. So, but you do you, and you figure out what you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even when I was getting all fired up, man. Hey, you know what? If you can have conversations like that and actually have a conversation, that's the most important to me. Like I respect people we can have that kind of conversation.
Yeah. If you don't show up next week, you're dead to me.
Fuck. I know you guys are ridiculous. Get the fuck out of here. Barry, you better be here next week.
Yeah, you better be here. Hey, if Barry shows up, you better show up, Jeremy. That's all I'm saying there.
You guys, all right, fuck.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
So seriously.